Well, for those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Salt Lake City, Utah. It is rounds 3 and 4 of the 2023 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. My name's Xander Clements here in the booth. Joining me this weekend, as always, the voice of SuperKarts USA and eKartingNews.com, Rob Howden. We return to Utah Motorsports Campus as we have been for a number of times on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Lots of results and storylines from last year to pull on. Lots of stuff over the last 2 months, especially the last couple of weeks. It's been busy, but everyone's here. A full day of practice yesterday, a little bit of rain, shortened practice on Thursday, which threw a little wrench in the drivers' plans. And on the racetrack here, the ever-intense X30 Pro Senior Division as warm-ups come to a close.
Indeed, this is interesting. Last year was the event that the first ever Pro Tour event I missed. You guys were here. I was at another event somewhere else. I had to watch it on what you guys were doing. There was a lot of action, obviously, as we know. A lot of controversy as well last year. I'm sure we'll revisit that to a little bit throughout this weekend. But again, back at this Alan Wilson designed racetrack. I like the track a lot. It's really racy. There's a lot of opportunities to make some overtakes here. But there's also a lot of opportunity for drivers to kind of come together. So that always kind of heats things up here at Utah Motorsports Campus.
It is a big racetrack here at Utah Motorsports Campus, one of the longest straightaways and full speed sections we see. The drivers, a lot of them that we talked to throughout the weekend, have talked about the importance of getting a slipstream and, of course, dialing in their engines as well. And, well, how about a good warm-up to start for the Rawlson Performance Group camp? Ryan Norberg was 13th in final practice yesterday. He tops the charts here in morning warm-up by half a tenth over former teammate Hurricane Hannah Greenemeyer, who made history here 2 years ago as the first ever female Pro Division winner on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. She ends second. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more to come. In fact, qualifying is headed your way, but beginning with Sodi Racing USA, Micro Swift. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back again to the picturesque Rocky Mountains that headline the Utah Motorsports Campus. Such a beautiful landscape here around this racetrack, Rob. It makes it one of the destination circuits here that we go to on the Pro National calendar. Such a cool race that we get to go see with the views around it. You don't get this at every single racetrack.
No, you just look at the facility itself, Utah Motorsports Campus, of course, the entire full track there as well, the big track here at UMC, the valley that we're in. You can see the snow peaks as well still. I had a chance to come out here and do some skiing with former race director Terry Bybee throughout the winter. This is a fantastic place if you're an outdoorsman, of course. You know, I know a lot of guys have gone on some hikes, some bike rides. Just a beautiful place. And this track, as you said, the venue itself is just so picturesque. Great backdrop for what should be some great racing throughout the entire weekend.
Let's go back here right after that, right before the commercial break. We were talking and recapping that X30 Pro Senior morning warm-up session. Again, Ryan Norberg and Hannah Greenemeyer topping the charts. And then the European invasion takes over. We've talked about Brandon Carr and his stellar season leads 2 of the 3 major national championships in the Stars Championship Series OKN and the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He's in contention here in the SKUSA Pro Tour as well. He ended 3rd, and in his United States debut on that ever-growing SOTI Racing USA program, their KZ lead factory driver from Europe doing double duty this weekend, Senna Van Wildstein on the PK Sport North America SOTI entry 4th. He was 2nd and 1st in final practice yesterday. I know you got to talk to him as well, Rob. He seems in really good spirits here this weekend.
Yeah, his first time ever here in the United States as well. So not only is he debuting in the SuperKarts USA program, it's the first time he's been here in the U.S. It was very good coming out of the gate. And, of course, happy hour is a place to make your statement. We know the drivers putting on fresher tires near the end of the day yesterday afternoon. Not everybody on new tires for happy hour, but again, Senna Van Waldstein, as you had said, the Dutchman, P1 in the Pro Shifter category, 2nd to his teammate Harley Keeble as well in the X30 senior class. That bodes well, and that's got to give you a lot of momentum coming into Saturday's action.
And we talk about momentum. I don't know if anyone's had a banner year more in the U.S. than Joe Turney, the winningest X30 senior driver so far this year. He was 5th in morning warm-up, a little bit silent throughout the end of practice day with happy hour just hovering inside the top 10, but no doubt the world-class driver in Kart Republic's leading man will be quick this weekend. Oliver Hodgson, talked to him a little bit yesterday. You'll get to hear that interview along with plenty throughout qualifying as well. He was 6th on that J3 competition factory comp kart, and he said out of all the racetracks in America, obviously this is one of the few he's actually got experience at as he's relocated here to the States, works with J3 out west at the Phoenix Kart Racing Association with their driver academy. He says he feels more comfortable here than any other circuit. He was fast yesterday. He was 6th in warm-up. Gia Cicero, very impressive morning warm for her to go 7th.
Yeah, indeed, Gia's stepping things up, has had a good start to the season. I like the driver in 8th spot as well, Caleb Schrader, and I've got a piece that I'm going to be putting on eKarting News on our Paddock Insider. He's one of the guys that's coming right out of a race car. Just last weekend at Portland International Raceway, ran in the ARCA Menards West Series, a 7th place finish for Bill McAnally Racing. So out of a big, heavy stock car, back into the roots here of karting for Caleb Schrader. He was 8th this morning in warm-up.
And we've got a lot of those doing all kinds of different disciplines. And that's one of the coolest things to see here, Rob, is as kids continue to move up and on into the higher levels of motorsports, still continuing to come back. And we're seeing more and more of that, I feel like, over the last few years, that they're staying really active behind the wheel of a go-kart on the national scene, just as much as they're able to around their schedules of NASCAR and, of course, the open-wheel ladder up the IndyCar track.
And I think that bodes well and shows to the fact that the racecraft is still there. You get a chance to come out, especially some of the younger guys that maybe move into the USF Pro Championships in juniors or USF 2000 when, 15 years of age or 14, they get a chance to do some senior racing. I think we all know that junior racing is fantastic. They're all focused on trying to become professional race car drivers, but senior racing is something different. So once you've got into some senior racing, the aggression of it, the more tactical side of racing in senior competition, I think that helps them a lot when they go back to the cars.
And we go from them to the kids with their professional racing dreams at the very entry level of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour National Ladder. The SOTI Racing USA Micro Swifts have gotten their first lap at full speed. Now, they are on the Avinco Blues along with the K100 and the Mini Swift divisions. Those tires we expect to run the full distance of qualifying. The faster Avinco Red, that softer compound used in Pro Shifter, Master Shifter, and X30 Pro Senior, may only do a couple laps in qualifying, and so it'll be really crucial to watch the first few laps. These ones, we'll see them, I believe, continue to get quicker, especially as they hook up, as this group is right now, continuing to push and get those engines up to full song. Leading the way in the number 42, his debut aboard the PK Sport North America SOTI machine is Pasha Ali. He was one of the last ones to enter, which meant he had to roll off the grid in practice at the back, but he was fastest in happy hour, so he leads the group out as he gets passed in turn 1 by his SLA Kart Racing SOTI Kart teammate in Maxwell Macha. And so the first lap's coming through. How about Juan Diego Garciares on that Orsolon Racing Paralyn? He splits the pair on that green and black number 36. He goes to the top at a 106.62, so a 66.62 to set it over Santiago Diaz de la Vega and more. But we'll see this group here, what we were the fastest in final practice, probably trade that top spot a few times based on who gets that perfect slingshot effect down the front straightaway.
I find this very interesting, Xander. They obviously, SOTI Kart, we know after announcing their program, the karting distribution in January, and of course set up with the Karting Collective guys out on the West Coast and PK Sports in Florida, adding more and more dealers. Now we're seeing them bring their product line to national level racing. And if you looked at cadet competition over the last couple of years, Paralyn's been so good, right? They've been right there in the front. The number of different organizations moving to the Paralyn. And to see this Sodi kart kind of drop down and be part of the action, I think it's added another layer to the storylines we'll be telling in both the micro and mini Swift classes this weekend.
And how about that for the Sodi boys? Maxwell Macha on that final lap across the line punches his ticket to the pole. A very good lap, even pulled away from Juan Diego Garciares on the final time around. So the kid who got his first career national win, he's a multi-time national winner already here this year in what has been a breakout season for the youngster out of Tampa, Florida. He goes quickest by 1/10 and a quarter over Diego Garciares there, who gets bumped down to second. Here's a look at one of the final Orsilon Racing Paralins to come around that final turn and complete and head into the scale line. That is the number 27 machine of AVAX Capitan Garduno down in 19th. But your top 10 as they end up: Maxwell Macha, Juan Diego Garciares in second. Josh Bergman on that PK Sodi kart puts 2 of the black and orange machines inside the top 3. Colton Schneegenberg's team GWR Energy 4, De La Vega and 5th. Liam Nachawati, Drew Jensen in 7th. Connor Lipka, Zane Burgess, Pasha Ali, fastest at happy hour, 10th in qualifying, and then all the way down through the rest of the grid. So we'll see more shaken up, but right there's a good tell. Pasha Ali, fastest in final practice, 9/10 off at the end of qualifying.
You know, Xander, we talked about people coming back, of course, from the car racing and then into kart racing still. We're going to see him quite a bit on the screen throughout this weekend, and that's, of course, our flagman, which is one we'll be talking about throughout the weekend, Aaron Likens. Not only did Aaron get kind of his national level start with SuperKarts USA, he is now the flagman at the Indianapolis 500 and the NTT IndyCar Series. So always great to see him come from, you know, a kart race one week, or a car race, an IndyCar race one weekend, to come back to the roots here in karting.
And how about a car on the racetrack there? The Porsche Club of America is in town this weekend. They'll be turning laps on the far side of the property. But back over here to the karting side, well, for the Sodi guys, again, we talked about Senna Van Welstein in the headline division. We talked with him at the end of the day yesterday alongside the kid who really began the Sodi breakout back in March at Orlando, Harley Keeble, and both of them were in good spirits after going 1-2 in final practice for X30, and Senna Van Welstein putting 3.5 on that pro shifter field in happy hour as well. So, first time in America, double duty, so you're jumping in the deep end both ways. Shifter practice was phenomenal. Let's first talk that. 3/10 up, how are you able to do that on a field like this?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, first of all, I'm really enjoying being here. And yeah, we're doing 2 classes, so it's a busy day. But yeah, in the case, it was really good last session. We had a good lap. We made everything preparation. We make it ready for the quali for tomorrow. So yeah, it was definitely good.
And then moving over to X30, that class obviously relies a lot more on the toe. You and Harley quick still in the final practice.
Yeah.
But knowing how much toe, factors into that class, how do you kind of rate, the time charts? Can you pay a lot of attention to it?
Yeah, I think it's about 1.5 tenths the difference on the toe. But yeah, you definitely need a toe, and as well, yeah, to have somebody in front, it always helps a little bit. Just not too close because you miss the grip. But yeah, I saw in the last practice, we were 1 and 2 with Harley. Yeah, we had a perfect toe, so it make it work like that. So yeah, let's see how tomorrow brings on, and hopefully it goes the same way.
This track obviously is a huge track.
Yeah.
Toe's huge. Per tire wear is huge. So where do you kind of take a P1 in final practice? Is that a lot of confidence? Is that not a lot? Where's your head at after Friday?
Well, obviously I've got a lot of confidence because we went to when we was in Orlando. We was there, but not quite fast enough. And then here, we got the perfect track position. Everything felt perfect. The engine was good. The chassis was really good. And I just put myself in a perfect position for first in happy hour.
And you've gone from the only guy on the orange to a lot of guys, including having Senna here. Has that been nice to be able to not be the only one on your own when it comes to chassis setup or having data points to try stuff?
Yeah, of course it's nice because if, like you said, if you're missing a bit of speed, you can always go against data or anything, camera, and when we put it all together, it's good.
And along with the 2 Sodi guys who had a fantastic day, one guy who did not have the best of days yesterday was the Rawlson Performance Group leading man and pro shifter, Danny Formal. He definitely was a little bit off in spirits after final practice. He's looking for a little more, and here's what he had to say.
Practice day is all done and dusted. We finally got a full day in the dry, so everyone got a good read on sessions. Where's your head at going to the rest of the weekend?
To be honest, very happy with the go-kart. Mike and I, Big Mike, we call them, have the go-kart dialed in. Pretty much what's amazing about it, I've been running the same setup since Vegas last year. I've been saying this in all my interviews. I'm just impressed that the go-kart just runs well anywhere we go. We're working very hard to get the engine right. Elevation here is so different, especially to Europe, where this engine's come from. With the Aspen feel and this elevation is definitely a challenge for everyone. So we're trying really hard to make it there, missing a little bit in the 6th gear. Apart from that, pretty happy with last session. Could have gone a little bit better. But at the same time as Hunter, no way I could have gone the time the guy in first one. That's a very, very good time. And he matched it too. He backed it up with a 3. So got to work a little harder for tomorrow. And yeah, I think for the final, we'll be right there.
Yeah, talk about that for this weekend. You obviously know what this track's like. Senna doesn't. Some of the other guys coming in this weekend doesn't. When it comes to saving tires in a heat race, what are the things the driver can do behind the wheel? You know, how do you describe saving tires at a track like this?
Really passing and making as little mistakes as possible, not sliding the kart as much. Mike and I already have our game plan for the older tires. We have really good kart on old or new tires. The chassis has been fantastic on rails. So yeah, definitely you don't want to be pushing too hard, but at the same time, you can't fall back too much in the pre-final, because then in the final you push too hard in the first 10 laps and you have tires for the last 10. So it's a nice happy balance and happy median of tire pressures, chassis setup, and driving style. So hopefully it'll be enough, and we'll be fighting for the top 3 in the final on Saturday and Sunday.
So welcome back once again to Utah Motorsports Campus. From Senna Van Walstein, of course, he mentioned he thought the tow was about a 1/10.5. I talked to some other drivers as well. They thought it might have been a little more because they're paying attention to the wind, and that's to be expected here up in the Rocky Mountains and in this valley, Rob, as we've seen a lot of weather come through very quickly. We've also seen the wind change direction. There was about a 2 to 3 mile an hour headwind for drivers down that front straightaway. That makes a big difference of the slipstream effect, of course, whether it's behind them or hit right in their face.
Yeah, definitely. It's been part of the storyline every year we've been here at the Utah Motorsports Campus, the track formerly known, of course, as Miller Motorsports Park. And it's just something you're used to. You mentioned the fact that weather can blow in so quickly. We had that a couple of years ago where a front came over top of the mountains and all of a sudden it was upon us and we had rain. So it'll happen that fast. It's just part of the the action here at Utah Motorsports Campus. And again, the draft will play a key, and that's going to, it's going to show for some of the drivers here in qualifying. You have to plan your qualifying strategy. You have to know the drivers who are around you, those in front of you, those you may be trying to chase down. You want to chase them at the same time, the correct time. You mentioned from the very start, Xander, one of the longest straightaways we have in the sport coming down into turn number 1. So it is crucial to line things up. Strategy for qualifying will definitely set the pace and could change you being, as you said, P1 or P2 or outside the top 10.
Yeah, it could be huge, and I think that we'll see a lot of gamesmanship of all the classes, especially as we get higher up in experience of guys trying to reposition themselves throughout qualifying. And when you think to those X30 divisions, the shifter divisions, even maybe a little bit of where that first lap is so critical on that softer tire, you're going to see even more of it. Here it is right here, folks, and this is probably going to trigger some penalties. That kind of positioning yourself, that can trigger an impeding penalty by hitting the brakes and guys running into you and hurting them. Even though we're on the outlap, this kinds of parading around to find yourself in a correct place in line and not be the leader could trigger yourself losing that fast lap in qualifying, and that's a huge hit with how tight the classes are.
And Xander, you saw a bunch of contact there. How easy is it to potentially get a pushback bumper there as well? Again, you're trying to do the strategy game, right? You're trying to find the guy around you. You know who's potentially quick, and maybe you're trying to hook up with your teammate and somebody else got in between you. You still have to play this game correctly. We saw a number of drivers, as Xander had said, out in the far part of the racetrack, kind of lock things up a little bit, trying to make sure they didn't have a guy behind them. All the gamesmanship can go right, but sometimes it can go awfully wrong as well. And we'll see how things shake down as these drivers just starting to get that heat into the tires here on the opening circuit.
Yeah, so the first lap now, we'll see if anyone drops back. I mean, when it goes like this and when you have enough laps, when you know that you can get a good lap in on lap 3 or lap 4, to me, it's not that, the end of the world if you lead the beginning of the session, because when you're on the harder tires, normally you still go faster on laps 4 and 5 than what you do on lap 2. I'll happily tow you around, Rob, on laps 1, 2, and 3, and then I'll pull over on lap 3, and then I'll line myself up for a good spot on lap 4 and 5, and by that point, most guys normally don't drop back again.
Indeed, and that's it. The first couple of laps are all about getting that tire up to temperature, where you need it to be. And then again, 3, 4, 5, then you start thinking about laying that lap time down, hitting all those marks. And if you're lucky, finding yourself around drivers of like speed or even maybe a little bit quicker that will push you to act as that rabbit that you'll be able to chase. Big field here in this category, as we know, in the KA 100 junior class, 41 drivers in total. The category brought to you by Greyhound Racing Seats. And again, just underway, round 3 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. The Spring Nationals here at Utah Motorsports Campus, qualifying, getting rolling.
Yeah, let's see where the opening laps were. I mean, again, they were still trying to get up to speed coming out of that final turn, so it may not be the most accurate read. But for the first of the two groups in a 41 driver K100 junior class presented by Greyhound Racing Seats, it's Jack Grote on top of the boards in the number 817 Cosmic Kart, one of the many privateers here this weekend. Again, this is the bottom half from final practice. Walter Jenkins, the fourth on that CRG, was the leader coming out of pit lane. And he was the first one below the cut line. Let's go side by side, though, to a guy who's got to be in good spirits. Hot off of a top-tier qualifying effort in microslip, Carlos Iaconelli from the head of PK Sports North America, standing by with the very own Alexander Searle on pit lane. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Carlos Iaconelli, Mr. PK Sports. Carlos, PK Sports and the entire SodyKart USA team have been really strong all weekend up to this point. Kind of describe to me the progression of the team so far and why this track suits your go-kart so well.
Well, we have been working a lot, lately in the past 3-4 weeks. Work with the drivers, coaching the drivers, and adjust the last fine tuning of the go-kart. And I think our go-kart matched very well the track, and we're very happy so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this year you guys have been gaining more and more drivers underneath your tent. How beneficial has it been to have guys like Harley Keeble and Seth Van Wallstein under your tent?
It helps a lot, You have a fast driver that can really find a little fine-tuning on the go-kart to help the entire team. That's very beneficial.
All right, thank you, Carlos.
Welcome. Thank you.
So there you hear from Carlos Iaconelli as the checkered flag flies from Group 1. And again, talking about the massive growth, I can't even imagine how busy his schedule has to have been this year.
Right.
Helping the Sodi Racing USA guys set up dealers themselves, being one of the major players and teams in the master organization for the U.S. as well. And like you said, I mean, just more and more drivers underneath the team tent, race to race. You got to expand quickly to keep up with all the growing interest.
What I found interesting as well about the comment there was the fact that he believed that SodyKart set up well for this particular racetrack, right? And, you'll talk to teams, some tracks are kind of in their wheelhouse. He is very happy, of course, with how that SodyKart is running so far. And that only the first group on the racetrack thus far. Giovanni Santoro with the fast lap of 61.829, 101.829, just 15 thousandths quicker than Max Altman. And then Archer Eversman there as well. Xander just less than 0.03 of a second separating your top 3 drivers. As we always do, we'll see how this first group fares. Once the second group rolls out, we'll see where Santora slots in. But to have the guys from PK Sport here coming in from Florida, just I think bodes well. The SodyKart program, launching as we said in January, has just grown in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I mean, they have been had a tremendous year to start 2023. We're only halfway through on the build and the road to Las Vegas for the SKUSA Super Nationals. And now we go for the fast group here from KA Junior, presented by Greyhound Racing Seats USA. So again, as you mentioned, Rob, day 61.829 for Giovanni Santora, Max Altman, Archer Eversman, Nico Sarfatti, Bernardo Bernoldi, all within about 2/10. It's a little bit of a gap back to Jack Grote. Let's see where those kids slot in to the overall sector from the group here. But we've got some more familiar names and familiar territory with them being at the top of the leaderboard after final practice. How about the red, black, and white machines of the Speed Concepts Racing Camp that were some of the fastest in final happy hour? Of course, you have the likes of Alex Mercado, Anthony Martella, and Turner Brown that locked out the top 3 in final practice yesterday. That all blacked out Motaz Sport Parallel of Enzo Vinmontian is in the pack with them. And the teammates right now are trading spots to line up for their laps in qualifying. With such a big racetrack and such a long outlap going straight out of the pit lane to turn number 1, we've seen everybody only get 2 to 3 shots at a pull time. So how many laps will they get? How many tries will they get to put a good lap in? We're going to see right now as they begin at full speed. And Turner Brown, the shortest of the 3 SCR Red Speeds, leads in there with that white suit and that white and gold helmet. Then I believe right behind him you've got Alex Mercado. And then at the end of the train, I believe might be Turner Brown, but I'll make sure, or sorry, not Turner Brown, But then you've got in the mix there, it is Anthony Martella. Martella into that train in fourth. And Ernesto Rivera, I believe. Max Taylor as well, kind of on the way forward on those white and purple RPG Cosmics. It could be a big train here because they took a little while to get going. Turner Brown's already got a little gap where they're going to pass for second. Vidmontien by, Taylor by on Martella. And that'll hurt their first lap, but we're going to see probably some traffic here on laps 2 and 3, and they're not going to get that many more chances.
I found it intriguing that Vidmontien kind of playing the disruptor there, right in the middle of the three drivers from Speed Concepts who are trying to line up. Like, all three of us, we'll go work together, and all of a sudden, Vidmontien arrives in the scene and said, no, I'm not letting you guys have the full-on three-driver draft pack. I'm going to work together with you guys and potentially break them up, which he's done. He's obviously broke them up. Max Taylor's got in there as well in the RPG Cosmic. So that attempt at potentially having 1, 2, 3 for the SCR drivers goes by the wayside as a bunch of more drivers coming in to force their way into the issue.
Here's a look at Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera working their way up into that group as well. They're in a prime spot, I feel like, for this lap right there. Lap 2 could be a burner for those two. Look how far back they are. They're only about 4 car lengths away from Anthony Martella. That's where you want to start the lap. You want to end the lap, of course, on their bumper. They've got the long front stretch. Even this back straightaway, that's a full throttle chicane they go through into the back hairpin. They'll pick up some time running behind a car. So both of them, you can see now the gap is down to 2 or 3 car lengths. Keep your eye on that timing monitor on the left-hand side of your screen, and we'll update you when they cross the line because I think those two could be in prime position for a good lap. Vidmontien's in a good spot, but he started the lap behind Turner Brown. As they round that final turn, they'll come down the long front straightaway, and let's look, those RPG Cosmics, will they go to the top of the board on lap number 2? They do, Rivera and Taylor, but they will get bumped further back some faster times. Alex Rantala in his SuperKarts USA Pro Tour debut on the 836 goes to the pole. Truly Adams is quick as well. So even this first group, the fastest drivers in final practice, not the fastest on lap number 2.
Yeah, podium finisher from the Winter Nationals, Chase Passalia up to P3 as well. Ernesto Rivera been one of the top drivers, of course, in this category throughout the season so far. P4, Max Taylor 5th. And again, what I thought was interesting is it's a long racetrack, as we know, folks. It's not like you're going to go out there and bang 4 or 5 laps down. 3 laps, essentially, all that the drivers had in the opening group. So these drivers have to get the job done. You can't really leave anything on the table. You have to be smart, position yourself well. We'll see what Vidmontien can do. He has not broken himself into the top 10. He was 12th on the opening circuit. Santora holding on to 14th right now. Martella back in 15th. But Rantala, Adams, Passalia, Rivera, and I believe Brown were the top 5 in the opening lap.
And Anthony Martella was not happy. You could see his hand go up in the air across the line to Max Taylor as the checkered flag flies. They will all shuffle, but nobody in that lead group is going to crack the entire top 4. Taylor the best in 5th. What a lap from Alex Rantala. He backs up his impressive lap 2, and it will be a first-time pole award winner in Greyhound Racing Seats USA. KA100 Jr. Rantala, 12,000s up on Jaden Johnson, who will join to make an entire brand new front row out of NorCal, California on the Precision Karting Team 816 OTK to second. Then it's 2.5 back to Stephen Miller on the Chad Dockin Racing Kart Republic. Keegan Kaminsky with a good run there on that GFC machine in 4th. Taylor 5th. Shea Aldrich in 6th. Buscalia 7th. Alexander Gonzalez, Truly Adams, Turner Brown, your top 10. And then on down the rest of the leaderboard.
How about Rivera all the way down in 12th position right now for the driver we expect to battle for the race win. We knew Stephen Miller would be in the hunt. He's P3. But Rivera down in 12th. Vidmontien 13th. Mercado 14th. Lots of work to be done with those drivers. But again, Xander, we had said this. David Cole and I talked about it in the Outlap preview podcast. With 41 drivers in the field and the quality of this field, there's going to be some big guns outside the top 10. That's exactly what we saw here right now.
And no surprise to see that. Talking about big guns, let's talk to some of the stars from KA100 Senior. Emery Lida is standing down on the grid with Trinity Karting Group's own Finnegan Bailiff. Emery?
Hey, with Finnegan Bailiff. Finn, you're back here this week after a difficult end of your weekend last week. So far, so good, though, in practice. You're 15th and happy hour. Talk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, we're just trying to get some chassis tuning figured out and engine tuning figured out, and hopefully we can get it better and try to get in the top 3.
Yeah, and talking about your operation with Trinity this weekend, I mean, it's kind of a little bit rare for you so far this season not have anyone in the KA category to work with. How is that going to kind of impact you as it comes to just trying to figure out setup and going through the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, it's going to be a little more tough, but I think we'll be able to manage. But other than that, I think we'll be good.
one last thing, talking about qualifying. I mean, it's a decent length of session, but at the same time, I mean, you really got to find the draft here. So as you look forward to trying to get the lap, what sort of things are you looking for to try and maximize your opportunity?
Just try to get a good run down the straightaway. It's long, it's fast, see what we can do.
All right, Finn Bailiff, he was decent and happy. We'll see what we can do in the qualifying. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. There you hear it from Finn Bailiff. You can hear from some of the drivers. You can tell how locked in he is. They're short, to the point. Yeah, we're just going to go out there, get ourselves in a good spot, go get a good lap time in.
Yeah, I think that was a good point, that he really doesn't have a lot of his teammates, obviously, here this weekend to play with. You got to find somebody potentially that's going to want to work with you. Again, this category, the KA100 senior class, is just so unbelievably competitive. And this racetrack, we talk about the draft, we talk about the tow you're going to get. In a momentum category like KA100, it's even more important. You have to find someone to work with. You get checked up, you're off the throttle a little bit, you're really going to lose a lot on lap time.
Yeah, you will lose a ton if you are not able to get yourself in that big draft party, as we saw there in KA Junior, and it could be one that you don't expect to drivers that go quick, as we saw there with the first-time front row. Let's go over and switch gears, though, to banging some gears. Billy Musgrave yesterday was hovering the top 10, but didn't feel like he had everything shown there on the timesheets. We talked to him at the end of Friday.
Been a big break since the last race. Lots happened, but on your end, you broke out the cadet shifter. Talk about what it's been like on the not off season, but since we last saw you.
Dude, I've been doing a lot of work with the cadets, working with Troy Adams and his whole program, Troy Adams coaching, and man, just hammering home. We got this new cadet shifter that's rolling out, a little 65cc engine, puts out about 18 horsepower, running the soft tires and some front brakes. So we got about 6 kids back home we're doing a bunch of testing with. So yeah, haven't been doing too much driving myself, but really just kind of focusing on the kids and, you know, trying to start something. We'll have a bunch of motors coming in later this year, a bunch of karts getting built. Hopefully see a class come together for 2024.
And let's talk this weekend here. Tested, did more laps in today. Obviously, Senna's the guys everybody chasing time charts from the end of practice, but how do you rank practice for you so far?
I'm good. I mean, I think we're a pretty comfortable P2. Just made some pretty terrible driver errors in that last session, so we'll chalk that one down to just old age and lack of skill. But no, the car's working good. Motor, you know, switching over to the TM from Almer and SRP. Motor's been absolutely fantastic so far this weekend, and no, feeling pretty good. Just gotta tune up the old driving again, just like Orlando. It takes me a couple days to get back into the swing of things, work on the chassis a little bit, but I'm feeling pretty darn good.
The always humble Billy Musgrave knows how to get it done from further back on the grid. Last year had one of the best hole shots of the entire season, going from 4th to 1st from row number 2, which is difficult enough to get the hole shot in the gearbox classes from the front row. It's a lot harder to do it from the second row, one of the only guys to do it. He knows how to come from the back, and one driver who's had to do that probably more times this year than he would have liked is fast Frankie Mossman. The Tesoro Raceworks Precision Works Racing Engine CRG driver is standing by with Emery Lida on a busy weekend, a double duty for himself. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here with Frankie Mossman. Frankie, it's a busy weekend for you. You're running both classes. In X30, you've had good pace, and K, you've had even more pace. Just talk me through how your CRG's been handling so far.
I mean, both of them have been running really good right now. We got a lot of help from the team. Factory's been putting a lot of effort into us, and so I'm happy that we have a really good product in both classes. Precision Works, we've had the power to just put it up front every single time. We may not have the results on the practice sessions, but we know we'll have it. Once we come into quality in the races, it'll be completely fine.
Yeah, and talking about qualifying, your strategy for this, I mean, it's more draft intensive than any other circuit, and K is about as draft intensive as it comes. Are you focusing on trying to get just clean laps up at the front, or are you going to try to kind of play the tow game?
I'm just going to go with how it is. I mean, I got a good starting spot because third and happy hour, I got some 2 fast kids in front of me, so I'm lucky that I'm just going to try to go out there and push as hard as I can, get some heat in the tires, and make the most out of these 3 laps that we're going to get.
All right, well, as the slower group of the Ks get out, we'll see Frankie Mossman here in a few minutes here in K Senior. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Emery. So there you go from Frankie Mossman here. And, hey, you know what? I'm in a great spot. Well, we saw in KA Junior and Micro, the leaders did not want to lead all the way through. So we'll see if that works out for them. Hopefully it does, but we have seen plenty of gamesmanship, and we're only 2 classes in.
Mossman's got the speed, but, man, look at that fro. He's like working like a Billy Musgrave action there. That was solid.
Hey, someone's got to carry it. Billy Musgrave can't stop calling himself old all the way through, and he's probably angering the Masters drivers. He's barely just gotten the Masters age eligibility, still going and kicking butt in the pro classes. But someone's got to carry the Afro name. Maybe it's Frankie Mossman over the next 10 years.
He looked good. Listen, I think we saw Mossman kind of make his breakout a couple years ago at the Supernats, right? When he kind of found himself as one of the top 5, top 6 drivers all weekend long. Since then we've seen him up front with the chance to win any race he kind of rolls into. So I think Frankie, that CRG program's coming in. He's worked with Tony Tesoro. I think they're just going to get better and better, and I think that's kind of a pairing and a team that we're going to see really be up front throughout the entire 2023 season.
And he wants it. He has been so close to a first career senior pro national win in both categories. KA Senior, he's been so close. Remember that heartbreak in Orlando, broke a chain running inside the top 5, had to start from outside the top 10 there. And that's kind of been the story here throughout his entire year. At the Challenge of the Americas over in, I believe, Phoenix to start the year. Maybe it was Tucson, but I think it was Phoenix. He led 59 out of 60 laps on one of the days, and on the final lap didn't end up getting the checkered flag. So he has been so close to getting the checkered this year. I know he wants it. He's got 2 shots at it today, 2 tomorrow.
And let's say, Xander, every driver out here wants to win, but there are some that you just have maybe that little more fire, that little more motivation. I think you're bang on with Frankie Mossman. He's been so close. It's just out of his grasp, and some things have happened outside of his control as well. He's a guy that can come in and really get on a tear and just kind of dominate a weekend as well.
Talking about breakout drivers, how about the kid on screen, that Team GWR Gillard of Noah Rosser? A little bit of a surprise to see him down in group number 2 below the cut line as one of the fastest drivers throughout the month of Orlando, and really starting to make a name for himself under the tutelage of Gary Willis. He finds himself in the slow group for qualifying as he leads them down to turn number 1. The initial lap he puts him to the top of the leaderboard at a 101.71, but I know it's not where he would have liked to be. By being as fast as he probably was throughout practice and then going to the slow group, you don't anticipate any other drivers in the same boat as you, so you've got to poke your own hole in the air and do what you can.
Yeah, through Q1 of the season, Noah really kind of put himself into the discussion, didn't he? Kind of rolled through at the SKUSA Winter Series and into Orlando as well. Look, that lap time, almost 4 tenths quicker than Chris Martin, I think bodes well for Noah Rosser. Yeah, the second group or the first group on the racetrack, but the slower group here in qualifying. But he's putting lap time down already that may keep him inside the top 10, top 15. And as I think, Xander, you and I both know, if you're in the top 10, top 15 when we go racing in the pre-final, you're still in a good position to get yourself to a spot in the main event that you're going to be able to race for the win.
Yeah, all he needs is a clean qualifying run here from this effort. Going into that slow group, it's not a death sentence. You can definitely get yourself into a decent spot, like you said, Rob, top 15, pick up 5 or 6 spots in that pre-final, roll off in the first 5 rows of the main event, and then it's heads-up racing. You just never know what can happen. Now, he hasn't bumped back as that group behind trailing him on lap 2 went a little quicker, and they freight trained him at the end of the straightaway, so he's now down in 8th. It's Camden Remains in the 980 that's gone to the top of the leaderboard, I believe on your screen right there, in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. And right behind him, we've got one of those forward direction motors, no, that's one of the GFCs, I believe. That's one of the Scuderia Littles out of Salt Lake City, Utah, hometown race team here based out of one of the garages at Utah Motorsports Campus.
Yeah, their shop right here at UMC. They've done a lot to support the club here at UMC as well. So Ayrton Little is running here this weekend as well. We were going to see Austin Versteeg, but he had an issue in the club race last weekend. I think it broke a couple of ribs, so he's on the sidelines. I would love to have seen Austin back here. He raced back in the day in Rotax competition here at UMC with Miller Motorsports Park back then. But the drivers from Scuderia Little know this racetrack on the GFC. We'll see if it plays out for them right now. Evan Concepcion up front with a 60.873, but Gutierrez now up there with a 60.742. Tough one again for Noah Rosser, quickest on the opening lap, but kind of got swallowed up. I don't think he got a clean lap after that.
No, he did not. In fact, he was kind of mired in traffic, so that is not the effort that you needed. Noah Rosser on his 3rd lap. Again, he falls down the order quite a bit to 10th by the end, 6.5 tenths off. That's going to be an uphill battle when you look at 34 total drivers to get through. So Brooke Berry with a good lap as well. She jumped up late on the 924. Tony Kart to 3rd. Remains Martin, Ayrton Little there in 6th. Zach Meyer, Lorenzo Kaufman, Caden Bell, and then Rosser, your top 10. And then here's a look at the rest of the field still to come on the grid for group number 2. They have yet to fire engines, which means we have time to chat a little bit more with some of our superstars. Marian Kremers, like many yesterday, chasing Santa Van Wallstein in the Pro Shifter division. We talked with the reigning Pro Tour Pro Shifter champion here just moments ago.
It's obviously busy behind your go-kart. This is not where I'm sure you're happy to be as far up as the last session. But how do you rate Friday?
It's been a struggle. I mean, we're used to being one of the fastest on Fridays, and we definitely didn't win practice this week. So working hard to get a little bit faster, missing a couple of tenths here and there. So working hard to get better, and then hopefully we'll have it figured out tomorrow come qualifying.
What do you think? Is that maybe just a good omen? We need to switch things up, go slow on Friday, and finally win a KZ race this year?
I mean, I hope so. It's not been the easiest year so far. We don't really have many wins, so it's not what we're used to. This year we've been always been fast on Fridays, so happy to see some other go-karts in qualifying, and hopefully it helps me get a good time in.
Well, here's a look at the draft train. Already 3 wide there further back. Harley Keeble led them out of the pit lane. He does not want to lead them around the racetrack, so Colin Lloyd on the speed. Oh, whoa, round going Aiden Levy, and one of the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drivers as well. That is the 993 machine that went with, and that's Ryan Persing. So both of them are going to lose touch with this pack coming down now at full speed on the front stretch as Colin Lloyd's going to pull over to the wayside. He'll let Harley Keeble and Frankie Mossman lead them on through, but not follow the leader. Well, who wants to be the leader right now? The first question as we get underway.
Yeah, remember, 3 laps is all we're getting in these qualifying runs, so you have to be on it and on it quickly. And again, the strategy happens so quickly. You can't make mistakes. You can't find yourself in trouble. Both Aiden Levy and Ryan Persing having some issues there on the opening circuit. But Keeble out front, Mossman right in the fight as well as qualifying continuing to roll on here. Isaac Gutierrez out of the gate with the fastest lap. As we know, that is the provisional pole time here in KA 100 Senior. The category brought to you by Nash Motorsports, a 60.742. Just over a tenth of a second quicker than Evan Concepcion in the number 8, 986. So we'll see which of these drivers potentially comes out of the gate. Will it happen on the opening circuit? Not likely. Lap 2, I think we'll see the best laps coming in. And Keeble, who Xander was quickest in happy hour, looking to capitalize on that, keep the momentum train rolling into a potential P1 for the pre-final. But again, guys like Frankie Mossman ready to battle it out to go back to P1. And I think that's that indeed. Mossman's decided to go to P1 in that group as well. Keeble will slot right behind him.
How about a good lap from Vinny Muskelis, first driver to crack the overall top 10 out of this group. He's way back on the racetrack as the privateer Tony Kart driver goes into 9th or 8th overall at a 61.235. That's a promising opening lap. And you'd think, of course, with Mossman going by Keeble's second lap going to get burned a little bit. There's a look at Henry Wheeler, hot off a good run here last weekend, along with one of the forward direction comp karts. They're a little bit further back on the circuit, but up front in this leading group here, let's see if Frankie Mossman's Tesoro Raceworks CRG can lead the way around and set this fast group, the first group out, as the fastest time. Lap 2 will be a good read to see where Mossman ends up.
Josh Campbell right there as well, too, in the RPM Tony Kart right behind him. He's going to get that big toe as these drivers now looking for speed. Mossman will go to second. Kane Martin now to P1. So Martin goes to P1. Mossman second. Peyton Phillips in third. Colin Lloyd seventh, right behind Braden Robertson. Josh Campbell, who's following that lead group, in 10th position right now.
Watch this right here, Rob, as you were going through the times there. Frankie Mossman defended in turns 1 and 2 from Harley Keeble to potentially keep Keeble from getting a clean lap number 3. I don't know how much they're looking into potential impeding. Keeble right now is 15th. And because he had to get around him coming out of turn number 2, and we're coming to the checkered flag, that could be all she wrote for the Sodi Racing USA driver. He might even fall further back as drivers further go quicker on the third lap. So gamesmanship continuing all the way through this session as Keeble leads the pack now. Campbell in line there along with plenty more.
Yeah, there was a little strategy played there, and I guarantee there's going to be some people that are not overly happy with that beginning of the final lap. Can Keeble potentially pull something in here on the final circuit back in 15th, as we said? Where's he going to go on lap number 3? How about 12th right now? Colin Lloyd, though, goes to P1 with a 60.606, over a tenth quicker than Kane Martin. Isaac Gutierrez there in the third spot. Mossman and Phillips round out the Fast 5. What a final lap there, Xander.
Yeah, how about that for Colin Lloyd, the Miami, Florida-based local here, proving that he can get it done outside of his home state. On the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, Colin Lloyd got out of sight, out of mind, pulling out of line and dropping way back on that opening lap while Keeble and Mossman went at each other. He was back in 5th in line, perfectly caught up to all of them as they battled puts in a 60.606.
Let's throw some big names that are deep in the field on you. Josh Campbell back in 13th position. Harley Keeble 14th. We'll be keeping an eye on that Sody Kart driver. You got to go down to Aiden Levy, your point leader, in 20th right now.
And as well, because there was so much shuffling on the second and third laps for all those fast guys, Evan Concepcion out of the slow group, 6th overall at a 60.873. Brooke Berry was 3rd in the slow group. She ends up 11th overall. There are a lot of fast drivers from group number 1 that are way down the order. Levy, 20th. Bailiff, 19th. Wheeler, 16th. I mean, you're talking guys, again, that have podiumed or won national races that are now on the outside edge of the top 10 rows. So that's huge here coming out of KA Senior qualifying.
Xander, not good for them, great for us, because it means we're going to be able to talk about some guys coming through the field. That pre-final, when you get the fastest guys up front, they're going to jump into that 8-cart pack, whatever it may be, and they're going to circulate around for a while. We're going to see a bunch of drivers with their elbows up coming to the front.
We're going to see that quite a bit. Talk about a guy going to the front. Well, it's been only one national start so far this year for the Catalyst Driver Development Italkart driver, Remo Ruschetti. But he said he feels even more confident this weekend than he did at Orlando. And while, again, everyone was still off of Senna Van Walstein in Pro Shifter final practice, the Italkart driver by many was touted as the one second best throughout Friday. We spoke to him yesterday.
Shorter drive than Orlando.
Yeah.
Are you feeling better than Orlando after Friday practice?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we're top 3 in Orlando, but the weekend definitely didn't go our way. We struggled a little bit on the longer pace. So wasn't really planning to run here this weekend, but we really threw it together last minute. I would say maybe last week we decided to pull the trigger and come. And yeah, today was good. Yesterday we worked on the go-kart a lot. Today we worked on a lot of engine stuff, and yeah, we'll see where we end up tomorrow.
And as for yourself on the big gap from Orlando to here, I mean, have you been able to get in the seat a little more as things have warmed up, or not so much?
I would say no, yeah, definitely not. But I really tried to push last week or two, trying to get those long runs in, doing those 25 laps, because it's tough. But you know what I will say, I've never ran shifter here, I've only ran tag here, but it's not as physical as I thought it would be. So I think I get a little bit of a break.
Let's go down here trackside as Alexander Searle is standing by with Harley Keeble here in the scale line. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Harley, one of the fastest guys all weekend in KA Senior. Not the qualifying session you wanted. I mean, looking back on it, would you have liked to be further back in the pack to get a tow, or do you regret you going out there first?
Well, I just wanted to have a bit of a draft, and then when I finally did get a draft, he started defending on my fastest lap, so I couldn't really do much, and let's just have a bit of fun in the pre-final.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at it right now, tire deg pretty high around this racetrack. I mean, do you feel confident coming back from 14th?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I mean, we was first in happy hour coming through the traffic, so I have no doubt that we'll be there to win the race.
All right, thank you, Harley. Good luck.
Thank you.
Still in good spirits, Harley Keeble. That's good to hear from him. Again, you heard it from his point of view as well, feeling like, yeah, I just kind of got blocked a bit on that quali lap. But how about a guy who didn't? Colin Lloyd played the game perfectly well, and he will start from the pole. He's done it before, but it'll be his first time and his first ever trip to Utah Motorsports Campus. He gets to start with the best view of those Rocky Mountains headed down to turn 1. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Colin, all the way from Florida here to Utah, put it on pole position there. Perfect lap. You timed the toe perfectly. Describe the lap to me and how it feels.
It was pretty good. I just tried to find a draft, and luckily Peyton was in front of me on the straightaway, so I got a pretty good draft. The CRG and the Sody Kart were battling a little bit, which kind of helped me too. Kind of sucks for them, but it's good for me.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the expectations going into this race. With the draft being really high, obviously in the KA class, a little bit lower horsepower, do you suspect it to be kind of a draft fest the whole way?
Yeah, I think it's going to be just draft the whole entire time. Even if someone pulls away at the beginning, I think you're just going to be able to draft right back up to them.
Thanks, Colin. Good luck.
Thanks.
There you go, Colin Lloyd. Pole award here may mean a lot, may not mean all too much. We'll find out later on when the pre-finals get underway. But we go from them to the Avinco Tires Mini Swift class. We talked about the Sody invasion against the Paralins. That's, of course, the heavyweights that we've continued to keep an eye on throughout the category. But there's 29 total drivers here. It means there's a lot to talk about from this entire growing field that is stacked to the brim with talent, Rob.
Indeed, we'll watch, of course, the drivers who are up front in the points championship. Tristan Murphy comes in with the lead over Kai Johnson and Ashton Woon. So we'll see whether or not Murphy's able to continue that. Again, that's just coming off the Winter Nationals, only a third of the way through this Pro Tour Championship. Still the 2 race days here on this weekend, and of course Newcastle Motorsports Park. So a long way to go when we talk about championship, but you're still always thinking about it because the drivers are wanting that number 1 plate at the end of the season. We'll see which drivers step things up here. And again, Tristan Murphy does have some track time here, as many of these young drivers do. But again, we talk about the micros and the minis. Some drivers making their debuts, of course, here at Utah or potentially even on the SKUSA Pro Tour. So learning this track is a little more difficult. It's not an easy track to learn. A lot of intricacies to go quick here, Xander.
A big rhythm section you just watch the drivers go through right there with those left and right S's that lead them onto a long front straightaway. That run onto the front stretch really begins all the way back coming out of that second switchback hairpin. So it's critical to get that section down for this long run down to turn number 1. Now, we're watching the first of the 2 groups. Again, 29 drivers total means they split them for qualifying. This is the bottom half from final practice yesterday. On your screen in the number 119 Energy for Nash Motorsports is Luca Popescu, and he currently leads the 156 Super Tune USA Paralympic of Jensen Michelke. Matthew Cagle is the quickest right now on the 148 machine at a 65.444. That's the opening lap, though. We're seeing these two on screen, Michelke and Popescu working together, and a few drivers further back trying to follow them around. But not as much gamesmanship because they don't know who's fast, right? They don't know if it's important to follow a guy or not. Here's Cagle as he makes a pass right there. He's just going to look like, I believe, kind of carve his way up the order. So that black and red Musgrave Racing Company machine tops the leaderboard early.
Yeah, diving to the inside of the number 105 of William Kim. You know you're faster than the guy in front of you, and you see the group in front. You can see what he's looking for. Cagle seeing that group of 3 in front of him. If he's able to get out front, like he is right now, he goes in front of Kim. So now he's going to get that draft as they come down the straightaway. We'll see if it pays off for him to find the extra pace to work his way forward. But that was a quality move. You've got to get by the drivers slower in front of you, especially when there's a group up front that you could potentially use for that all-important draft.
Yeah, I mean, you've got at least a few drivers in front in the case of Matthew Cagle, so you're not necessarily all by your lonesome if you make that pass. In fact, you can see him on screen right now. He's closing up to Luca Popescu, so this could be a really good third lap for Cagle, and it will be the final one as they're only getting 5 minutes in total from the time they're released off the grid. Oliver Chasse, though, top of the boards at the moment.
I love the shorter qualifying sessions. For me, get out there, get it done. The longer you give them, the more they're going to play on those opening couple of laps, putting around, trying to find the right driver, everybody else lining up behind whoever was quickest in happy hour. I love these short 3-lap runs. Get out there, get it done, and then we'll go racing in the pre-final.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even in the longer sessions, they're only still doing 1 or 2 laps at full speed, so why do they even have the time? It's, again, very efficient from the race side, very efficient from our side to get a view of who's quickest. Let's see it. Across the line, Cagle, indeed, good timing, good positioning. A 64.76 will put him back on top. Michelke up the road in front of him on that Super Tune Paralympic second. Riley Harrison, William Kim, Oliver Chasse. Only a 10.25 for the top 5. That's promising for all of them looking into group number 2.
I call that a perfectly a run session for Matthew Cagle. Great strategy. Got in behind William Kim. Quickly realized that he was faster, made the move on the opening lap, and it's not going to really hurt you, right? You're doing that on lap 2, lap 3, as we saw with Mossman and Keeble. Those drivers didn't get the pace they needed because they were kind of scrapping out with each other going on to lap number 3. Cagle able to get by Kim. He then chases the group behind him. As we know, had Popescu, so he was kind of the rabbit there. And William Kim, actually the benefactor of that, is he is able to go P4. Now, again, this is the first group, but both Cagle and Kim able to leverage that and get some pretty good pace there in qualifying.
Yeah, the second group will be released here momentarily, so we'll stay with you to watch the second group, and let's take a look at them here as they are clearing the grid out. The engines are fired up, so this is, again, the faster half from final practice yesterday. A good run for the Bennecks as they'll lead them out 1, 2, 3 in final practice. How about that for Troy Ferguson out of California? Royce Vega, Marco Romero complete the 1, 2, 3 run in happy hour. They'll lead the field onto the off the grid and onto the racetrack.
In a really well done run coming off of pit lane as well. It's crucial. It's interesting. Qualifying starts the minute you're leaving the grid. Look how much of a gap they've been able to get already. Those front 2 drivers able to stretch away, so they're going to be able to work together and not have to worry about anybody else diving in. One driver having some trouble.
Oh, no, that's one of the GFC machines at the 137 of Julian Sanchez.
Yeah.
Oh, no, off the racetrack in turn number 2. He'll get help from the official to get back going, but he will be all by himself for the rest of the session and have to spend the rest of the lap trying to clean the tires if that kart will fire, and it does.
Thinking about that, as you said, you could see the clag on the tires that went off the track on the outside of that second corner and spun back around. So as Xander said, this lap here will be all about trying to get those tires cleaned up, but it'll be a solo run for Julian Sanchez out there in the GFC. But we do know those two front-running Bennett drivers working together and getting a great jump off the grid area, came out cleanly, and then were able to work together. And away they go. The Bennett drivers trying to see if they can't continue the pace they had in happy hour yesterday afternoon.
Well, talking about drivers at a good pace in final practice, how about a guy who tied for 3rd overall in final practice, got scored 4th on the timing monitor? Mateus Morgado in X30 Pro Senior is standing by with Emery Lida.
Mateus Morgado. Mateus, yesterday was a little bit up and down, but it ended on an up. You tied for 3rd fastest. Talk me through how your bro's been handling so far this weekend and what you're expecting for qualifying.
Yeah, for sure. It was a tight one, but happy we end the day inside the top 5. We worked a lot during the day. All the team being working really hard, my engine builder being working really hard. So yeah, I'm thankful for all the work of everyone, and I hope I can get them a good result now in qualifying.
All right, Mateus Morgado, we'll see him a little bit later next 30 qualifying. He will roll off P3 on the grid. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Emery. Now back onto the racetrack. Here's back to the Bennett duo. It is Ferguson and Vega locked and loaded as they head onto the front stretch here, Rob.
That team, guys on the sidelines, will be very happy with this right now. This is working out perfect for these two Bennett drivers out front and working together. They'll put lap number 2 in the books this time by Travis Pettit with a good lap, as does Lucas Palacio. Both those drivers into the top 10 right now. Palacio in 7th. Pettit was 9th, but he gets shuffled down into 11th as both Jackson Porter and Ashton Woon work their way into the top 10. We'll see what happens. Royce Vega up into 3rd here right now, Xander. Only, a 10th off of Matthew Cagle. Look for some good speed out of these drivers here on that final circuit.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they can do. They've been good already. This lap needs to be the money lap. Here's Lucas Palacio right now. Again, one of the fastest out of the group, trailing Marco Romero. I feel like Romero in a decent spot behind some cars, but Palacio in an even better one. He's catching up to one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro cars. That's the 161 of Michael McGoy. So look at Palacio 3 cars back as he comes to complete the lap. Then he's got one of the Sodi Racing USA's locked up behind him as they go through the S's. It'll be the run to the line. This is the final lap. The checkers will fly. Cagle's lap from Group 1, a 64.76. Where does that put him? Travis Pettit there across the line. Ferguson and Vega, they will go 1st and 2nd. Sorry, checker next time by. That was 2 complete. A 64.22 for the Bennetts. A 64.21 for Ashton Woon by 1/1000th. He'll go to the pole.
Yeah, the factory car driver Jackson Porter up into 2nd as well. So a lot of action here on lap number 2. It's Woon, Porter, Ferguson, Romero, and McGoy top 5. Romalho now up into 6th. Vega 7th. Rocco Simoni 8th. Alexis Belargian in 9th. And Travis Pettit rounding out the top 10. Cagle from the opening group still P11. Wouldn't be the worst thing for Cagle to be P11 right now. Give him a chance to launch in the pre-final, but we are not done yet at all with seeing what happens here. Both Ferguson and Vega look good. They were P1 and P2 for a time, Xander, but Woon and Porter both came calling as well at the end of lap number 2.
Yeah, that was not ideal for them, at least for these two. It's clear racetrack. Let's see it for Ferguson and Vega. They'll go through the corner. Here's Pettit. He got around Marco Romero, has Romero caught up to him, I believe. One of the two. They are together. Here's that big pack with McGoy and Palacio coming across the line. Where does everybody slot in? Vega, 64.17. Palacio, 64.104. Alexis Bayarjan on the 1:94. A quick lap to 2nd. Jackson Porter in the Hy-Vee Musgrave Racing factory cart goes to 3rd. Woon to 4th. It is less than a 10th for the entire top 6, Rob. This is incredible as they finish up. But how about that? Lucas Palacio, who has been the star of the mini-swift class in 2023, will remain on top here in qualifying as we end out the session.
Yeah, he likes this racetrack. He debuted on the podium a number of years ago here, his first podium. Lucas Palacio on that Kart Republic for Trinity Karting Group goes P1. And again, as Xander had said, 95 thousandths of a second separating the top 6 drivers. All of them, of course, going quicker on lap number 3. Palacio, Belargeron, Porter, Woon, Vega, and Romero. Xander, top 6.
There it is for your mini-swift class. Pro Shifters up next. Let's go down to the reigning number 1 plate holder. Marin Kremers is standing by with Emery Lida. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here with Marian Krivers. Marian, probably not the weekend you would have wanted so far. A little bit off in practice, a failure of warm-up, but coming into qualifying, what are you expecting?
Just hope. Been struggling so far for numerous reasons. So yeah, just hoping for the best in quali. I think as long as we're up the front, we've got good long run pace. So hopefully we'll be good in the finals.
All right, we'll see if Marian can get that last little bit of pace here. Coming up in just a couple minutes here in Pro Shifter qualifying. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. Again, recapping from your mini Swift class: Palacio, Bayarjan, Porter, Woon, Vega, Romero, Ferguson, then Mateus Romalo, Michael McGoy, Rocco Simone, your top 10, Travis Pettit, and 11th. In terms of big names, they're about all there, well, except for your championship points leader, Tristan Murphy, 19th at the end of qualifying, Rob.
I don't know that he just didn't have somebody to work with or doesn't have the outright pace. We'll maybe try to get a little insight during the lunch break, but Murphy all the way down in 19th, point leader. What I thought was interesting as well, Troy Ferguson in 7th, did not go any quicker on lap number 3. He and Vega were out there together, just not able to get that faster lap on lap 3. Everybody else in front of him, in fact, only Michael McGoy, the other driver in the top 10, he did not go quicker on lap number 3. You have to have that progression. You have to make sure that you hit your marks on that last lap when the tires are in their optimum operating temperature.
Well, speaking of optimum temperatures, in just 4 minutes, the Pro Shifters will hit the racetrack for qualifying, and it'll be all about that elusive first lap on when the tires are at full song, because after that, they will fall off. We're going to get you that right after this. Don't go anywhere. From the beautiful Rocky Mountains here in Salt Lake City, Utah, it's a SuperKarts USA Pro Tour here on Kart Chaser. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus. The outlap underway for PSL Karting Pro Shifter as everyone slowly brings their engines and tires up to temperature on your screen. Sodi Kart USA's leading man in KZ over in Europe, Senna Van Wallstein, and second in final practice yesterday, an impressive run from PSL Karting's Hunter Pickett.
You know, I always like watching the way that the Pro Shifter drivers approach their qualifying sections. It just feels a lot different to me than the other categories. Drivers, I think, kind of want to be by themselves a little more, although we do have a couple packing up here a little bit. But yeah, let's go back to Senna Van Wallstein. I think obviously one of the key storylines on the weekend, we talk a lot about Sodi Kart and the effort that they put into the American market here over the first essentially half of the 2023 season, building up their program, their distribution center, their dealers. But they've also brought drivers over. Harley Keeble was one of the drivers we talked about. He was a big story at Orlando. He'll be a story here this weekend as well. But you add another layer to that with Senna Van Wallstein, who then right out of the gate, very quick in happy hour, top happy hour practice in a long 12-minute session yesterday afternoon. If he's able to put the car on the pole, I think that kind of changes the whole mindset. You know, one of the big things, Xander, we don't have AJ Myers with us here this weekend. The Magic Kart USA driver in that operation really have been kind of front and center with Superkarts USA Pro Shifter competition over the last number of years. Not here, but we replace that story with the young Dutchman here, though I think is going to be really a big part of the action all weekend long.
Yeah, and one thing he's doing that we've seen really only out of maybe Joe Turney so far this year is 2 warm-up laps there. This is still, they're just now getting to full speed, and the whole pack is kind of copying and imitating what the 219 is doing. So this first lap will not be full speed. This will still be a warm-up lap, so you'll see some shuffling on the time charts. Giorgio Carrara and Mario Gill, they went at full speed. Gill, a 57.61 on that Catalyst driver development Intel kart, but the rest of the field, including this leading group of 6 with those PSL Karting Beryl Arts and Danny Formel kind of all mashed in behind Senna Van Wallstein, went slow on the opening lap. This is the money lap right here, though, folks, I believe, as they head through the bus stop. Then they'll run to that quick right-left chicane and down the gears all the way from 6th down to 2nd, probably into this back hairpin corner they go. You can see they've gapped themselves out nicely as Formel misses a shift out of that back hairpin. And Danny Formel will slow as Kremers pulls away, and Formel's going to drop back, so I don't know if that was an issue for him. We'll update you in a moment. Let's watch Marian Kremers all the way through to the start-finish line here as the field comes out of the final turn. There's Pickett, there's Van Wallstein, there's Kremers. Who goes quickest at the end of lap number 2? Wallstein at a 55 flat, Kremers 55.3.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second for Senna Van Wallstein on the Sodi Kart ahead of Marian Kremers to put lap number 2 in the books. Remember, this is the first weekend with KZ only here in this Pro Shifter category. The IAME SSC 175 was legal through the Winter National, so the move by Billy Musgrave now to the TM with SRP engines. He was 8th place there on the opening lap, or the second lap rather, just about a little under 0.4 of a second off that of Van Wallstein. So it's Van Wallstein, Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, Remo Rusiti, and Marian Kremers, Fast 5 on the opening circuit. Let's see if anybody can find a little more pace here on lap number 3.
Yeah, we might see some cool down laps on this lap and then a push lap on lap number 4. Carrara again was quickest on the opening lap. He goes 7th. How about it for those GFC karting machines, though? Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, 2nd and 3rd. They are way back on the order. Checkered will fly. No time for anything more. Everyone going for one more quick lap. Van Wallstein backs up his 55 flat with another one. Wick on his 2nd lap and his 3rd. Nothing better. A few more guys into the pit lane. Kyle Wick, though, here he comes, or that's Connor Wick here coming out of the 299 onto the front stretch. His brother. There's Jacob Gulick. There's Kyle Wick. 2nd and 3rd. What a qualifying effort for the boys in black and white, as they were really not a huge factor throughout Friday. They have turned up the Wick, literally. Kyle Wick to the front row.
And look at this. We got Sodi Kart, GFC, ITAL, and Burrell Art. That's your top 5. Another Burrell Art with Marian Kremers in 6th. It's the Lenzo kart of Giorgio Carrera in 7th. Musgrave on the factory kart 8th. Young Jay Irwin on the Burrell Art in 9th. And Nick Leduc, the Karting Collective Sodi Kart driver. I talked to Ronnie White yesterday. He said Nick feeling really good. He gets himself into the top 10.
Yeah, impressive for Nick Leduc, the guy that does not get as much seat time, along with Remo Ruscetti, as some of the other drivers that we see on the eastern half of the country that have both the U.S. Pro Kart Series and the SKUSA Pro Tour at their disposal. But indeed, that problem we saw back at the beginning of the session for Danny Formel was true. Whatever broke coming out of that back hairpin put him to one lap, and it was only that out lap. Formal will start tail end Charlie. It's been a frustrating weekend, and the bad streak continues into qualifying for the 232nd. Not a happy start for the Costa Rican.
Yeah, winner of the opening round in Orlando at the Winter National. So not just Xander a missed shift as you had thought, some kind of a mechanical for Danny Formal. So again, another storyline of a driver we'll see from deep in the field. There's a number of the drivers out here banging out some practice starts.
Yeah, those starts are going to be crucial. You got a wide and long front stretch run, and it turns 1 and 2. And when these guys have been talking all weekend long about how much their tire degradation is going to matter, if you get a good start and you don't need to push to make passes, that'll be very, very helpful when it comes through to the rest of the weekend. But again, we'll see who we can chat with as they pull into the scale line, because it has been a crazy run. But how about it for Senna Van Wallstein? Pole award in qualifying by 600ths over GFC's team of Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick, and he's standing by with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Senna, not as dominant yesterday, 3/10 yesterday in happy hour, 600th here in qualifying. You managed to pull it out. I mean, talked about that lap and, what it took to get pole.
Yeah, it was good. We have pole, so I'm happy with that. The lap wasn't the best. I actually made some mistakes as well. So my second lap, I needed to push again. But in the end, I'm happy with the pole anyway, and let's see how the races are going to go.
Yeah, I mean, around this racetrack, tire deg is pretty high, especially in the shifter carts. Talk to me about how you feel about your long run pace.
Yeah, we tested it in the practice sessions, and I think we're quite strong actually. So yeah, but you never know in the races. Of course, when it's more tight, you need to push more, and maybe you burn the tire a lot more. But yeah, we'll find out.
Thank you, Senna.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
There you go from Senna Van Wallstein. All smiles here and a good start, but he's still got a second class to go later on in the day. But how about that? It's always nice to start your day on the right foot. He does there, even with a mistake. Like he said there, Rob, I think that's a warning shot to the rest of the field. If he's making mistakes and going pole, beware.
What I find really interesting, we've seen a number of drivers come over from Europe, Xander. Obviously, the American market is crucial for any of these international manufacturers, right? And so we had Joe Turney come over with the Kart Republic team to get that chassis up front, to help all the other drivers on the Kart Republics to get that brand where it needs to be up front and winning races. And we're seeing the same thing with Sodi Kart. Again, we know they brought over Harley Keeble. What a debut for Senna Van Wallstein to be able to come out of the gate, his first qualifying run into the SKUSA competition, puts it P1, and as you said, I think back-to-back 55 flats too. So not only did he get a good lap, but he was able to back it up, wasn't able to go quicker, or did go quicker, but not by much. I'm telling you, he's going to be in good shape when the main event comes. These guys don't know how he races. That's one of the things that he'll have. He's got to learn them. They'll have to learn him. So I think the pre-final is going to be a lot of fun. If he's able to pull away and maybe keep that element of surprise for the main event, I like how this thing's playing out right now.
I do too, Rob. So after Senna Van Wallstein, well, let's go from the guy who's number one in Pro Shifter to the guy who has been the EKN-ranked number one X30 driver for many years now. Ryan Norberg yesterday was 13th in happy hour. He started today better, fastest in warm-up, and we spoke to him after practice concluded yesterday.
Doesn't look sexy on the lap time sheet.
No.
But how do you rank Friday here at a track you've had a lot of success at?
Decent. I mean, we were bouncing up and down. I think our long run pace is pretty good. And that's really all this race comes down to. I mean, qualifying strong and it's important, but it's the degradation is so big on these tires. It really changes the way the performance is in that final. So, having good long run pace is good. We kind of ran into some traffic there on a good lap in the happy hour, so I kind of hurt us a little bit. And then, I mean, if you don't do it in your first 2 laps, the deg is so high, you're not going to be quick. So that's kind of what happened in our happy hour. But overall, I think our pace is pretty good, and looking forward to the race.
And what's been the progression like over the day? I know some of the guys that tested last week said the track's got a lot more grip here today. What have you guys been kind of looking for, if anything?
The track's been pretty similar. I mean, we ran new tires, for the second session. We did a 9, and they did a 9 again for the, fast time. It's one of those things, I'm not sure if the track's going to get better or if it's going to do like it's done at the rest of the races and kind of progressively get worse. So this could be the best it's going to be, or also could be the worst it's going to be. So.
Welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus. Myself, Xander Clemens, alongside Rob Howden. So we're halfway through qualifying. We've still got more classes to go, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, and X30 Seniors. Thoughts so far?
You know what? I think we've seen some of the drivers move to the front as we expected. A little more gamesmanship out there. We saw, I think, an interesting run in the KA 100 deal. The thing between Harley Keeble and Frankie Mossman was a little bit interesting. I was kind of surprised how that played out. Was it an actual strategy move on Mossman to keep Keeble in the back? I know it's going to make things exciting in the pre-final. So a little bit of gamesmanship. Otherwise, the fast guys have been fast.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to that pro shifter qualifying, super impressive to see the GFC boys really turn it up when it mattered. For Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick, remember we go back, this was Kyle Wick's lone win on the national tour last year when he was able to drive to the field after braking and qualifying. A much better start to try and do that from the front row here today.
What do you think about Walsh, laying down that lap? That's really kind of making an impact, a statement coming out of the gate. Here he is battling all the top shifter car drivers here who have been running the Pro Tour for a number of years. Comes in and immediately makes an impact. I think that could set the statement for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, I mean, when a guy comes in first time out of, into the country, at the racetrack, everything else. Granted, of course, he knows the Sodi Kart brand, and he's got some familiar people from the Sodi factory working with that PK Sport camp, but it is a new team, and he's in this good of a mood, and he's fast. You should be warned, and you should be a little bit worried if you're the rest of that field.
Yeah, if you're an American guy here that runs this program, you want to lay a beating on him early, right? You want to keep him down. You don't want him to have any kind of momentum, any kind of confidence, but that's what he has right now. He's the factory KZ driver for the Sodi Kart factory, and again, we expect him to look very good. Not surprising that he's strong, but the local drivers, the established stars of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour definitely did not want to let him have any momentum coming out of the gate. And again, track action back underway. Xander as a driver's next 30 junior have taken to the track.
Yeah, the Rawlson Performance Group X30 Junior class has been headlined by the sponsored team, no doubt here this season. Ernesto Rivera, when we talk about top drivers, has been class of the field. I mean, he has had a banner year in nearly every single 125 junior race that he has competed in, much less every single event. And he's right now middle of your screen. Around him, Max Taylor in the 773, his teammate. And then I believe that is going to be Anthony Martella right in line there on the 787 Speed Concepts race, or Alex Mercado, sorry. Yeah, the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Hard to tell them apart. Again, similar liveries, teammates as well, but they're all in that leading group of three headed down to turn number one as they begin their first of potentially up to 4 laps from what we're seeing so far in qualifying.
I would not be surprised to see the 3 of these drivers work kind of together here right now. Why not? Maybe take some turns being up front, whatever it may be, but why not get in behind Rivera? Both these drivers could try to leverage it, but Max Taylor's the guy out front now. Taylor doing double duty throughout this season, not running in the USF Juniors program, part of the USF Pro Championships, coming off a podium finish at Virginia International Raceway. Almost got a race win in the second event of that triple header, but going back and forth between karts and cars, he's looking good in both. So Max Taylor getting a ton of seat time here in 2023, and again, right there racing with the driver who has been, again, one of the top junior drivers coming off that Super Nationals win last year in Ernesto Rivera. That's got to be a pretty good data room if you can sit down there and get the information from both of those drivers.
Yeah, you talk about stacked, but that rivalry is probably going to heat up as we go through the year. I know, speaking with Max Taylor yesterday, they are looking at the championship. They would love to close out his junior karting career with the title. He's 15 years old now. He's at the end of the age bracket to move up into the pro senior classes, and I'd imagine we'll see him in some senior competition next year as he continues his budding car career. But they are making a concerted effort to go for the SKUSA Pro Tour national titles, the X30 Junior as well as KA 100 Junior, and again, that's the reason he's got double duty. It keeps him in the seat, so it's more than just seat time, though, for them. They want to go for the title. They're taking it as serious as the rest of his car racing career throughout this season. They want that championship. One of the drivers they'll have to beat to get it is the one on your screen, that white and orange Kart Republic for Chad Dawkin Racing. Stephen Miller has been kind of the antagonist of the story, it seems like, here this season.
Yeah, he really has. He's been in the fight. He and Rivera have kind of scrapped it out. There have been a number of different drivers we've seen in the middle of the battle, but it's kind of been a Rivera versus Miller deal here in the SKUSA Pro Tour and through the Winter Series as well. Miller on that CDR, Kart Republic, as you had mentioned. Checkered flag flying this time by Rivera P1 with 59.260, a 10th quicker than Mercado. Taylor, who led that group of 3 drivers, is 3rd. Jensen Burnett on the DAP chassis in the 4th spot. Jackson Wolney 5th. Stephen Miller back in 6th position, about a half a second off for Miller. That's an indication work needs to be done there. And again, Rivera is going to take that, I think, as a big success, being that much quicker than the guy he's really battling with throughout the season.
Yeah, and being a little bit of a lighter field, you can't exactly bank on a lot of attrition or battling at 13 drivers total. You see the rest of them on your screen. Beyond Miller, again, Nathan Dupuis in 7th. Then you have the likes of Charlie Smith down in 9th behind Anthony Martella, Santiago Medina, Alan Bonilla, John Antonino Jr., Gavin Wardle rounds off that RPG X30 Junior field. But again, it'll be a lot more individual speed, a lot looking like this next class in Master Shifter, a little bit light on numbers as well, where you cannot bank on drivers that are faster than you getting held up or passing or defending, because there's just not that many of them. They're going to get to run a lot more laps by themselves at full speed. So while they begin to fill the grid up for Master Shifter, we talked as well along with Oliver Hodgson in that J3 Competition Factory Comp Kart. A handful of starts, more starts here in 2023 on the national scene than what we've seen in 2022. He's been busy as well throughout the year. He seems to get a whole lot of seat time doing a lot of driver training, and we talked to him about all of it here yesterday as we take a look around the beautiful skyline. And there's all kinds of viewers here at the racetrack, including some skydivers getting a great view from overhead at Utah Motorsports Campus. RC cars, it's a fun event, it's a fun weekend, and a picturesque racetrack. And, well, a little crash right there, but no crash yesterday for Oliver Hodgson. He ended top 10. Here's what he had to say.
For a guy that didn't grow up racing in America, this is one of the tracks you've been to before. Granted, we didn't get all the day yesterday, but we did get all of today. So where do you feel like you're at going to the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm very happy. So honestly, I think out of all the times I've been here, this is the most comfortable I've been. It's a big, fast-flowing track, and yeah, it's one that you can't push too hard on, and I'm really comfortable with how the kart feels. I think out there, just putting in my new tyre runs at the end on my own, and to end up in like P6 as close as we are, just kind of lapping on my own like that, really happy with how it feels. So genuinely excited to go racing from this point.
And you've been busy, just like a lot of guys. It's not been a month off, even though it's been a month since we've seen you. What have you been kind of keeping yourself up with all the training you guys do out west?
Yep, so yeah, I guess predominantly feel like the luckiest person in the world, because my job is to race for Comp Kart and then to run a coaching program based from the West Coast in Phoenix. So yeah, lots of hours training. So it's been working hard, doing kind of 3 to 4 days a week in the kart, working with various drivers, lots of our team drivers, some external drivers, and yeah, as hard as that is though, it's honestly the most pleasurable job in the world to be part of helping young drivers. Then when they go away and get a result, it's an amazing feeling.
And then do you think that kind of helps you a little bit at this point in the season to be able to be that active, getting to be behind the wheel even when it is coaching?
Yeah, I think there's two sides to it. I think being in the go-kart's great. It's, that muscle memory, being in it, seeing it, kind of second level of all the time mentally, seeing what makes a difference for other drivers so you can apply it to yourself. And then the bigger risk is obviously then a lot of responsibility, so you have to be careful to, when you're thinking, working hard, not to be burnt out from that side of it. But yeah, I certainly love it. I think it's all encompassing, and I love being all in.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an Arrive and Drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. back here to Utah Motorsports Campus, the International Motorsport Master Shifter category on the racetrack here from Utah at the 5-driver total, where we've seen this one still, unlike the Pro Shifter category, Rob, still allowing that IAME 175 SSC motor, which is the one that the 632 of Luis Quinones is piloting on his Musgrave Racing factory card. And so we're still seeing the balance between the two of them, and obviously this one's been left alone as they didn't have all the hurt feelings that Billy Musgrave instigated after putting a whooping on him down in Orlando.
Indeed. Obviously that engine and some adjustments for 2023 to bring it more close to the KZ power plant. Billy's been doing a lot of development on that and driving it, so obviously able to leverage that at Orlando. Everybody on the KZ for the Pro Shifter category, the 175 still eligible here for the Masters category, and we know a number of drivers using that power plant still. Luis Gauthier, the number 699, was the fastest on the opening lap. He backs it up with a 56.505, just 75 thousandths quicker than Quinones in that factory cart, number 632. Robert Fiege, Michael Gouache, and Ken Schilling round out the 5 drivers we have here in Master Shifter. The category brought to you by International Motorsports.
Problems for Ken Schilling in the 602, pulling into the scale line early, unfortunately. He just pulled off to the side, did only an outlap and in. He'll lock into 5th. For Quinones and Gauthier, though, they are around each other on the racetrack, so this is 2nd and 1st in that order on your screen. Quinones in the white helmet, the black and red Musgrave Racing factory cart, and then Gauthier on the PSL Karting beer lard and that Red Bull energy drink helmet, nice and easy to see. They'll come across the line for lap number 3. This will put them, I think, 1 lap away from the checkers, as again, it's been 4 laps at the most for qualifying, a quick run at it. And no, checker there on lap 3 as they were slow on the outlap. So that'll do it. And no changes in the top group all the way across the line. Gauthier stays on top over Quinones. Then Michael Gouache on the SRP factory team Maranello in 3rd. Robert Fiege in 4th. And Ken Schilling in 5th there. We'll see if we can figure out what happened to Ken as he was unable to complete the session. But X30 Pro Senior making its way on to the grid. And while they get set down on the grid, let's hear from some of the top contenders. We've got Joe Turney standing by with us down on pit lane. Boys?
Thanks, Dan. Here, Joe Turney. Joe, it's been a pretty solid weekend for you up to this point. We were talking before the session. I asked you what you needed. You said maybe a bit of motor, a bit of chassis. How big of a difference or how big of a impact has like the altitude made towards fine-tuning the motor?
Yeah, it's tough. I think we're at about like 7,000 feet, so to find the setting with the carb is not easy. We're trying different stuff and trying to see what will go. So we're not in a bad position here for quali, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, talk about bad position. We've seen it in other sessions of qualifying. I mean, do you think it's better to have a tow or kind of lead the group?
I think here to have a tow will help. It's not massive. I think probably 2/10, but that can make a big difference to where you are.
All right, thanks, Joe. Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, there you go from Joe Turney. We'll see what the strategies turn out to be like here in X30 as the first group gets set to go. But interesting to hear him be one of the guys say, it's good, maybe not that good.
One of the things, Xander, we didn't talk about here, the unique aspects of running at Utah Motorsports Campus is the elevation, right? Literally, we're at 7,000 feet. It's much different than running at Homestead, as you know, which is almost essentially sea level down at that racetrack. So a little different, a little more of a challenge, I think, for the engine tuners and the drivers as well on the carburetor side of things. So, again, everybody battling it out. Some get it, some don't. They'll chase it throughout the weekend. But, again, it's something different running here in Utah for sure.
And you combine that, not only is the altitude different, but we only run the Aspen fuel at the Superkarts USA Pro Tour and Super Nationals and Winter Series events. That's only 6 events on the calendar year that the engine builders really spend time working to get an engine to work with this definitely different, more green-based fuel. The Aspen fuel used here this weekend, combined with the difference in altitude, I mean, you're talking about 2 completely different variables thrown at these engine builders that they've got to navigate and try to still make a fast piece.
That's it. And again, they're getting that feedback from their drivers. They're again going into the engine to have a look at the top of the piston as well. They got to make sure everything's dialed in the way they want. They talk a lot about the power delivery when they're on the racetrack as well. So that that dialogue between the drivers and the engine builders and the engine tuners is so crucial in finding exactly the right balance of what they need in those carburetors.
Well, talk about drivers and engines that kind of know that good balance. How about a son of an engine builder making his pro national debut in the X30 Pro Senior class? Jesus Vasquez Jr. standing by down on pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jesus, it's your first real national X30 Senior experience, and so far so good. You look pretty fast. How's it been going?
Kind of up and down weekend. we're fast some sessions, like not too fast other sessions, but overall pretty good. I feel like for my first ever X30 senior race.
Yeah, and talking about the experience level, I mean, you've got an experienced teammate in Blake Nash here. How's it helped to have him under the tent, being able to help you in terms of just looking at data, comparing videos, etc.?
It helps a lot because he's like used to like everything. He's been in senior for longer than me, so it really helps.
All right, well, Jesus Vasquez, solid in happy hour. We'll see him in the fast group coming up here next 30. Back to you guys.
Yeah, he gets to wait a little bit while the slow group goes out first. A beautiful shot once again at the mountains here from Utah Motorsports Campus. We talked as well with a few other drivers at the end of the day yesterday. How about ADT? Alessandro DiTullio and Mateus Morgado spoke with at the end of Friday practice, where both of them ended up pretty solid.
Tied for third at the end of the practice, but it's fourth. But we're fourth. So, but I know you're probably happy, a lot happier now than earlier in the day. It seems like it's been a bit of a journey to kind of get to where you're at, no?
Yeah, for sure. We made a lot of work during the day. Had some problems during the day, which impeded us from being in front. Last practice, which was the happy hour, was really good. I think we had the speed. I think we are 1/10 behind the first. I think we can fight from there, from tomorrow, see what we can do in the quali. It's really important to have a good space, especially in a track like this where you can get a good draft. I'm really happy with the work of all the team, my mechanic, everyone putting such a big effort on putting everything together. I have to thank Ariel because he's doing a top job as well, working really hard. So yeah, we see tomorrow, but happy that we end Friday in a good mood, in a good way, and with a good speed.
And how do you describe this place, man? This is a lot different than a lot of the American tracks. It's your first time here, right?
Yeah, it's my first time. I feel it's like a, how can I say, like a really dry place.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the track. It's kind of aggressive track where you get the curbs, fast track. I really like this type of track. So yeah.
First time here. Track's huge, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a big toe track, big motor track, and a big tire eater. What's that been like from a practice side? What are you guys working on each session?
Yeah, I mean, we know toe's big. Like you saw that last session, everyone was just sitting in the pits for a while, waiting for someone to go out, someone quick to go out to get a toe. So that was pretty much everyone's game plan that last session. But yeah, it's a cool track, pretty long track, like you said. Need a lot of draft. But yeah, I mean, every session you just need good track position and hope for the best.
And on the go-kart side, I mean, what kind of stuff have you been working on throughout the day? Any kind of grip you're trying to find, or has it been pretty stock?
Honestly, pretty stock. Go-kart has been good. Just tweaking some things here and there, just small things.
The engines have fired, and there goes this first group from final practice yesterday onto the racetrack for X30 Pro Senior, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Leading them out on that blue and yellow fluorescent comp cart for J3 competition is Cooper O'Clair. He was the first driver below the cut line in final practice to lead the slow group out, and already he's going to parade around. He does not want to lead this group onto the racetrack, so he'll let Dario Vizzaro in the International Motorsport Kart Republic take the lead, and Caleb Gaffera is there, John Burke is there, Paulie Massimino, a couple big names who we could very easily see crack the top 5, top 10 here later on today.
Yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship, as you said, out of the gate, but again, these drivers have to get at it. One of the RPG drivers a little wild coming out of that corner. Xander, you picked it up there, went potentially 4 wheels off, likely just quickly getting back on track.
Yeah, that was Gia Cicero in the 343 machine. She was able, like you said, to get back on the racetrack a little further back. Here's a look at that group with Auclair and company. That's one of the Sodi karts. How about Jorge Ortiz, new colors for this weekend there, leading this group of 5 in the 301 PK Sport North America, or SLA Kart Racing Sodi kart entry. There's Cicero. She's back in line. She's okay, and the field will come across the line to start lap number 1 with Dario Vizzaro leading them down to turn number 1. While Ryan Norberg stands by and watches his teammates from group number 1, and on the racetrack, he'll be coming up in group number 2. Emery? Send on down to Emery Lyda. Emery, you got us down on pit lane.
Andrew here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, pretty good day yesterday. Today, even better. You were fastest in warm-up. What's your approach heading into qualifying?
I just got to keep our nose clean and stay out of everybody's way. I think we've got the kart to race up front, so just getting that one lap in and making sure we're starting towards the front of the field.
Yeah, you think your best time's going to come on lap 2 or lap 3, just judging off of the session so far?
On how the people go, normally it's lap 2, so that's kind of where everybody's aiming, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, Ryan Norberg ready to go for qualifying. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. You can see Brandon Carr there shooting up in the background. Everyone getting ready to go. These guys already on the racetrack and going. One lap in here, Rob, as they head across the line.
Paulie Massimino, P1 with a 58.071, 3/10 quicker than Caleb Gaffera in the Trinity Karting Group, number 354 Kart Republic. Caleb Schrader coming off that Arca Menards West race at Portland International Raceway. As I mentioned earlier, P3 for RPG. Dustin Saliveri and Cooper Auclair rounding out the early top 5. That's only the opening circuit. How many guys we got in the book so far? Xander, we got 15 out for this first group. You think of the SKUSA Racing, SKUSA National Racing. Ryan Norberg, of course, not the weekend he wanted at the Winter Nats at his home track in Orlando. Really looking to bounce back here this weekend. I think it'll be crucial for Ryan to have a really strong run throughout the entire weekend here in Utah if he wants to get himself back in the fight for Newcastle.
Yeah, a year ago we would be asking ourselves if this was reality to say that by June, Ryan Norberg has still yet to get a Pro National win in 2023.
So true.
This is a racetrack that he has dominated at in the past, and again, with fastest in warm-up, that's a good start to the weekend, but the class has only gotten more competitive as the years have drawn on, and it shows even more with the number of big names we find in the slow group here in qualifying. Gaffera went by John Burke in turn 1 that time. Unfortunately, that second lap still was not enough to go to the top. Paulie Massimino quickest on the Brandon Jarzagrak Racing, Mike Doty Racing LN kart, a 57.871. Burke ahead of him. He will be kind of stuck behind him, but you heard from Norberg, lap 2, the money lap, it seems. So with them on lap number 3, I'll be curious if any of these guys on those Avinco Reds go any faster.
And I would bet that all the guys on the sidelines are wondering whether or not they can go quicker on lap number 3. Ryan said he figured lap 2 be the best. That's the money lap. Will we see anybody here in the top 10 potentially stretch a little more out of these Avincos for lap number 3?
Here they come through the final turn. Massimino made a pass on John Burke that time, so he won't go any faster. Cooper Auclair is caught up to the end of the pack, though. He might be on something good. Lap 3, no, nothing for Massimino or Auclair or Vizzaro. The entire field will not improve except for Wes Duchak on that PK Sports North America Sodi kart. He goes a tick quicker on the third lap.
And there's the answer to the question. As Ryan Norberg said, lap 2, the magic lap here on these particular tires. And indeed, only one driver in the top 10 going faster on lap number 3. That was Wes Duchak in the number 335 Sodi kart. He works his way up into that third position. So it's Massimino, Auclair, Duchak, Vizzaro, and Cicero top 5. Gaffera slots in 6. Pernod 7th. Burke, Saliveri, and Schrader, your top 10. And indeed, Xander, only one driver of the 15 going quicker on lap number 3. You have to believe that potentially Duchak checked up maybe by someone on lap number 2 to be able to go quicker on lap number 3. So that sets the stage right now for the way you have to play qualify. It's really a 2-lap run. Over that warm-up lap, lap number 1, you've got to get yourself in the right spot. You have to make sure you're around the people you want to be around and situated correctly. And that last run through that chicane out of the straightaway that really begins the run down to turn number 1, that's probably the most crucial part of the lap right now, especially on the opening lap. You've got to be good over the last 2 or 3 corners.
Well, I mean, either that or, in the case of Duchak, maybe that PK Sports Sodi kart was so good on the tires, he was able to continue to find more speed, and that's a good amount of promise for the 2 guys that were fastest in final practice yesterday, Senna Van Walstein, as well as your top fastest in happy hour, Harley Keeble. Now, they have got the field in a parade to start qualifying. Now, these guys should get 3 laps. They might only get 2. They might only get 1 at this right here. Norberg, you can see he's got a group there with Donovan Manillo, Brandon Carr, Hannah Greenemeyer back there. Nobody wants to lead. It is going to be a waiting game, and someone's going to blink and throw their qualifying effort kind of to the wayside and say, you know what, I can't risk it. I've got to go. For now, it looks like that driver's going to be Harley Keeble as he pulls a little bit away from Senna.
Still trying to work those tires as much as he can. Check them all up coming out there. And the first to punch off was indeed Harley Keeble. Has open racetrack. And again, got to use the second half of this lap now. Yeah, still really, and he gets deep on it. Oh, I don't know if race control is going to like that. He got himself rolling, then checked back up again. Xander, these guys are playing a ton of games. Nobody up on the throttle as of yet. Still working to get some heat in the tires. Is this going to be lap 2? Is it going to be even lap 3? Again, so it's not going to be lap 2. That's not going to be the fastest. They would need to be on the throttle right now.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's maybe going to be 2 laps in. Aiden Ingrata now becomes the leader of the train. He doesn't want to be in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He's at a crawl. Keeble says, fine, you guys want to do that? I'll go back to the lead of it. I'm going to leave you in the dust. There goes the 311 across the line. And again, this is great news for everybody in that slow group before, because if these guys take so long to get up to speed that some of them don't go as fast, then they're going to fall back behind the top 16 spots that they were in at the end of practice. As Ingrata blows turn 1, Morgado will go by, Wallstein will go by, and Keeble might be in the best spot of everyone. He's got no traffic out front or behind.
And there's that risk reward, right? You're waiting till the very end there. What ends up happening, somebody like Ingrata has trouble on that lap. He's going to have to go one more lap to find a good pace here. Keeble out front as the guy that was able to jet away first. Indeed, another driver have it. That was Ingrata again. And that's going to hurt the next lap.
Yeah, so now he's still going to have dirty tires for the next half of this lap. This is a dismal qualifying effort. Not at all what you want to see. A disaster for Aiden Ingrata in the works right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the field is headed through. There you see him wiggling that steering wheel. He's trying to lock the brakes up, move the front tires back and forth, get anything to clean all those rocks and dirt off the racetrack. It is so nasty when you go off here at Utah Motorsports Campus that some guys, I heard last year, they were instructed to keep their engines off if they went off and crashed in a heat race out of risk of rocks going in through the airbox and the air intake to the motor. Now with the first laps in, nobody's going to crack the top 10. Greenemeyer the best in 13th. Keeble's in a good spot, though. I think he's safe. Morgado and Wallstein look good as well. The rest of the field might still be in traffic on lap 2, and this will be the only lap they'll get because time is going to hit. This is probably going to be all she wrote for the X30 seniors.
Wow, all that gamesmanship on that warm-up lap really playing to the storyline of qualifying. A number of drivers are not going to be happy when it's all said and done. We'll see how it shakes out. Really good for a Paulie Massimino and a Cooper Auclair up front right now with a 58.4. We're going to see that time drop, of course. Keeble and Van Walsh, we know, are going to be fast, as will a number of the other drivers, but there are going to be guys who may have been top 10 who are going to come on the negative side of this strategy. Where we come across line. Keeble only goes to third.
Checker's going to come halfway through the group right here from Aaron Likens. Some of the guys are going to get a third lap. Some will not. Across the line, Likens, you can see him looking at the stopwatch. There it goes for the last driver in line. I think that was Greenemeyer that got it and will only get 1 lap in. She was the last one out. So Greenemeyer gets burned. Everyone's going to get 3 laps in. Senna Van Wallstein puts a good lap together. Joe Turney does as well. Vasquez Jr. with a good lap. He goes third, but look at Van Wallstein. He is getting a perfect toe off of the reigning world champ Mateus Morgado. And now at 3 cars back, the 319, could it be a pole sweep in Pro Shifter and X30? This looks phenomenal, Rob.
And Massimino and Auclair falling down to 8th and 9th respectively in the second lap, getting in the books here right now. Will lap number 3 be better for anyone? They didn't do much speed in the opening circuit, so we may see faster laps right now. Will it be Turney who's up into second? Vasquez Jr. into third spot. They'll work their way now onto the front straightaway. Final circuit. Van Wallstein up front, P1 after lap 2 of 57.8, 5.81. And way they roll coming through here now.
He didn't. I think Van Wallstein, did he pull in?
He might have pulled in. You're right. There's only 2 laps in the books. It's Van Wallstein, Turney, Vasquez, Hodgson, and Morgado, the top 5.
Yeah, that entire group pulled in. Morgado stayed out. Wallstein pulled in. So the entire top 4 only on lap 2. Senna Van Wallstein, Joe Turney, Jesus Vasquez Jr. You saw Frankie Mossman and AD Alessandro Natulio go across the line 14th and 15th. Massimino and Auclair out of the slow group go 9th and 10th. This is a big shakeup. Ingrata dead last. did not get a single clean lap in. 31st for Aiden Ingrata. Here's your top 10. Van Wallstein, Turney, Vasquez, Hodgson, Morgado, Norberg, 6, Carr, and then on back. Look at all those big names outside the top 10 down the order. A lot of those granted from group number 1, as group 2 did get quicker at the buzzer. But this is a shakeup, Rob.
Yeah, for me, it was somebody was going to come out on the short end of the stick, and it ended up being Aiden Ingrata. As we said, he had troubles at the start of each lap and the end of each lap, and he was never able to get that big flyer. 1.3 seconds back, Aiden Ingrata at the very tail of the field. Other drivers outside the top 10, as you had already mentioned. Keeble outside the top 10. Blake Nash, Ramos, Mossman, DeTulio, all those drivers outside the top 10. And again, for Senna Van Wallstein, up front there, nicely alongside Joe Turney. So it's these two drivers who have come over to do good things for their particular brands. They'll start up front, and then we'll have Jesus Vasquez Jr. Hey, as you talked about, he has his first real qualifying run here in the Pro Tour as a senior driver in X30. I think he'll be happy with that result.
It does not get much better than that for the Nash Motorsports rookie on debut, 3rd. Hodgson, Morgado again good, Norberg decent. We saw him in traffic. He was in the middle of that group along with Donovan Bonilla and a few more, and barely eked out a lap on the final circuit for the reigning number 1 plate. Let's go down to Senna. He's standing by with Emery Lida after his second of 2 pole award attempts, 2 pole awards in his U.S. debut. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Senna. Senna, you had a really good run there. First lap, out lap, did not want to be out front, but it worked out for you. You got 3 laps, and on the second, or 2 laps on that second one by Mateus was a rocket ship. Walk me through that lap.
Yeah, of course, going out, nobody wanted to be in front, so it was a bit hectic. But yeah, we found a good space, good lap. We had Morgato, and yeah, we made it work. We had a good lap and P1.
Yeah, and looking at the race pace now, you go into both pre-finals, P1. Obviously, shifter racing's a
cheetah. Don't listen to anything. Cheetah.
There you hear from Marian Krimmers. But anyways, P1 in both pre-finals. As you're looking ahead to kind of looking at the race management, what sort of difference have you noticed on the tire wear between X30 and the shifter?
Yeah, it definitely is much less on the X30, and I think we're strong on that part as well. We were on the old tires in practice, and we're still quite fast. So yeah, pretty confident for the pre-final. So yeah, hopefully we can make it work.
One last thing, it's going to be your first time racing a good number of these guys up at the front, guys like Jesus Vasquez, kind of rookies. Walk me through kind of your mindset when it comes to racecraft and just battling in the pre-final as well as in the final later on.
Yeah, don't really know what to expect, but for sure in the X30 will be a lot of fun because we got a lot of straight and with a lot of straight. So yeah, I think it can be really fun the X30, and KZ is difficult to overtake here, so let's see how that goes.
All right, well, Senna Van Wallstein starts out as good as you can get. P1 in both shifter and X30. We'll see what he can do in the pre-finals. Back to you guys.
What an effort for Senna Van Wallstein and the PK Sports Sodi Kart boys. They have got to be stoked. Their first pole awards on the SKUSA Pro Tour in both Pro Shifter and X30 Pro come on the same day, the same weekend on their drivers' debut here, and the skies are full of clouds, skydivers, and planes, all taking a look at the Utah Motorsports Campus here in the Valley with the Rocky Mountains as the backdrop. Racing is coming your way for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour on Kart Chaser. Don't go anywhere. Micro Swift is up next. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, The Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus, live coverage of the SuperKart USA Spring Nationals here on Kart Chaser. My name is Rob Howden, in the booth all weekend long with Xander Clements, and looking forward to getting things underway. Our first wheel-to-wheel action of the weekend as the competitors in the Micro Swift category, brought to you by Sodi Racing USA, rolling out for their pre-final. Maxwell Macha will start on the pole in that number 23 Sodi Kart machine. Alongside him, Juan Diego Garciarce in the number 30. Row 2 will have Josh Bergman alongside Colton Schneigenberg. Row 3, Santiago Diaz de la Vega on the inside, Liam Nakawati on the outside. Drew Jensen and Connor Lipka will occupy row number 4 in the top 10, capped off by Zane Burgess and Pasha Ali. Paxton Romero and Isaac Payne on row 6, Nathan Ramirez and Grayson Walcott on row 7, Collins King and Samuel Chavari on row number 8, Dutch Westbrook, Hudson Hidalgo, and Ajax Capitan Garduno. Rounding out the 19 drivers we have in the Micro Swift category, they'll roll themselves onto the front straightaway for the first time this weekend. We are lining things up, and we're green, 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 racing into turn number 1, and a good start there for Macha. Couple drivers spinning further back, 3, 4, 5 drivers involved on the entrance into turn number 1. So shake things up in the final third of the category. The grid, the remainder of the drivers working their way through and need a good start for Maxwell Macha. He'll jump out into the early lead with Garciarce right there with them in second. And I believe that might have been Nakawati, who is out up into the next spot. The number 40 of Josh Bergman has got himself into third. So a good start for Josh Bergman as well. I think that might be Schneigenberg up into fourth. So we need the drivers settling in early on. That's another one of the Orsilon drivers, I think, into the fourth spot. Good job here for Maxwell Macha to lead him through. Nicely done. Getting through this opening circuit. Top 4 drivers trying to stretch away. It might be De La Vega, I think. Santiago Diaz de la Vega now up into the 4th spot. They've got themselves a little bit of a gap back to Schneigenberg. So the top 4 drivers trying to stretch away, although it's all about Maxwell Macha up front as he's going to lead comfortably on the opening lap. But we talk a lot about the toe in the draft here in the long straightaway at Utah. We'll watch for those drivers to work together. It was actually Garciarce back in the 4th spot. The other Orsilon driver was Diaz de la Vega. He was actually up into second. So we'll flip-flop those in the order as I kind of roll through there. The 30 of Garciarce is now back into the 4th spot. But Macha's lead almost a half a second on the opening circuit. Indeed, just getting things rolling here. Opening lap, drivers involved further back. Garduna, Westbrook, Chavari, King, and I believe Hidalgo involved as well. The drivers who had trouble coming through turn number 1 in that opening circuit. You saw them go off with contact. The drivers out front, though, getting out to the early lead. Pretty solid run. As indeed Maxwell Macha, Xander, with a good jump. Opening circuit strong and has a nice little advantage here as we go through the opening couple of laps.
That's all you can ask for, Rob, is to kind of get away a little bit. Now, they're still close enough that if they have plenty of time to track him back down. 10 laps does not seem like a long race distance here, but it is more than enough to hunt down the race leader if he does get a little bit away. And so they're working together, Josh Bergman and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres. Well, they were. Bergman a little wide, and Garciarce goes through, but at least, again, if they can stay hooked up, they might be able to catch him. If Macha gets away, though, with this early pace that he's gotten, he might not be able to be tracked back down. He was 2/10 better than them on the opening lap around, or that second lap around as well. That gap is now up to 0.7 of a second on that SLA Kart Racing Sodi kart. So for the drivers that went off there, a little bit of a rocky start. clean and green up front for your race leader, Maxwell Macha, though, as they head towards the back hairpin, Rob.
Yeah, and De La Vega looking good on the parallel, was running there in that second spot, but he has not shown the pace to close back up on Maxwell Macha. I think that's the key right now, is the fact that Macha is still very strong. Out front, Xander said, can he pull away? You'd say no if you just thought about the fact of the draft, and we've got second, third, and fourth essentially working together, but Macha has looked very good right now. We'll look at lap times. All the drivers turning essentially 106.3s or 2s last time by. This time a 105.7. Tires now up to temperature, and a bit of a side-by-side run for the 37 and the 30 coming down into the 37 to 30 of De La Vega and Garcia's Xander. Side by side's not going to do them any favor in turn number 1.
No, not going to help them. I mean, there is a little bit, I would guess, with leapfrogging each other, but they got to do it earlier in the straightaway and let that guy get back up to full racetrack entering the corner, because you see that in draft-based cars, especially like open-wheel cars that don't have bumpers to push down those long straightaways, like the Formula Fords, the F1600s. They'll leapfrog and it'll be faster than following each other because the draft is so heavy. At this racetrack, for these micros and minis, it's almost a long enough straightaway, Rob. I feel like they could leapfrog instead of push, and it might work out okay. Pushing probably still going to be better, but it wasn't bad. Obviously, you can see on the lap times for Diego Garciar's, he was 0.3 better than Maxwell Macha at a 105.7. His gap was down to 0.6 at the line, probably about a half second going into one, but he needed to open up into the corner. By staying in the center of the racetrack because he couldn't get clear, it wasn't as ideal, and you see that on the lap times now, a 106.1 to Macha's 105.9. So those 0.3 he gained, he then lost 0.2, staying narrow into turn number 1.
And you have to use all the racetrack to capitalize coming through 1, 2, and 3. And again, those two drivers running in second and third are settling in. The gap last time by almost 0.8 of a second for Maxwell Macha out front in that Sodi Kart machine. The 30 again of Garciar's is up there into the second spot. De La Vega third, Bergman fourth. Then it's a bit of a gap of about 0.6 of a second back to Schneiggenberg in fifth. Nakawati, Pasha Ali, Burgess, Jensen, Romero round out the top 10. Pasha Ali, a good start here. He started at the tail end, I think just outside the top 10, but finds himself up now into 7th. So a solid move forward here in the pre-final. Still early on, just coming away to the halfway point next time by. And for a driver like Ali, who was the quickest in happy hour, trying to get yourself in the front 3 rows. I think a top 6 finish would allow him to be in a better position come main event time.
Now, Josh Bergman here has faded backwards. We're watching him on screen along with Liam Nachawati. Let's see what lap times they put together this time by. With Bergman having that big off last time, he lost over a second and fell back. He'll lose another spot. So a backward slide for one of the top qualifiers. And Josh Bergman from third, he now rides in 6th behind Colton Schneegenberg's 3-car train, with Nachawati into 5th, back into the 6th position. And then up the road, of course, you have Diaz, De La Vega, Torres, and Garciar's. I don't know what was the bobble for Bergman that lap. He went from on the bumper of Diego Garciar's and Santiago Diaz, De La Vega, Torres, and now back into this second grouping. While up front, second and third have reeled in Macha. Macha must have made a mistake. So Macha's gap from half a second has evaporated down to a car length here, coming to 4 laps to go.
It's interesting because his fast lap was at 105.9, last lap 106.1, so really only lost a couple of tenths of a second. He just hasn't picked up as much as Garciarce and De La Vega. They're obviously leveraging the draft, finally working together, and they were able to reel him in. So using that full draft in the front straightaway here, front 3 drivers were nose to tail essentially. Here comes that draft again. They'll try to work their way back up here onto Macha. And then that next group lining up behind them as well with Schneiggenberg, Nakawati, and Bergman. Fastest lap personal fast lap for Ali. He's to within 1.8 seconds, was about 0.3 quicker than the group in front of him.
Yeah, he's charging forward, and I guess Macha didn't make a mistake. He said his personal best. It was just a burner lap from Juan Diego Garciar's and Santiago Diaz de la Vega, because they both picked up 0.3 on him. So now they're all together through the bus stop and over to the chicane. They have not pulled the trigger yet, but with 4 laps to go, how long do you want to wait? Here we go into the hairpin, still single file. Macha's led every lap. No one's even shown a nose to the inside yet, but he's got company. That early part of the race where he might have been able to break away is gone, and as they come through this double left-handed hairpin, here comes that rhythm section. Diaz de la Vega all over Garciar's, because Garciar's kind of had a bad exit, and that gap will open up, so he won't really get much of an opportunity in turn 1. He's too far back. He's just going to barely get up to him. And here comes all the signals from the mechanics at the fence line. You can see them rotating their hands. When they're doing that signal, that's when they're, I think, telling their drivers to make a pass. So I'd imagine that was probably given to Juan Diego Garciarz in second, because they're like, hey, man, you're right on him, but he's pulling away still a little bit at times, and you're running low on laps. Only 3 to go. You got to make your move and get him behind you.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, make the move to try to see if you can get him back to third, because he's got De La Vega, but right behind him. So if you can get by, maybe De La Vega comes through as well. This is a track where I think you may be able to wait to the final lap and make the pass, but maybe, right now, try it. Try to go to P1. You're faster, significantly faster, right, Xander? He was faster by 0.3 of a second at one point. Pull the trigger, get by, and see if you can pull away, and then let De La Vega go to work on Macha as well.
So into the left-handed hairpin we go, still single file. This time, a little bit of a narrower exit for Juan Diego Garciarz. That was better. Macha still looks much better than second and third through this final sector of the racetrack, and that, again, is helpful for him to not have to worry about a pass coming in turn one. But they were closer this time. Let's see how close they pull up at the end of the straightaway as the double sticks go out. Here comes Garciarz. He saw the signal. He waves in the air. He said, I'm looking. I'm going. Not enough. He pulled out, but too early.
And listen, that's exactly what you said, too, because I think Macha coming out of that left-hander through the chicane is a much better than them. He pulls probably 3, almost 4 kart lengths coming onto the front straightaway, and that's what was able to hold back Garciarz coming down into turn number 1. He was looking, not quite there. He needs just a little bit more.
Yeah, just a tick more here to try and get closer. Last lap was better than the lap before for Juan Diego Garciarz. Wow. This is a good run. This might be an opportunity into the chicane towards the back hairpin. He's on the bumper. Not enough there. A lap and a half to go, and Maxwell Macha is still doing everything perfect. He's not put a wheel wrong. If he stays at that level, it'll be tough to catch him. Let's see if they are better through the final chicane this time. I think still Macha looks better. Look how much he opens up for that left-hand kink right before this double right. I think that sets him up so much better for this straightaway than those two behind him. Now they're close. This might be the best run yet. Here comes the run. White flag in the air. Garciarz is there. Bumper looking inside for the lead. Turn 1, Juan Diego Garciarz and De La Vega go through.
Yeah, I don't think you had any choice there. I think that De La Vega was pushing him through. We're going for it. Had the help coming down, and even the more draft to push all the way down into 1. So move Maxwell Macha back into third. Now this is exactly what they were trying to say from the sidelines. Get that move done. Let's see if we can't put Macha back to P3. Now he's got to go to work on De La Vega. This is going to give Garciarz potentially a chance to pull away.
Yeah, De La Vega, you saw him pull out of line there. He was defending into the bus stop of all places. Surprising to see, but that's how fast Macha is. Now he's going to catch him off guard in the hairpin. He looks low. De La Vega is still high, but he'll have the momentum. He stays with him. Now he's on the bumper of Garciarz. Can he get to the inside? Not into the left, and this is where it gets tricky. The last part of the racetrack here is mostly single file. In these lower horsepower karts, can he pull a rabbit out of the hat in this double right? I don't think so. It'll be a run to the line. Here they come out of the final turn, down the front straightaway to the checkers. Garciarz the leader, De La Vega not enough for the pre-final.
Really interesting play at the end of that race as we saw Garciarz hold on to the spot. Made a look a couple of times for P1, not able to get the job done. But indeed, Macha's wondering what he's doing battle against these two drivers. This definitely a precursor of what we're going to see. You see those two guys giving the high sign. They kind of work together there, and all in the end, Xander, it all played out with Garciarz getting the win by 0.06 of a second. Santiago Diaz de la Vega in second. Macha, who had led 9 laps, ends up in third. He'll have work to be done, and hoping to potentially have his teammate Josh Bergman up there with him as well, and Liam Nakawati right between those two drivers, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, you go back, Colton Schniegenberg was leading that second train. He gets shuffled to the trail end of it in 6th. Pasha Ali's forward charge ends at 7th, still with a good lap. It would have been enough to run with that lead group, and he was all by his lonesome for a lot of that race. He was 5 seconds out the road from Drew Jensen, Zane Burgess, and Connor Leipka. So the first pre-final put away. We're 1 minute away from the command for KA Jr. at 41 drivers. This one is going to be so interesting, Rob, because as we look to the starting grid, it is a local hero starting front row in KA 100 Junior, the only class where we've seen this, where the kids in Utah have thrown down. Alex Rantala, well, not Utah, out west, I should say, from California front row on that GFC karting, number 836, his first career national pull award and a first front row start as well for both him and Jaden Johnson, and then there's experience behind them. The 873 of Stephen Miller to the inside of row 2, alongside another very experienced junior driver in Keegan Kaminsky.
Yeah, you go back to row number 3 and Max Taylor right there, the RPG number 833, alongside him Shea Aldrich in the number 838. Chase Busalia and Alexander Gonzalez will be on row 4 to cap off the top 10. It's Truly Adams alongside Turner Brown.
And then we get to some big names starting further down the grid. An RPG lockout of row number 6 says Jackson Wolney on the inside and Ernesto Rivera in 12th with work to be done. How about Enzo Vidmontien on row number 7 as well, Rob, starting 13th after running in the top 5 and top 3 in X30 Junior final practice and a quick time in happy hour as well. Not an ideal starting position for himself or the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Alex Mercado, who rolls to his outside in 14th.
Row number 8, 15th and 16th, Christian Meyer on the inside, and a young lady we've seen qualify up front in a number of races over the start of the season, Peyton Westcott, and the Nash Motorsports number 898. She'll be on the outside, P16. Anthony Martella, very quick as well for SCR. He is going to be 17th alongside Colin Royce.
Then you go back here as we further cap off the top 20. You got Giovanni Santora, who was fastest in the slow group, picked off a couple at the back of the fast group to end inside the upper half. To his outside to complete row 10 will be Max Altman in the 878. And then Archer Eversman, and then the GFC, Nico Sarfati, will make up row number 11.
Row 12, Bernardo Bernoldi and Victor de Alencar. Row 13, Peyton Anderson and Johnny Stamps. Row 14, Jack Grote and Spencer Smith. And cap off the top 30, Gavin Wardle alongside Eric Doan.
Then let's go to the further back drivers on the grid. RFKB rolls off to the inside of row number 16 and 31st. To his outside, Walter Jenkins the 4th. Christian Garduno and Remy Andretos will make up row number 17. And then the back few starters on the field, a big name at the end of it all. Christopher Wakefield and Xander Malatesta on row number 18. Row 19, Kaylee Countryman, Roman Felber. And final full row, Peyton Fayen and Cash Felber. But Jensen Burnett did not weigh and did not get a full lap in qualifying. The 884 starts shotgun on the field, 41st on that Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart. A long way to go forward for the Canadian, who has made some big waves already in his first full season in the junior ranks here, Rob.
Yeah, that's, again, a lot of work to be done from a number of these drivers who are further back, some of them just outside the top 10. And as you said, Burnett at the very tail of the field. You think about how many laps there are between now and the final checkered flag of the day for this category. He has a ton of work to be done. There's a lot of karts. He's going to start 41st. And we'll see whether or not Burnett can work his way into the top 10. Knowing the pace that he's had before, I don't think it's a long shot that he finds the top 10. It all depends on how good he does over these 10 laps.
And depends how crazy this start is. True. This is the biggest field we've got here this weekend at 41 drivers strong, a full grid, and a full grid coming at full speed to turns 1 and 2. And again, we've talked about it a little bit here, but you can see it on your screen. We are out at not far away from the Salt Flats by Lake Salt Lake. And in Utah here, when you go off the racetrack, all those rocks, all that sandy, kind of brown looking off-track surface area, that is nothing but carnage when you go off the racetrack. A big dust cloud can come up. You can kick off a lot of nastiness and rocks and pebbles and marbles onto the circuit to make it dirty, but more than anything, with the switchback hairpins, that will happen a lot more here. If you get bumped off in turn 1, well, guess what? You may be off the racetrack. You're still the furthest inside on row number 2, or turn number 2, so it could get very, very sketchy very quickly.
Opening lap will be crucial for drivers outside the top 10 getting through the opening couple of corners. We've seen a little bit of carnage early on in turn number 1, but again, these KA 100 junior drivers focus on getting the job done. This category brought to you by Greyhound Racing Seats. And again, it will be Alex Rentala in the GFC number 836, bringing him to the line alongside Jaden Johnson in that number 816. Field getting into position, and again, getting all these karts around the final corner, lining them up, and we are ready to go. Racing underway. Green, green, green. Down into turn number 1. Do they get through cleanly? They'll keep it pinched down to the bottom of the racetrack. Couple drivers out wide trying to see if they can't get a better run. Thus far, clean through 1 and through turn number 2. Couple of drivers dropping to the left rear. That's about it. Out front, though, initial start looks pretty clean. Xanders, they'll get their way out into the corner. Indeed, that's Alex Rantala out to P1.
Yeah, good start for Alex Rantala on the GFC, as a great start for Chad Dawkin Racing, Stephen Miller, and Max Taylor. That inside row quickly freight trained on by Jaden Johnson to go to second and third. He runs fourth down the backstretch to the hairpin for the first time. And there we go. Welcome to the big leagues here. Stephen Miller going to quickly send the GFC way wide, and he'll drop tires in the sand, so that'll get him sideways in the left hairpin. Max Taylor's going to try and rip the top side. He's still there around the outside. Max Taylor to second.
Yeah, I think that Rentala might have been able to hold Taylor back, held the outside of that hairpin and was fine, but just dropped the left tires into the dirt, as Xander had said. It just wasn't going to give him the grip he needed coming through the corner, and I think not surprising that Taylor was able to run the rim on the outside and hold the spot. More drivers pushing forward and getting their way up into the fight here as well. Xander, some pretty aggressive racing on the opening couple laps.
Yeah, that was Buscalia going by. Your pole sitter and front row. They're side by side on it too. Looked like Alex Mercado might have gotten the back end of the stick there as he got shoved a little bit wide, I think, of one of the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds. There's another one off there at the far side going into the bus stop. Another one of the GFCs going wide. I think that is still your pole sitter of Rantala. So he has dropped all the way behind Ernesto Rivera. Here comes Turner Brown. Here comes Mercado looking for more down the backstretch to the hairpin. If he leaves that door open, they will definitely get by. He finally closes it off, but they're side by side in front of him. That's Shea Aldrich there on the black suit in the RPM Tony Kart. You've got Max Taylor, you've got Peyton Westcott, and then up the road Keegan Kaminsky. They're still 2x2 further back. Your pole sitter on that blue helmet and that black and white GFC leading a hungry group of cars. And now Mercado's going to find a way on the inside. He'll get by. Vid Montian's by. He jumps the curb. And this is all that you would not want to happen in your first pole award start.
You're going to get rolled coming down the straightaway when you have trouble like that coming out of the final corner. And I think, not surprisingly, a pretty high level of intensity with the drivers of really good speed outside the top 10. They were having to focus their way forward. Really strong start for a couple of them to get themselves up into the position, including drivers like Ernesto Rivera. But again, Stephen Miller out front, Taylor, Buscalia, Kaminsky, and Jaden Johnson the top five. And after the first lap, trying to figure out right now where Jensen Burnett up 7 on the first couple of laps. He goes to P34. We'll keep an eye on Jensen.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the ticker there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's where you can find your favorite driver as it updates through the laps here. We're only 2 in. The chaos and action has just begun. Max Taylor leading the way with a good move down by turn 1 to get by Stephen Miller. And Chase Buscalia has latched onto the train as the top 3 have broken away. The gap is definitely over a second. It might be as much as 2. 3 down, 7 to go. Where is the lap time's going to update? It's a 1.9 second gap from the leader back to 4th place of Keegan Kaminsky. But for Max Taylor, Stephen Miller, Chase Buscalia, they want to keep it that way and grow it as they are working together. No pass in turns 1 and 2 that time. Happy to follow the 8:33 of Max Taylor as they head to the bus stop.
Buscalia, podium finisher at the Winter Nationals in Orlando, so looking to keep that momentum rolling here into the Spring Nats in Utah. Max Taylor, as I said, coming off a strong run at VIR in the USF Juniors program, back into the kart here for RPG on the Cosmic. But the driver has kind of been really the number 1 KA100 junior driver. Stephen Miller is right in the fight all over Taylor right now. Xander, I think, was a little surprised we didn't see him move down in turn number 1 last time, but he's showing some good patience right now in the CDR Kart Republic. We'll see if the pass happens here, though. What do you do, Zed? Did you test if you can pull away here this early in the run?
Well, I will say I've seen a different Stephen Miller this weekend, both figuratively and literally. He's got pink hair dye as well, and I asked him about it. I said, what's up with the wardrobe change? He said, well, this is what happens to you when you're slow. They dye your hair. So he's got pink hair he's rocking because he was slow on practice day, and Stephen Miller is trying to have that hopefully not come back. He's at least driving smart right now in second, and I think he's doing exactly what he needs to do. You can see Buscalia hanging back there about 2 or 3 car lengths away. That's on the edge of losing touch. If they stick together and Buscalia makes 1 or 2 more mistakes, he will lose the top 2, and they've got laps to burn with 6 to go. He can ride here for a few more laps and then make the move later.
Yeah, I did definitely not see Stephen Miller in the paddock myself at the start of the day. I think that would have been something would have kind of caught me off guard. So indeed, we'll see whether or not that hair dye has given him a little more horsepower here today. But Max Taylor putting good laps in right now, and indeed, Miller looks content to stay where he is. That's a mature move right now that they can potentially pull away from Buscalia. And again, they're gapping him by about 3 or 4. He'll try to use that draft coming up the line. They'll go halfway point here. 5 down, 5 to go. Taylor, Miller, Buscalia. It's 1.5 now back to Kaminsky, who's closed up by about 1/10 of a second. Jaden Johnson still running in 5th spot. Ernesto Rivera started 12th, Xander. He's now up into 6th already. Turner Brown up a couple of spots as well, 10th to 7th. So both those drivers advancing here over the first half of this pre-final.
Yeah, making some moves. Let's look a little bit quickly further down the order here. Rantali, your pole sitters, all the way down in 19th now here at the end of lap number 5. On the other end, Burnett up to 27th, 14 spots gained for Jensen, while the leaders roll through the hairpin here with still no changes. Here is the second pack. In the other half of that front row, Jaden Johnson has survived the onslaught of that opening lap nicely, and that blue and black OTK machine still rides in the 5th spot, slammed between two national level contenders who have made names for themselves in 2023. Keegan Kaminsky there in 4th, Ernesto Rivera on that RPG purple and white Cosmic in 6th. An update on if they're gaining time on the leaders. That time by 1/10 better. They are down to 1.7 back from the lead and only 1.4 away from Chase Buscaglia. They got to get that down to about 9/10 or better. Here goes a pass for 5th as Rivera is trying to work through on Johnson, but can't get it done, and that'll cost him a little time.
I'm sure Rivera's got a little bit of that feel that he needs to get it done right now because he went quick as purple last time by with a 101.465. He was almost 0.3 of a second faster than the leader, Max Taylor, last time by. So probably in his mind thinks I could get to the lead right now. He's got to get to 4th, right? You got to get yourself up onto the second row. He needs to be the front of the group he's racing with now. But I think he expects that, hey, listen, if they start battling up front, I may be able to get the job done, but just was not able to get by Jaden Johnson last time by. So Rivera's still P6.
Yeah, Rivera's still P6 there, but with a little bit of a gap after that attempted pass on Jaden Johnson. He might have a better shot at him in turn 1 with Johnson being further away from the kid in 4th at Kaminsky. Well, take that back. Johnson, good exit out of the final turn. He'll close back up and keep Rivera at bay. Down for the lead, though. Turn 1, 4 to go. Miller's decided, or 3 to go. He wants to go now. New leader, Stephen Miller, through turn number 2. And just like that, Chase Buscaglia back in it on that Team GWR red and black Gillard is only a half car length away from Taylor, closest he's been in a couple of laps.
Yeah, Buscaglia getting the opportunity to close right back up here again. Likes the fact that they're racing up front. He was in kind of danger of getting dropped in P3, but indeed the move by Miller down into 1 allowed him to close right back in. So move Taylor back into 2nd. Miller still leading the way. There'll be 2 to go this next time by. The gap between 3rd and 4th now down to 1.4. Remember, a couple laps ago was 1.6. They're making up ground, Xander, but just not enough, right? 1/10 of a second here and there. It's got to be 2 to 3/10 of a second. Again, 2 to go next time by. We'll see if Taylor has anything to get himself back to P1.
Yeah, they needed a big battle a couple of laps earlier than what we're probably going to see it. With 2 to go here, it's tough for them to get there in time. They need Taylor to go now. This will help as he goes down to the inside. 2 to go, given by head flagman Aaron Likens as the leaders head through turns 1 and 2. And Max Taylor has taken back the lead as they head to the second hairpin, and he's going to start defending. Goes low there. Miller stays in line, and here comes that second group of 3 getting closer as they come out of the bowl, Rob.
Yeah, Keegan Kaminsky looking forward, just kind of wringing the hand, saying, go at it, boys, start scrapping. And need Taylor back to the front. Let's see if Miller can settle in. Will he be content to go after him on the final circuit? Because he tries him here at the end of the penultimate lap. That could bring Kaminsky, Johnson, and Rivera back in. Maybe an outside run, not going to work. Buscaglia could come away with it here. Taylor still to the inside. Buscaglia trying to run the rim around the outside. He'll pinch down the bottom. Bit of contact. It's going to be Taylor still through the S's. Here comes Kaminsky's going to go by Buscaglia.
And Miller to the lead. Crossover City here as the field heads to the final turns. This is exactly what Stephen Miller wants to see. A big gap out back as they head down the front stretch. White flag in the air, 1 to go in the pre-final. And Stephen Miller's lead continues at 5 car lengths as Kaminsky throws a big block down to 1 on Taylor. Rivera going to fill the hole on his teammate. He'll go through to 3rd. And Jaden Johnson there pulls alongside as well. Stephen Miller going to get further and further away as they battle for 2nd.
Again, Miller made the right move there. He was going to the outside. He kind of got a little bit lucky because I think Taylor and Buscaglia might have been able to come through cleanly had they maybe not fought quite so much. But Keegan Kaminsky came in there. He added another layer to the fight. And again, here on the final circuit, Miller, the one who was able to come out unscathed. And I think at this point here, from where he is, could be able to just cruise his way through to the win.
Yeah, Stephen Miller now by 2 car lengths up on Kaminsky, but Kaminsky going low in that hairpin to block. He'll still stay in front. Rivera applying pressure for 3rd. There's the gap from 1st to 2nd. It may not be enough. They are scrapping it out for 4th. Buscaglia's back alongside Taylor, but Johnson's going to get through. Now here comes Alex Mercado into the mix. He'll get on by, or Anthony Martella, by, and up front, Stephen Miller will cruise to the black and checkers as they cross the line. Side by side further back, Kaminsky hangs on over Rivera by an inch. Taylor fourth, Johnson fifth, Martella up 11 positions. Great pre-final for Anthony Martella on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, 17th to 6th.
Miller, Kaminsky, Rivera, Taylor, and Johnson, top 5. Good run for Martella, up 11, as Xander had said. 9 up for Rivera from 12th to 3rd. Martella up 11 from 17th to 6th. Vidmontian up 6 into 7th. So a number of drivers making significant moves forward. Truly Adams in 8th. For me, Xander, like the pain in my chest right now, watching Chase Basalia being on the outside. Like, just never was able to get back to the apex. Kept getting attacked. And I think he lost 5 spots over maybe the last 4 or 5 corners of that lap. So Basalia, who had looked so good, was so patient, P3, almost had a chance to go for the lead trying to go around the outside. Just didn't play out for him. And indeed, in the end, really painful to watch as he ended up going all the way back to 9th.
Yeah, I mean, not much you could have done. The only thing Max Taylor might have been able to done is send it deeper into that left so Buscaglia couldn't hang at his right rear tire because he was still there just at the ragged edge. Buscaglia had the nose in the inside lane, but it was a little bit further back. So hard racing for them for the lead, and it opened the floodgates for Stephen Miller to part the seas and go through on both of them as the checkered flies. Your updates further back, of course, Rob. We were keeping our eye on Jensen Burnett. He picks up a total of 18 spots to get to 23rd. Safe run, maybe not as much as he wanted, but it was not bad.
I was going to say, he's the hard charger, up 18 positions starting from the tail of the field. I think he would love to have been inside the top 20, maybe even 15th, but again, just didn't probably have the drivers battling and needed to fight for him. Still, the bottom line is he was able to get himself up into a decent spot. He'll be on the inside of row number 12 for the start of the main event.
And that'll be at least good enough to potentially fight from. Better than dead last, that's for sure. As we take a look at the skyline, of course, there has always been that threat of rain going into the weekend. It looks a little better, but the nice part of the mountains and the open view we have, well, we can see weather from miles and miles away. We'll see as it changes throughout the day. 2 more pre-finals to come here before the lunch break hits us. KA Senior and Mini Swift are on deck. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour live from Utah Motorsports Campus. Welcome back to the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour live from Utah Motorsports Campus. And the engines have fired and the drivers have been released for KA100 Senior onto the circuit. And again, this one still a pretty big field in total after qualifying. Not as much of a shakeup as we saw in KA Junior, but there was some gamesmanship that we'll touch on. Colin Lloyd played it the best on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He will start on the pole alongside the Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Kane Martin in his best qualifying effort to date. And further back, a great qualifying effort as well from Isaac Gutierrez on that GFC karting machine in third, alongside fast Frankie Mossman's Tesoro Raceworks CRG.
Yeah, watch for Peyton Phillips to launch from the inside of row 3. He'll start 5th alongside Evan Concepcion. And then we've got Braden Robertson and Vinny Vasquez on row 4.
Problems for the 986 GFC machine slated to start as Evan Concepcion has gone around from 6th. And here's the problem, Rob, as you well know, that commitment line is so critical here. He needs to get back to his spot before that commitment line cone hits, or he will have to start at the tail end of the field. He had to let the field go by. This is a disaster as well for what a great qualifying effort it was from the slow group for Evan Concepcion.
He's up on the throttle trying to do whatever he can. Remember, the key for him to potentially, he's actually not even going to try to get back at it. Indeed, not quite able to get there in time. So, wow. tough one there for Concepcion to the tail of the field after what would be a good start. Indeed, Colin Lloyd will lead him here onto the front straightaway. Time to go racing for the pre-final for drivers here in KA 100 Senior. Mini Swift still to come before the lunch break. Drivers lining things up, getting ready to roll off. Colin Lloyd dialing things in. Nice slow start coming to the line. He wants to stack them up. Field looking good. And we are underway. Green, green, green. And the fight goes to get to the inside of the racetrack.
Good start for Kane Martin. He'll get down low into turn number 1 into third. Mossman on the outside is going to stay clear. Who gets knocked off the racetrack? You would think a couple would. Harley Keeble further back there trying to hang on for dear life from 14th. He'll fall way back as the field heads through the bowl. It is Lloyd over the GFC of Isaac Gutierrez up to second. Mossman in the third spot. Then you've got that RPM. Tony Kart has 2 go around. There is Noah Rosser involved along with the 961. Rosser gets back on the 961 machine. That was Dylan Archer who started 17th. He's done on the Forward Direction Motorsports Comp Kart.
Oh, and not happy at all. Rosser, as we know, had some issues. It was deeper in the field. Those two drivers getting together coming out of that second right-hand run, and Mossman starting to get aggressive here early on. Everybody's scrapping it out in the opening couple of circuits coming through that S's section. They're all fighting each other hard to get back through these final couple of corners on this racetrack. How's it all shake out on the opening circuit? Good start out front for Colin Lloyd, taking about a half a second lead on Isaac Gutierrez. Mossman, Phillips, and Robertson the top 5.
Mossman into second there on that CRG, gets through in turn 1. Little defensive driving from Gutierrez to hang on to that third spot from the RPM Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips there. And behind him further back, Braden Robertson, you saw on your screen, his Arcane Tesoro CRG making up some ground. Lost a spot, though, to Vinny Miskelis coming onto the front stretch. So Miskelis into the top 5. And we saw for just a brief moment there a flashing run of Josh Campbell and Harley Keeble mired in the midfield after the opening lap as we see a pass for third. There goes Phillips on by on Gutierrez. He'll take over P3.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips on the move right now, working his way up a couple of spots here early on, getting himself up into third as Colin Lloyd. A little bit of breathing room early, but Frankie Mossman rolling back up on the CRG. He's looking very good here this weekend. And again, Lloyd, and then we got Mossman, then Phillips. We'll give you a top 10 rundown when they come back around. It is indeed Lloyd over the fast runner, Mossman. He goes purple on lap number 2. Phillips, Gutierrez, and Vinny Miskelis up 3 into 5th position. Robertson runs 6. Tevin Robbins up 3 spots into 7th. Kane Martin, Ethan Rapp, and Harley Keeble-Zander up 4 positions. Keeble back up into the top 10.
Yeah, we saw him again there making up some ground as the dust cloud gets kicked up from the exit of turns 2 and 3 by the field there. Through the bus stop we go once again. Mossman is closer to Lloyd than he's been so far. This could be a run for the lead into the back hairpin. Colin Lloyd through the chicane. Here comes Mossman. Bumper staying in line there. No move yet for the top 4 as the leaders head out of the first of the 2 switchback hairpin corners. And Lloyd with a great exit there launches out by a car length to give himself some separation. That pack further back is tracking a little bit. Vinny Miskelis is on the cusp of getting to that toe of the front 4, and he's bringing along for the ride with him Tevin Roberts, Braden Robertson, and Kane Martin, your off pole man, down in the 8th spot as they head down the front straightaway.
Quick little update on Evan Concepcion, who had qualified in the top 10 but spun on the opening lap, was 29th at the end of lap number 2, trying to work his way back forward. Where does he get here on lap number 3? Concepcion now up into 27th. So a slow, painful march forward for the driver who could have started inside the top 10.
Yeah, not an ideal start there for the Catalyst Driver Development at Talcart of Evan Concepcion. Apologies there for mislabeling him earlier as the field heads through. About nearly the entire top 10 are loosely strung together now thanks to that pass by Peyton Phillips on Frankie Mossman. He brought Isaac Gutierrez with him. Now Phillips with a run towards Colin Lloyd. Into the hairpin, inside, and new leader. Peyton Phillips goes through and brings Gutierrez with him.
Yeah, the man on the move for the first 3 laps was Peyton Phillips on that Tony Kart as he has gone to P1, marched his way forward, methodically getting by all the drivers. Again, as Xander said, bringing some drivers with him along with Gutierrez. So move Colin Lloyd, who had led the first couple laps, back into 3rd. Mossman now 4th. And again, right there is Vinny Miskelis having a good run. Last time by, it was actually Harley Keeble going purple. This time, Kane Martin in the 992, a 101.433. Keeble up 6 spots into 8th. He's about 6/10 behind Martin last time by, though. Both those drivers turn in 61.4s.
Yeah, now it's one big group of 6, and it's about to be 7 with Keeble on the way. Aiden Levy also cracks the top 10. 10 spots gained from 20th the driver who spun on the outlap in qualifying. A little further back, though, a couple seconds to find Leby from the back of Braden Robertson. It's a 9-car lead group. Peyton Phillips showing the way, but I think second place, if he doesn't make a move soon, he's going to get under fire. No, it's going to be Lloyd losing the spot for third as Mossman goes through, and Martin going through as well further back on Tevin Robbins. So Kane Martin into 6th now as he closes up to Vinny Miskelis. So headed on through. Let's go side by, a little bit of interview down on the pit lane here. Trinity Karting Group's own Sean Bailiff, team owner and team captain, is standing by here on pit lane while his driver and his son Finnegan Bailiff is out on the racetrack duking it out in KA Senior. Boys.
Thanks, Tanner. Here is Sean Bailiff. Sean, right before we cut to the interview, one of your sons there got pushed off the racetrack exiting turn 1. Before that, though, just describe to me kind of the weekend that he's had so far, and then talk to me about the progression your team's had in all classes.
Yeah, it's been pretty decent. This race has been a little tough for us here with getting shoved off, but this altitude out here, it's a real struggle to make sure you get your carburation right. So, we've been fighting that a little bit with the weather change and such. So we've been on kind of a roller coaster a little bit with the, our lap times. But we were good yesterday and then bad and then good. We were okay this morning in warm up and qualifying. Got tangled up in that mess and qualifying in the fast group. So he's got his work cut out. We got to get a little better on the carburation for sure.
All right, thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you guys.
There you go for the intel from the Trinity Karting Group team owner, echoing a lot of the talk of the paddock here this weekend at the higher altitude, trying to get those motors dialed up right. One guy who's dialed up right, Peyton Phillips now with that pass for second, that lead now 6/10 here, Rob, as they head across the line.
As I had said, he was kind of the guy to watch for the first half of this race, and again, there's a move there for Colin Lloyd. He's going to make a move again to the inside there on Gutierrez. So Colin Lloyd getting himself back into third right behind Frankie Mossman now. So it's Phillips, Mossman, Lloyd, Gutierrez, and Miskelis. And you and I talked about it earlier in the broadcast, carburation and running at 7,000 feet, much different for these guys. Really, at some of the racetracks these guys are normally running at, they're more, the focus is on getting the chassis set up. Just another layer in terms of tuning when you really have to work on carburation all weekend long.
And there you see the aftermath with a little bit of a dirty side pod for Finnegan Bailiff. He's now all the way to the end of the line, trying to make up some lost ground with not a lot of time left on the clock. 3 to go at the line this time by, and a couple of national contenders ready to duke it out up front. And joining the party, welcome to the show here, Harley Keeble, up to 4th as he got around Gutierrez, and he is right where he needs to be. He remembered what happened to him in qualifying with Mossman defending on that opening lap. Let's see if he shows him that same level of respect or a little more when he gets to him, because he's probably going to get there. That time by, they're only 2 car lengths away from Colin Lloyd, and he's now with 3 laps remaining, still got time to potentially get to second, and maybe if they can hunt down Peyton Phillips, get to the lead and the win, that would be very impressive to do from 14th on the grid, Rob.
Yeah, I think it's been a methodical run forward for Harley Keeble. He knows he has the speed, didn't get the strategy play, and maybe had a little bit of help in terms of getting pushed back into 14th in qualifying. We talked about some of that argy-bargy we saw in the qualifying run. When you know you have the kart, you can have that patience. And there he is right now trying to come through on Mossman. Didn't even have to do anything there. It was actually Gutierrez who made a good move, or pardon me, Colin Lloyd who made a good move to come through. Keeble just going to kind of benefit there to roll through to P3. Now the key is, can he do any more? Can he get up to Peyton Phillips? He would right now start on the inside of row number 2, but I got a feeling Keeble's going to want a bit more. Looks over his shoulder. He's got room. Mossman's gone back to 5th as Gutierrez through as well.
Yeah, Mossman, I think, was trying to hang on tough alongside Keeble at the end of the corner and eventually had to back out, and it broke his momentum pretty good. And so now he's kind of out of the picture with 2 laps to go. It's the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine of Peyton Phillips leading the way. The Speed Concepts Racing black and white red speed of Colin Lloyd in second, and that black and orange PK Sports North America Sodi kart of Harley Keeble in third with a cushion out back. These could be the 3 to battle for the win. A lap and a half to go, and they are making up ground and charging forward. But Keeble even faster than Lloyd. He's going to take advantage inside and clear. Harley Keeble has gone from 14th to now potentially the front row for the main event as he takes over second.
Yeah, I don't know that he can get anything else done here. Is he going to be that much faster than Phillips? He just got the job done, but he is on power coming through these final couple of corners, as we know. Can he get it up to Phillips? Otherwise, Peyton looks like he may have the pole position locked down. Keeble trying to pull away to potentially defend. Yeah, he may have to go on the defense if he wants to hold on to second. He does not. Still runs the full race line, and Lloyd does not make a move.
I think that was a veteran and mature decision from Colin Lloyd to push him back forward to get a little bit of points here as well, because you think as you look to the main event, you don't want to make enemies in the heat races. If you work with Harley Keeble here, you saw how he kind of treated Mossman when he went by. He didn't give him any extra room. You give a guy an opportunity to fight for a win in a heat, that guy might cut you a break later in the afternoon when that main event gets underway. So very veteran play from Colin Lloyd, and it might pay off because they're about to duel for the lead and the win. Here goes Phillips to the low side to block. Now Lloyd has to go. He goes. They're 3 wide. Keeble, what a launch out of the corner. He's alongside him into the left-hand hairpin.
Can he hold the outside? A bit of contact. He's going to throw it into the inside of the S's here. They're side by side. Colin Lloyd gets through. This is great racing. Here comes Gutierrez on the outside. Is Keeble getting shuffled around? What a final lap that was. Indeed, a scrap on the final circuit, and the driver coming away with the race win. And pole for the main event is Peyton Phillips. Lloyd end up taking advantage of them going side by side. Gutierrez in third behind Lloyd. Keeble back to fourth. Mossman fifth. Listen, Keeble was going for it. Started 14th, got himself to second. The minute that Phillips went to the defense, I think he knew that he was going to be able to do the over-under and try to run the outside of that next corner. But again, just was not able to hold it coming into the S's. And man, I'll tell you, Colin Lloyd saw the gap and shot through there. Great run for him to go to P2.
Yeah, great run for Colin Lloyd there. Here's the rest of the field as they cycle through. You can see all the way through the top 10. Keeble ends 4th, Mossman 5th, Robbins, Miskellis, Robertson. How about a run from Lydia Small and Josh Campbell, up 6 and 3 spots to crack the top 10. Then further back, Kane Martin there. He ended up 16th. The run back forward for a handful there. You saw Rosser go off early. He cracks the top 20. And then down at the end, Evan Concepcion, unfortunately here, he was making up ground. Robbie ends with a DNF there in 32nd.
Big movers, of course. Harley Keeble up 10 spots, 14th to 4th. Similar to Ryan Persing, started 24th. Persing up into the 12th position. Steven Eisert started back in 27th. He gets up into 17th. And Seamus McKendry, who started in 31st, able to get into the top 20.
Yeah, good run for Seamus McKendry there, up 11 positions there on the rest of the field there. Ethan Rapp also involved in some issues. We saw Finnegan Bailiff go off. He ends up in 24th at the end of it. Aiden Levy was making up a lot of ground. He had cracked the top 10 on the final lap. He gets pushed down to 22nd, so not where he'd want to be. Ends up with a net loss at the end of it all. And as the field rolls through the scale line, there's a look at your heat race winner, Peyton Phillips, probably one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. And the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver will pull that kart into the scale line, get that kart up onto the kart stand, and a focused face there for Peyton Phillips along with his mechanic Austin Osborne. Just out there going to town, getting business done. He stands by here with now Emery Lida as they go into the scale line and post-race tech area. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Peyton Phillips, your pre-final winner. Peyton, it was not smooth sailing. You had to work your way through the field early on in the race, and then at the end, hold off a hard-charging Harley Keeble. Walk me through how you did it.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by our pace, actually. Didn't expect to be that fast, so that was quite nice. But then, yeah, when Keeble caught me, it was like, oh, yeah, he got some real speed by himself right now. So got a little bit of work to do. Yeah, pretty much it.
Yeah, and talking about the last lap there with Keeble, obviously he caught you from about 4 or 5 kart lengths back. The move kind of the outside of that sweeper, it looked like you guys almost made contact slightly. He went a little bit through the dirt. Talk me through your view on that incident.
It was just hard racing. We both raced each other hard in that corner. I left him probably maybe not enough room on the exit. Luckily, he didn't wreck me on the next corner, but yeah, it was good.
One last thing as well, talking about the pace that you've had all weekend. I mean, it looked like a bit of a struggle yesterday. You found a bit of pace in happy hour, a little bit more pace during qualifying. What's been the key to you to continue to get better here at this racetrack?
I know driving-wise help. I know we've had an issue. The go-kart's been fast, so I think everything's finally working how it should be, and now we're fast. Yeah.
All right, well, Peyton Phillips, he'll start up at the front of the field here for the final, NKA Senior. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Emery. There you have it from Peyton Phillips. And again, hard racing, like you said, that's all that was there, Rob. That was elbows up going to the final few corners. You wouldn't expect anything less, and I'm sure the same if we heard from Harley Keeble as well, going after it.
Yeah, Yeah, listen, he said he probably didn't leave him enough room. Why would you? Like, you want to, if it's a 55-inch go-kart, leave him 53 inches and see if he can get the job done. So I think that was just good aggressive racing for a guy trying to hold on to the lead. And again, Colin Lloyd able to take advantage of it. What I think I like there from Peyton Phillips, and any driver's going to like that, when you make that change in the paddock, maybe that fine little change, and you get out onto the racetrack and you're surprised by how fast you are, that's an absolutely awesome thing as a driver. Man, the change we made was perfect. Kart came alive. That's kind of what you heard out of Peyton Phillips. They liked the kart they had there. That's going to be a new baseline moving forward. You know that he and Austin Osborne, a former champion, of course, in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, he's going to be able to leverage that. They're going to sit down, go over the data, try to make him even a little bit better, because they're going to need to be, because I think also Peyton told us exactly what he thought about Harley Keeble. That guy's a rocket right now.
Yeah, he is fast. So they've got the lunch break and a few more pre-finals to go through before they're back on the racetrack for their main events later this afternoon. We're going to go to commercial break quickly as the track gets cleared for our final race before the lunch break here. The Mini Swifts are on grid as everyone continues to chase that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Lucas Palacio, who will lead the field to green. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus. The engines have fired here for the Mini Swift division, and they'll begin to make their way on the racetrack. Let's hear from the other half of that last lap battle and an incredible drive forward for through the field for Harley Keeble in the K100 Senior Pre-Final. He's standing by with our boys down in the scales.
Thanks, Xander. Harley, I mean, what a run for you. Started P14 there in K100 Senior. Drove your way to about P1 for a couple seconds there with a few corners to go. Walk me through what happened there with Phillips.
Yeah, well, I say over-defended. He went very defensive going into turn 12, the hairpin, and I was looking to get the switch back. And then halfway round the corner, I had Colin on the inside, so I couldn't carry on the move. And then going into turn 13, Phillips was on the inside, I was on the outside. I had a tiny bit of a run, and I just couldn't quite stick it around the outside. And then I put two wheels on the grass. The next three corners I was sliding, so I couldn't keep my third or second.
All right, thanks, Harley.
Thank you.
Go from Harley Keeble there again. Just almost got that superhero, Superman style move around the outside in this specific corner right here, that left-handed hairpin. For the Avinco Tires Mini Swift division, you got Lucas Palacio and Alexis Bayarjan on the PSL Karting Bureau Art machine on the outside of row number one. Row two's got that Hy-Vee Musgrave Racing Company factory kart of Jackson Porter on the inside, and Ashton Woon on the Supertune USA Paralyn on the outside.
Yeah, a couple quick drivers occupy row number three. Royce Vega on the inside, Marco Romero on the outside, another one of the Bennick drivers. Troy Ferguson starting seventh alongside Mateus Romalho.
Rounding your top 10, it'll be Michael McGoy's Ron Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart on the inside. Rocco Simone on the Paralyn to the outside. That's your first 5 rows. There's plenty more to go, but we've got them at full song coming down the front straightaway because they're in the lines on the power, and we are underway for the Avinco Tires Mini Swift Division. Big run for Alexis Paillargeon on the outside. Let's see if he can hold it on Palacio. Through 1 and 2, Palacio runs him a little wide. The field makes it through. He'll slot to second as they head to turn 2, and Woon goes to the inside. Almost gets there, can't quite do it. And out of the bowl will go Lucas Palacio, Alexis Paillargeon, Ashton Woon, Marco Romero, and Troy Ferguson. Royce Vega there in the 5th spot.
Close quarters racing coming through the first complex of corners, and congrats to all the drivers here in Mini doing a great job through there. You saw them side by side. Everybody giving each other just enough room to get through cleanly, and a little bit of a defensive run down the inside of the hairpin for the first time for Lucas Palacio on that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. The pole sitter holding the spot. Palageron right there as well in second. A couple of Bennix battling it out, trying to work their way forward. It's the 171 right now who's got his way up. Good start for Marco Romero. Xander started 6th, now up to P3.
Look at this battle. They're back. That was Matthew Cagle trying to get by. They're still trying to find a place in line further through the field as they go 2 by 2 while the leaders are single file. Palacio and Paillargeon with a gap back to Romero and Vega there 3rd and 4th as they got around Ashton Woon. And I think down the inside looking on that 5th position was Jackson Porter that was Michael McGoy on Jackson Porter. McGoy to 6th, Porter to 7th, and a big breakaway already for the top 7 drivers as they round the bowl corner and head to the bus stop. Lucas Palacio still leading the train after the opening lap, and a smooth sailing first circuit around Utah Motorsports Campus for that green and white Kart Republic.
Indeed, opening laps here of a 10-lapper. This will cap off the morning show here. We'll go into the lunch break and come back with 4 more pre-finals before we go main event racing. And around 1:30 this afternoon, those 20 lappers setting up for what should be 8 great races to cap off round number 3 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the Spring Nationals here in Utah. Essentially 7 drivers in the lead group being led here by Lucas Palacio. You can see they've got themselves a decent little gap back to 8th, 9th, and 10th. About a second, a little over a second, back to Mateus Ramalho, who runs 8th ahead of Riley Harrison and Matthew Cagle. Little bit of action now. How about 3 wide? Xander down into 1.
Alexis Paillargeon. Oh, no! Big up and over for Alexis Paillargeon to turn number 1. A big dust cloud. Palacio gets back on the racetrack. That was a heavy, heavy impact over at turn number 1. He was in the middle, and he's out in the weeds. And from our front row to the outside edge of the racetrack, Paillargeon's up. He's okay. That was a nasty run through the air.
Very likely the right rear to left front contact. They were kind of 3 wide coming into that turn in turn number 1. All of a sudden, Paillargeon up in the air. Luckily, he did not go over it. Again, doing what he can, urging to be able to get back onto the racetrack. But that changes everything up front right now, Xander. That's the key. Now I believe who's into the lead now? Royce Vega, I think, up front. But again, there we got an aggressive move further back by McGoy. He's going to go to P1.
He'll bring Marco Romero and Ashton Woon with him, and the top 5 changes up. We'll see where Lucas Palacio slots in line at the end of this lap. He'll be further back. The gap just kind of tightened up on him, and the hole just swallowed Alexis Paillargeon. He had nowhere to go and was a passenger all the way to the end of the corner. And look, McGoy's going to block low. Romero nearly going to clear him down to 1, but he gets run wide. McGoy hangs on. Woon goes through. Vega goes through there for 3rd.
Indeed, right back there, Jackson Porter kind of seeing it all happen there in that factory kart machine. Watching things play out here now. McGoy, Romero, Woon, Vega, and Porter, that's how they ran across the line. 1.7 back to Travis Pettit, who runs 6th. Ramalho 7th. Riley Harrison, Tristan Murphy, and Rocco Simone rounding out your top 10. Tristan Murphy has got himself up into 9th position, up 9th. Remember, 18th after the pre-final, and now up into the top 10.
Side by side for second here. Big send on the outside for Vega. Down on the inside, Marco Romero gets through. They're 3 wide again. Look at Jackson Porter, high, wide, and handsome. He'll get all the way up to second for a second, and he'll slot into what should be 3rd. There through the S's, they're still sorting it out. Here comes Travis Pettit out of nowhere. That blue helmet on that Trinity Karting Group machine has joined the fray, and the rest of the pack's on the way too. It's 6 deep once again up front, 6 to go. We're only 4 laps into this, Rob. They are throwing punches left and right as they head to turn 1.
Pettit was back by 1.7 seconds to start the lap before. Now he was right there on the bumper of Vega. So that's how quickly things can change. You can see how many drivers in the lead group right now. The minute you start battling back and forth, especially in some of the slower corners where you really stack things up, you're not able to get the exit speed. That's what changes everything. And now we've got ourselves, obviously, a much different lineup with Michael McGoy up front, Ashton Wound in the 195 in second, and Jackson Porter in third. And again, your point leader, Tristan Murphy, as I talked about from deep in the field in the pre-final, finds himself up now into the top 10, and he is loving what's happening in front. Anytime you have chaos like this and lots of aggressive racing up front, that's your opportunity to make up some big positions.
Marco Romero was a little bit outside there. He kicked up a dust cloud coming out of the hairpin. Pettit's now going to get shuffled back. How about Tristan Murphy? We talked about the terrible qualifying run it was for the 111, the points leader. He's up into the top 10. I think he's up to 7th now across the line. That'll be 11 spots gained if so. Cross flags in the air, all kinds of hand signals and dances on the fence line, and we're going to go too wide for the lead again. Wound to the high side, McGoy to the low side. Jackson Porter on the inside goes to second on that Hy-Vee factory cart.
I think Porter for a second thought about going with Wound on the outside, but thought better of it, tucked back into the inside, and was able to dive down to the apex. So move the factory cart now up into second spot. What a great story here for Billy Musgrave. Of course, we all know the extensive experience he has in shifter kart racing, 4-time Super Nationals race winner, and of course then coming up with the factory kart program, not just shifter karts. They're building the whole line of chassis, the 100cc, 125cc liquid cooled machinery, but also this cadet program with Jackson Porter, who now runs P3. Open the door a little bit up on Wound, but nonetheless, to have that American-made kart running right there, P3 within the top 5, what a great story.
There's a look there at the end of the train. You can see Lucas Palacio on that gold and green helmet. He's clocked himself back to the lead group. The problem is the lead group is still about 15 cars strong as they come onto the front straightaway. 4 to go. McGoy has played this one perfectly so far. He stays low on the front stretch. They have to go around the outside. Now he's leaving the door open, but they're not close enough. Oh, man, Marco Romero crowding Murphy down. That opens the door for Pettit to get through into 5th.
Indeed, Pettit back up in there as Murphy tried to have a look to the inside. That didn't play out very well at all. Lucas Palacio, will just a quick little update on him. Back up into 11th position after the issues that he had with Bergeron. So, indeed, he's in that group right now. I think that's key. That big group we talked about, he's right still in the middle of that. Top 13 drivers separated about 1.8 seconds.
Down the backstretch we go. There's single file up front. McGoy is going to have pressure coming. He goes low to block, and Porter's going to get shuffled to the wayside this time. No, hangs on. Good run around the outside. Romero stays in 4th. Pettit's now going to lose some ground as Vega goes to his outside. He'll lose 1 spot to Murphy. Tristan Murphy has carved this group up nicely. Palacio's picked up another 1 or 2 spots this lap alone. He's now higher in the top 10. So Palacio, I think, to maybe 9th or so. As we go down across the line, 3 to go now. McGoy stays low to block. On the bumper is Ashton Woon. He'll follow him all the way into 1 on the low side.
Top 3 drivers trying to pull away just a little bit. As again, Marco Romero and Tristan Murphy are right there. Front 3 drivers, McGoy, Woon, and Porter with about 3 laps remaining. It'll be 2 to go, of course, when they get back to the stripe. But right now, Michael McGoy doing a good job in the 161 to set the lead pace enough to potentially stretch away. But everybody else behind just waiting for them to start the battle. We'll see whether or not Woon and Porter, Xander, can be patient here and wait to the final circuit.
Here we go through that right-left chicane, down the backstretch, down low for McGoy. Break too early, though. Look at Woon around the outside. New leader, Ashton Woon, with a superhero move on the high banks. He goes through, but now he'll lose at the next corner. Jackson Porter goes through. Romero is through. They're 3 wide. This is going to get tight, and somehow they make it so far. Still lots of backing out, lots of give and take. So far, these kids have done a great job of dancing the limit of going too far in the aggression. And I don't know how long that'll last with 2 to go now. Time's ticking down, Rob.
Jackson Porter somehow comes away with the lead. He kind of had to check up with McGoy on the brakes early, was able to get down to the inside of Woon as they came through into that left-hander, and somehow McGoy back into a couple of spots, and it's Jackson Porter up front here with Marco Romero giving chase. We'll see the white flag this next time by. I think the Porter up front, 5 drivers, then a bit of a gap back to 6th, 7th, all the way back to 13th or 14th.
through the bus stop for the entire lead group here, about 15 cars. Jackson Porter's going to come under pressure into the back hairpin. Here we go again. Marco Romero now the first driver to challenge. What does he do? He stays low, gives him the bumper, moves him up the racetrack a little bit, runs him to the edge, and Porter's going to drop a tire. He'll lose 2-3 spots into the hairpin as he gets back in line behind Tristan Murphy. Now pulls alongside. That'll put him on the outside as we've got a flip, one over, up and over in that left-handed hairpin. Coming to the final few turns, though, white flag in the air. This could end it early. Here we come, the leaders, as the driver is up and okay. That's good to see, but a big crash further back. That pack further away has given the leaders a little gap. It's Romero, McGoy, Travis Pettit's back in the mix there in third. Murphy is fourth. Pass for the lead. Double pass for the lead. Pettit from third to first.
Looking to see which drivers potentially involved in that incident coming dropping down the field. I think maybe Ashton Woon, Mateus Ramalho, Rocco Simoni, all involved in that incident there over in that double left-hander we talked about. Marco Romero taking the lead early, but here comes McGoy back around the outside. McGoy going to go to the inside, coming through that inner part of the racetrack. Lee Scott drivers are scrapping it out. That's Pettit there as well, and Tristan Murphy up into P3.
Now it's a two-way fight for the second to last hairpin here. Down to the inside for McGoy. Romero tries to move him a little bit. Now Murphy gets shuffled wide. Palacio is back in the top 5, or fighting for it there with Murphy as they fight up front. Crossover. Palacio gets through. What a recovery drive for Lucas Palacio. But to the final few turns, can Michael McGoy hang on? He gets a little bumper for Romero. He's got a nose inside. Side by side coming to the front straightaway. Here comes Pettit. Travis Pettit with a shotgun run towards the line. Michael McGoy hangs on, wins the pre-final in Mini Swift.
That was fun. That last lap was a wild one for sure. Every one of these drivers, they played pretty nicely for about 8 of the 10 laps. It got aggressive with the incident over in the double left-hander. And then, of course, things in the final circuit, very wild for sure. But indeed, it ended up being McGoy coming away with the win. Marco Romero in second, Lucas Palacio third. I think you and I both, Xander, thought Travis Pettit might be doing the over-under to come away with the win. It was fourth across the line. And again, Jackson Porter fifth. Tristan Murphy was third at one point, coming on the back straightaway into the hairpin. All the argy-bargy at the end ends up him in sixth. Still, for Murphy, a 12-position improvement from 18th to 6th. You could fight for a race win from there.
And then that's great spots as well, staying through the attrition for the rest of the top 10. Vega 7th. Matthew Cagle picked up a handful to 8th. 18 spots. Mateo Quinto from dead last to 9th there. Big run forward. And then here's a look at the drivers that got the back end of the stick at the end of the top 15, all the way on down to the 20s. You saw Ashton Woon involved in that crash. Mateus Ramalho involved as well. Rocco Simone, I believe, was the driver that went up and over. From the looks of things, he was okay. We'll get an update further, but he was up and moving there very quickly, so probably all right and good to go for the main event later this afternoon. But a wild ending to the pre-finals here. We come back in about 30 minutes. It is just about 2 p.m. East Coast time. We'll go back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time with the second half of the pre-finals and the main events from Utah Motorsports Campus. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Get yourself something to eat and get yourself a good place to watch all the racing action coming your way live here on YouTube and Facebook. Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus as the grid begins to populate for Pro Shifter. A weekend that's definitely been a trying one for Danny Formel, continued into qualifying. He is standing by with Emery Lida. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Danny Formel. Danny, not the qualifying you would have hoped to have, a mechanical failure. Talk me through what happened.
We're trying stuff. All pace up. Okay. We had a really good qualifying. I caught Mark. He did a 55.3, so maybe I had a but maybe 3. Definitely not ideal starting 19th, but again, we have good rate, so make up some space, be in the top 5, top 7, and go for the final.
I'm on the tire degradation around this track. I mean, 2 sessions, 10 laps in the pre-final, 20 final. That'll put a lot of wood on the tire. Do you think that makes it easier or harder to get through the field?
We've been on tire management this weekend, so hopefully that goes our way. Rain today. Looks like some rain. Hopefully they're.
Right, Danny Formel, shotgun on the field here in the pre-final. He'll roll off at the back of the grid. Back to you, Xander.
There you go. Again, a trying weekend from Danny Formel. You can see, again, from the little bit of disappointment in his face about the weekend thus far. But nonetheless, here he said he feels good about tire management, how that Rolison Performance Group Cosmic will be on used rubber, and that'll be the same for everyone. And he's got at least, 2 laps less than the rest in qualifying, Rob.
Yeah, and Xander, listen, we're talking about Danny Formel, right? If there's somebody that's going to be able to bounce back from the mental adversity of having an issue technically, it's going to be a guy like Danny. He's been around long enough to realize that they'll get the stuff put together. He's going to come from the tail of the field. He's got lots of laps to do it. It's not like it's a 40-kart grid right now, starting at the tail at 19th. He'll be on attack pretty quickly, get himself potentially into the top 8, front 4 rows in the main, gets a good launch. Still lots of work to be done, but again, it can be done by a driver with that kind of experience.
Oh, we are firing off, and not everybody's ready. Giorgio Carrara still needs to put his gloves on in the back of the field, waiting to fire up. So right on time, there goes the command. They're going to try and get everybody off and rolling here. And a little bit hectic right on the time limit as the drivers took their time to get up onto the grid. But everyone's going to roll off, it looks like, good enough here, which gives us the moment to go through the starting lineup for your PSL Karting Pro Shifter Division. After qualifying again, Senna Van Wallstein, a standout debut here in America for the Dutchman on the PK Sport North America Sodi Kart, will line up on the front row alongside American Kyle Wick and that GFC Karting Factory GFC, and his teammate Jacob Gulick with an impressive qualifying run as well to start third, with Ray Marushetti's Catalyst Driver Development at Talkart rolling off P4.
You'll have Hunter Pickett in the Burrell Art machine alongside fellow Burrell Art driver Marion Kremers, former world champion, on row number 3, 5th, and 6th respectively. Billy Musgrave on his own build, his own manufactured kart, the factory kart, in the 211, starting 7th alongside young Jay Irwin for PSL in the number 220.
5th, 6th, and 8th for the Burrell Arts, and then you go back to 9th to find that Lenzo kart for the International Motorsport Campus. Giorgio Carrara, that chrome and bluish tint, rolls off 9th alongside the Karting Collective Sodi Kart's Nick LeDuc to clown out your top 10.
Row number 6, the ITEL kart driver Mario Gill on the inside, Burrell Art driver Philip Niemkowicz on the outside in 12th position, Daniel Fellows and Connor Wick on row number 7.
Ethan Boer, Vincent Cassard, TJ Madonna, Jonathan Fitolo round out the rest of the full field, and then you saw on your screen a moment ago that purple and pink and white of Danny Formal's Rolison Performance Group Cosmic rolling 19th. Let's see how far the big man can go up the grid as they begin to file into the boxes. Senna Van Wallstein and Kyle Wick go to the front row. The mountains in the background, the Utah Motorsports Campus playing host to the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. For the first time today, we get a standing start as the Pro Shifters file into line. Here we go, the last few rows getting in. Let's get set to go to the lights, boys and girls here, 19 strong. Who gets the whole shot? Who gets the launch into turn number 1? The engines are good. We're waiting for that official to pull off to the side. There goes the good signal, and to the lights. Pop it into first. Hold that clutch back, and here we go for Pro Shifter. A great start for Jacob Gulick and Bruschetti. They'll nearly make contact as Kyle Wick gets popped on the left rear tire. A Senna Van Wallstein, and into turn number 2. Bruschetti trying to get through for third. He cannot. The top 5 all get single file as Martin Kremers gets the edge on his teammate Hunter Pickett to take over 5th coming out of the bowl.
one thing for certain, all the drivers very aggressive on that launch down into turn number 1. Everybody trying to find just enough room to be able to tuck in. Thought we may have had a good run there for Gulick. He got off the line nicely, but not able to get by Van Wolstein heading into turn number 1. Otherwise, into the hairpin right now. Everybody's slotting into position. About a 4-kart length lead for the Sodi Kart driver Van Wolstein out of the gate right now, as both the GFC slotting nicely into position as well. Everybody else fighting further back as we'll go into single file, and indeed Remo Ruscitti P4 into the position as well. The lead on the opening circuit coming around here though for Van Wolstein as he gets things underway, and again drivers coming across the line to put lap number 1 in the books.
1 down here, plenty more to go. 9 left remaining as Senna Van Wolstein leads the way on that black and orange Sodi Kart. They are single file still. Jacob Gulick got to the bumper of Kyle Wick going into the second hairpin in the back sector. Decided not to go. We'll see if he regrets that one as he stays right in line behind his teammate. So the black and white GFC's charging towards Senna Van Wolstein as Gulick again. Big run over the curb there. Got to the bumper of Wick. Had to kind of breathe the throttle. And it allows Remo Ruscitti to stay close. But Kyle Wick there in second on the 209 out of Auburn, Washington. Over to the left-handed hairpin here, still with a 4-car length gap to run down the race leader. At the end of the opening lap for Danny Formal, he picked off a couple. I think he's about 6 or 7 spots forward. Here comes your leading group. We'll put 2 down, 8 to go. Senna Van Wolstein leads the hungry pack down the front straightaway.
You see the red and white of the PSL karting Burrell Art drivers right there in the 5th and 6th position as they try to set themselves up to potentially get by Remo Ruscitti in the Catalyst Ital card, who had a decent start, slotting into P4. And again, although Van Wolstein great off the line, not pulling away at all at this point. And indeed, both those GFC drivers trying to keep him honest, maybe about 4 kart lengths as they work their way back into the bus stop part of this racetrack. Back up over the curb on both sides, heading back over through the S's, and then into that hairpin. Just a little left-right combo. Back into the corner here right now. There's the lead for the Sodi Kart driver, out to a decent advantage. But again, Xander, it's really been holding it by about 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, so let's see. It's hard to tell, obviously. We know they're all trying to play the tire game a little bit and save some stuff for that main event. But Kyle Wick is moving. He's cut that gap down this last lap. It's going to be a good one for the 209. Mark it a car length shorter to the front. Kyle Wick across the line. Proves a little bit. Closes up here with 7 laps to go now. 3 in the books as Senna Van Wolstein continues to show the way. Jacob Gulick still looking on right there. And at the same time, for 4th, we've got a battle brewing. Marin Kremers is closing in on Remo Ruscitti to try and challenge for that top 5 position.
Kremers trying to bounce back after what was not a stellar qualifying effort. Currently P5 and closing up on the Ital kart driver. Up front, though, he's watching the Sodi and the 2 GFC start to stretch away, and both the GFC drivers playing well together thus far with Wick in position. There goes the move right there for P4. Move Kremers now up into the 4th spot. 5th goes back to Ruscitti. Behind them, it's Pickett, Carrara, Musgrave, Leduc, and Mario Gill now into the top 10.
An update on Formal. He was 13th last time by, closing in on Jay Irwin. I think he might have got around him as well, while the leaders get a little bit of a gap thanks to the pass for 4th. Let's see the times again. 56.18 for Kyle Wick. He's faster than Senna Van Wolstein by a 1/10 of a second as of last time by. So the Americans in 2nd and 3rd are closing in on the race leader here as we get towards the halfway marker. Let's see if Kyle Wick is going to be close enough to challenge for the lead. That time by for Formal. Did he get a little higher? He did, up to 12th now for Danny in the 237. But look at this. If Kyle Wick gets a good run out of the bus stop towards the chicane, he might be close enough for a dive in the back hairpin. Here he comes, a car length back, too far away for now, but Senna Van Wolstein is coming under pressure, Rob.
Yeah, I like seeing them really work that chicane, that right-left combo that leads you back into the braking zone of the hairpin right-hander. You can see them all attacking the curbing, and again, the gap that was 5 kart lengths at one point, significantly down now. Outside that group, another driver, I believe, has gone by. I think we watch Ruscitti getting by a spot. By him was, I think, Hunter Pickett as well. And here comes the move. Gulick thinking to the inside now. Book it. Gulick to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll go to P2.
Jacob Gulick has looked a little bit stronger than Kyle Wick to start this pre-final. He might be trying to get himself to the lead. It would be a first heat race win for Jacob Gulick's burgeoning pro shifter career. And look at that launch out of the bowl. Pulled 2 car lengths on him. He's all over Senna Van Wolstein through the bus stop here. So Jacob Gulick rolling nicely over to the chicane. He'll pull it down to a car length, and it's like no pass even happened. That gap is the same. Wolstein, then Gulick, and now Kyle Wick and Marin Kremers continue
continues to try and close that gap in fourth. He was faster than all 3 drivers in front of him as of last time by. He needs a battle to bring him into the mix, though, only a 1/10 of a second better at the line.
When they come back around, we're going to see Van Wallstein as the leader. Gulick up into second. Third is Wick, who would run second for a majority of the first half of this race. You can see Kremers right there, right of the screen, reeling himself back in, trying to turn good lap times. Pickett runs fifth. Ruscitti in sixth.
Wallstein wide through 1. Gulick trying in 2. Nose on the inside again. Can't get the job done. But Senna Van Wallstein, the first mistake we've seen from the Dutchman, blows turn 1 just a little bit. And Gulick already showing the nose and applying that pressure.
Yeah, not only in 1, Xander, but tried it back in turn number 2 and then over to 3 as well. Really trying to fight a way by. And again, this is Gulick waiting for that advantage, that opening potentially to get through. The gap even a little bit more than it was last time through, but another defensive run down the bottom into the hairpin, Xander. That's going to bring those 2 GFC drivers. And look how much closer Kremers is now, only about 3 kart lengths behind Kyle Wick.
Yeah, Van Wallstein that time a little wide through that left hairpin. Jacob Gulick is going to be close enough to pressure him into turn number 1. I think we'll see some defensive driving for the race lead. Here they come down the front straightaway. 2 car lengths apart. Gulick going to get a big toe down the front. Half a car length back to turn 1. Van Wallstein covers it off. Through the double right-hander we go. Over to turn number 2. Again, Kremers that time by. He again goes faster than the top 3. Continuing to close on that PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. Finding some race pace after a not-so-great qualifying. But through the bus stop, we've only got 3 to go already. Time is ticking down, and Senna Van Wallstein is just trying to hang on at this point. The speed was good enough for the pole in qualifying. He felt like he left on the table, but I don't think he's the fastest go-kart by any means here in heat race conditions right now, Rob.
Yeah, I got to say, you put the target on both Gulick and Kremers as being the 2 fastest drivers on the track. Gulick having some trouble coming through the left-hander, loses a bit of ground there. A flat slide coming through the corner, wasn't able to get it to rotate, and he's lost probably about a length. So if he was thinking about trying to make a run at the end of the straightaway, it's not going to happen this time by. The gap as big as it's been since the start of the race here, over 0.3 of a second for Van Wallstein out in front of Gulick. Wick still third, Kremers fourth. That's your top running 4. You see the gap then back to Pickett running P5.
Yeah, Hunter Pickett still a little bit further away from this main group here. He's made up at least a little ground in trying to pull that gap back open to the top back half of the top 10, with Ruscitti about a second away, then Carrara and company. This is still the fight for the lead and the win here with 2 to go over Senna Van Wallstein, Jacob Gulick, Kyle Wick, Marin Kremers there in the number 1 plate. He's moved himself up to the 2nd row. That's a good place to fight from. And then the rest of the field. Formal has gotten to 12th. He has not gotten any higher than that. Mario Gill still holds 11th. Billy Musgrave is 10th. This time, better run through the back sector for Jacob Gulick. Coming to the white flag. It'll be a good lap here for him and a much-needed one. And the same for Marin Kremers, who's going to be on the bumper of Kyle Wick down to turn number 1.
Yeah, look at the head down there for Gulick. He wants this race win. And again, to be able to get by, I think just the symbolic nature of being able to get by Van Wallstein, not letting him kind of dominate the action as he has thus far. Remember, the Dutchman was quickest in happy hour last night, Xander, then qualifies P1. To be able to get by there, I think would kind of stop that momentum run that Van Wallstein has so far. We are working the final lap on the racetrack here now. Will he be able to make the run down here through the chicane? He's as close as he's been. Make the move to the inside. Not there. There's a big defensive run down the bottom of the racetrack for Van Wallstein.
That should be enough to do it here. He got a good launch coming out of the hairpin. Kyle Wick still blocking back from Kremers. I think that should be more than enough for Senna Van Wallstein to bring it on home. It was not an easy run, but he's been able to do it. Flag to flag for the Dutchman. Senna Van Wallstein remains perfect in Pro Shifter. He'll win the pre-final as they come across the line. Gulick, Wick third, Kremers fourth, Pickett fifth as they finish on out through turns 1 and 2. But Senna Van Wallstein, it wasn't easy, and the field is definitely closing in on the number 219 PK Sport North America Sodi Kart. Let's take a look at the results here as they pop up on your screen. There is your top 5. Then Ruscitti faded back a little bit. We saw again further back down the order, Cassard, Boer, Vitolo, and TJ Madonna, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. But Senna Van Wallstein, your winner. Then Ruscitti 6th, Carrara 7th, Nick LeDuc picks up 2 to 8th, Connor Wick 9th, and Musgrave 10th.
Yeah, good job for Nick Leduc, moving his way forward ever so slowly here. He'll start on the outside of row number 4 for the main event this afternoon. Danny Formal was able to get up to 12th. It was slowly closing and consistently on Mario Gale, but was not able to get by on the final circuit. It was 0.04 of a second at the line. So Danny Formal getting a couple of spots, but definitely not as much as he wanted. Ends up going up 7, 19th to 12th for Formal, who will launch from the outside of row number 6.
Yeah, that'll be better, but definitely not what he needed to try and put himself in a place to fight for the lead and the win here in Pro Shifter. They will file on into the scale line, and again, Senna Van Walstein has been the man on the top of the boards in both pro divisions. 3 sessions in, 3 to go, but it only gets harder from here. A heat race in X30 Pro Senior will be coming up as the 1-minute signal goes on the board for the X30 Juniors. And then, of course, the 2 main events that'll be much longer and really put to the test how much they work the tires. We saw that 4-wheel slide from Jacob Gulick. Did that heat him up a little bit? And then even in the comparison of lines, he was taking a lot more curve. Van Walstein a little bit wider on his lines all the way through. So here's a look over into the scale line for Senna Van Walstein as he'll put the cart back up on the stand. Quick little debrief with the mechanic and then get himself ready for more action later on today. Jacob Gulick, Kyle Wick there in the background on the black and white GFC karting suits. They've been strong here through this weekend, and that's continued now as they flip positions in that pre-final, Rob.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be happy right now. Obviously, they kind of took the charge to Van Walstein on that one. They're going to have 2 streams of data for drivers who were, P2 and P3. So both those guys are going to be pretty happy, I think, with the way their races ended up. And again, like I said, sit down, do the debrief. I expect them to be faster in the main event.
Well, let's send it down to pit lane as we can see Alexander Searle has got Jacob Gulick pulled aside. A good heat race and his best qualifying or best starting position, I believe, to date in a main event from the outside of the front row here. Alex?
Thanks, Daniel here, Jacob Gulick. Jacob, solid run for you there in the pre-final for Shifter. Looks like you were, pressuring Senna the entire race, maybe even a little bit quicker throughout points. I mean, what are your confidence levels going to the final right now?
I mean, pretty good. We obviously were able to show some speed, Kyle and I. It's tough. The amount of mistakes he makes is so minimal, it's insanely hard to drive against.
Yeah, and I mean, talk to me about tire degradation, right? It looked like you maybe were driving a little bit harder than Senna. Do you guys feel confident for the final with your tire deg?
I think so. I think we'll be okay.
All right, thanks, Jacob.
Thank you.
A very focused Jacob Gulick there right off the racetrack, and they'll go straight to the computers and the GoPro camera onboards to check in on what they can learn from that heat race there. A good look at what the field will be like later.
Xander, I think the key thing here is if you look at this racetrack, there's only a couple of places to pass, really. 2, maybe 3 ideal places to pass. You have to wait for the mistake, and I think that was a really telling sign for the interview there with Jacob Gulick that Van Walstein just does not make a lot of mistakes. That one little chink in the armor we saw in turn number 1, and that's when Gulick tried to pounce. He wasn't able to get the job done, but did kind of throw it at him there.
Yeah, he definitely took a stab at it, and hey, again, the first flex of the medal we've seen of anyone against Senna Van Walstein so far this weekend. So close, but no cigar for the Pro Shifter field. We switch gears now to the single gear X30 Junior Division presented by Rawlson Performance Group. Ernesto Rivera has once again given himself the best place to try and win starting from the pole. Alex Mercado, Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, will join him on row number 1 with Max Taylor on the inside of row 2, alongside Jensen Burnett, who's got a much easier starting place in this one aboard the DAP cart for Chad Dawkin Racing.
Yeah, it'll be Jackson Wolney alongside Stephen Miller on row number 3, while row 4 will have Nathan Dupuis on the inside, Anthony Martella on the outside. Rounding out your top 10 and the rest of the field, Charlie Smith, Santiago Medina, Alan Bonilla, John Antonino, and Gavin Wardle.
So they'll go through the tram lines here nice and slow. Mercado's getting pushed a little bit ahead by the start box, so Rivera's probably going to wait till the end of it as they get closer to those blue and white cones. That starts the box for when they can accelerate, and he's going to go right at the beginning of it, catches Mercado off guard. We're underway, down to 1. Taylor gets into second, and they'll quickly sort themselves out to the first corner as Ernesto Rivera gets the lead to turn number 2.
Yeah, outside the front running 4 drivers, essentially 2 by 2 through all the way through turn 1. They'll eventually get themselves down into single file, working their way through 3 and over to turn number 4. And again, the 2 RPG drivers out 1-2 early on here, getting things underway with a 7:04 of Rivera out to P1. And a good start there for Max Taylor, tucked right back in behind him.
Yeah, he gets a good launch out of the bus stop towards the chicane. Let's see if Taylor wants to go to the lead. He does off the bat. Max Taylor, no team orders there. He'll take his RPG Cosmic to the front as Jackson Wolney gets around Alex Mercado. Simultaneously, he'll take over third. Good start for the 796.
Yeah, the purple and pink RPG drivers 1, 2, 3 right now. So a good way to get things underway for the start of this pre-final. Again, all lining up to set the main event for the lineup for the main event. They're set to go at around 3:35 this afternoon. We're just wrapping things up with a couple more pre-finals after this. We'll have Master Shifter and X30 Senior on track for their pre-final or 10-lapper. And then Xander, 20-lap main events for all but the cadets. They'll run 18-lappers.
Yeah, all but that. It is still going to be a long enough pre-final that we'll see some action, but we'll definitely double it up when we get to the mains here later on today. Still 3 more pre-finals to go, including this one. 2 more after this. Master Shifters on deck. X30 Pro Senior will follow at 3:15 Eastern time here in about 30 minutes. Down the backstretch on lap number 2, no counter move yet from Ernesto Rivera. And by everyone playing smart and nice early, we've still got a pretty decent leading train. It goes all the way back from one of the looks of things to maybe 8th or 9th on the screen, maybe Charlie Smith, Nash Motorsports EOS Kart. Through they go out of the final turn and onto the front straightaway. Let's go side by side for a little more intel in the aftermath of that Pro Shifter heat race. Marian Kremers was moving through the field. He's down in the tech area alongside Alex.
Thanks, Danny, here with Marian Kremers. Marian, good race for you. Looks like you finally found a little bit of pace in the go-kart. Maybe just couldn't, make passes down the straightaway. Is that what it was?
Yeah, that's been our main problem the whole week, really. We've been trying to figure it out, but can't seem to really figure it out. Either I've got top end or I don't have any mid-range. So this session we didn't have any mid-range, and they walked me early on in the straight, and then on the brakes I was a killer. I think I caught up to them multiple times, but just never really able to stick my nose in. I didn't want to risk it for a crash in a pre-final, so yeah. Gonna try to fix some things out for the final, and if it's gonna be the same as this way, I'll definitely have a go. I think starting from second row is gonna be a little bit better than starting from the third row, so yeah, hopefully with a good start we can get up in the first 2 positions and then mix it out from there.
Thanks, Marian.
See ya.
There you go from Marian Kremers. Again, still in good spirits, and why wouldn't you be? Fastest kart on the racetrack, it looked like, in that entire top 5, Rob.
Yeah, and listen, he's going to try to capitalize on the one real opportunity you have, right? That's at the start. The opening lap, the chaos of maybe too wide, getting a good launch. That'll be his best opportunity to potentially get himself up between those GFC drivers, maybe even challenge Van Walston up front. Again, the opening lap, always the best opportunity to get yourself where you need to be. You can lose a lot of spots in the opening lap as well, but a veteran driver, former world champion like Kremers, I think will be a guy that will be able to take full advantage of it.
No doubt about that here. And Ernesto Rivera on the other end looking like a veteran right now. He continues to follow Max Taylor. He has been pushing him all the way since he lost the lead on the opening lap. And while it hasn't broken away much, it's given him about a car length to 2 car lengths of insurance back to Jackson Wolney. And all he needs is 1 pass for third, and they will probably be gone. They still look to be some of the fastest right now. I mean, Anthony Martella hit the purple lap last time by, but not by much. This time it'll be 4 down, 6 to go, putting them in and putting them picking them up and putting them down for Max Taylor at the stripe. Where do the lap times fall? Another quick time for Martella, but here's that pass for third. Down the inside, Alex Mercado, Anthony Martella, side by side, and they go to third and fourth.
Yeah, the Speed Concepts Racing teammates leveraging that one to go by Wolney. You can see that Mercado went to the inside, held the spot a little bit, and that allowed Martella to follow him through as well. So both those SCR carts now up into third and fourth, move Wolney back into the 5th spot. It's still Jensen Burnett running in 6th. Stephen Miller back in 7th. He has not been able to make any moves really forward. In fact, lost a spot to Burnett. Moved Nathan Dupree and Charlie Smith 8th and 9th. Santiago Medina rounding out the top 10.
There's a look at the wide shot of the field as they've started to spread out just a little bit. Pairs of 2, pair of teammates between 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 3rd and 4th of the Speeds Concepts Racing Red Speeds trying to run them down. We'll get the 5 in, 5 to go halfway marker at the start-finish line here this time by for Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor. Let's see the lap times as they cross. It'll update in a moment on your screen. It's a 1 minute flat for Mercado, only a 1/10 loss with the pass, so not bad, but not exactly what they need to close that gap to 1st and 2nd. A 59.9 apiece for Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera. The gap 4.5 tenths right now from P2 to P3.
Ernesto Rivera showing great patience now. Again, the driver who won the Supernats last year has kind of been the dominant X30 junior driver on the circuit so far here in the first half of 2023. Again, lots of great racing still to go as we march our way forward to the 26th running of the Super Nationals 1 weekend earlier this year, thanks to the F1 circus coming in and dominating what is every available hotel, every available parking lot essentially in Las Vegas the weekend before Thanksgiving. So again, that's the march towards the Supernats. Lots more racing still to go, and it seems to be like the RPG driver stretching away. Xander, again, lap number, 6 going in the books, 4 to go. 2 more personal best laps. Martello still with the fastest lap, a 59.7. He's about 4/10 off of that, but a couple of 59.9s out of Taylor and Rivera.
Yeah, just another good lap for the leading duo there. You can see it getting every bit of the curb with the dust kicked up for Alex Mercado through turns 4 and 5, but to no avail. The top 2 continue to break away. Your update further back here, not a whole lot of movers and shakers. Jackson Wolney is losing a little touch, but he's right there in the 5th spot. Then 6th, 7th, and 8th a little further away. On the DAP cart, you've got Jensen Burnett, P6 right now. He leads his teammate under the Chad Dawkin Racing banner, Stephen Miller. And then in the 8th spot, you've got Nathan Dupuis, Speed Concepts Racing, Red Speed. Gap further back to the rest of the pack with this 3-car group kind of trying to make up some ground. That time by, they were a little bit slower than Jackson Wolney's group, but this lap I think maybe a little bit better and going back in their direction.
For me, I'm just waiting to find out when the move's going to come here from Rivera. He's obviously showing that he has the pace, closes right up onto the bumper of Taylor when they work their way down the front straightaway. He's essentially been right off that bumper throughout this entire race thus far, all 7 laps. 3 more to go. Rivera looking pretty comfortable. You'd think that maybe he'd be comfortable staying in second and just kind of focusing on the main event. But again, we talk a lot about the point structure here for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. There's a lot of points up for grabs in these pre-finals. You don't want to leave any points on the table if you're going for a championship. And there it is, the move to the inside at the hairpin. Nicely done. And Taylor sees it happening, tucks back in, quick look over to the shoulder to see how much room he has to work with. And that room is significant right now, almost a full second last time by. But Xander, a new leader, and indeed, Ernesto Rivera's gone back to P1.
2 to go, right at the right time. The 704 let Max Taylor lead the way and show the charge. And now he gets to show the way, but to turn 1, the draft is going to go back in the favor of Taylor. The number 3 plate back down the inside. He'll take over the lead once again, start to defend it too, and just like that, that group further back becomes a little bit bigger in frame. Anthony Martella, Alex Mercado hoping that they'll battle some more up front to give them an outside shot at stealing a heat race victory here as they go to the bus stop here with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Martella, who has gone now to 3rd spot to try and stretch away a little bit here from Mercado. The gap back from now Rivera to Martella, probably about 0.8 of a second. And here's Taylor, full defense mode. This is definitely not what they're going to want to see on the sidelines of the RPG camp. Why are we battling it out and allowing everybody else to come back into the fight? Because here they come. White flag's going to fly this next time by, and Martella's in, who's essentially out of touch with the leaders with this battling they've done over the last couple of laps. He's got himself some new life, breathed into a potential to go P1 or P2.
He's got a shot at it as the white flag waves down the front stretch. Taylor goes low. Rivera way deep on the high side. Tries to go around the outside. Can't hold it. Here comes Martella to the inside. Side by side for second. Taylor holds the lead and a crossover. Maybe not going to happen. And now Max Taylor gets a 3-car gap to the bowl.
I got to think there's going to be a strategy meeting at RPG after this. These guys had 1-2 locked and loaded, but defensive moves by Taylor have brought everybody back into the fight right now. Rivera now going on the defensive to potentially not lose second. They had the front row locked out, and indeed Taylor's got the position. Rivera's going to have to run the down inside line into the hairpin now. So does Taylor. And further back, look at Wolney coming back in here as well. Jackson Wolney could shake things up for the 2 Speed Concepts drivers.
And you're seeing a little more teamwork out of the SCR group as it looked like Alex Mercado could have stuck a nose to the inside of Martella. He did not. Coming to the final few turns, Max Taylor is going to cruise to victory. The X30 Junior Pre-Final goes the way of the number 3 plate as Taylor wins. Rivera hangs on to clinch that RPG front row in second, but just barely, because Anthony Martella was starting to really make some noise at the end of this one.
That was a done deal, 1-2 for our RPG. Could have been worse. Luckily, they do come away with those 2 spots And I think it could have been a far different result with Martella and Mercado closing in. They didn't get overly aggressive, although we know that there's only a couple of places once you get past the bus stop to pass to wrap things up. Nonetheless, Taylor with the win, Rivera second, Martella third, Mercado fourth, Jackson Wolney rounding out the top 5.
And while we wrap X30 Junior, breaking news as Post-Tech has just concluded for Pro Shifter. Senna Van Wallstein disqualified, too wide rear track width. Your pre-final winner and pole award winner is going to the rear, Rob.
That blows everything wide open, and what a gift for the 2 GFC drivers, Xander, with Gulick and Wick on the start of the front row right now, and I think Kremers is probably loving this as well.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, Rob, on outside of the Challenge of the Americas, this is the first front row lockout for the GFC karting group,
right.
I believe. So this is a phenomenal day to be a fan of the boys in black and white. So Jacob Gulick will inherit the pole, Kyle Wick will inherit second, Kremers to third, and Senna Van Wallstein's perfect day out the window by just a hair too wide on the rear track width.
That's tough. You wonder whether or not potentially a hub slid at that point. Normally they slide in, not slide out, so it could have been just an actual tuner mistake when they were measuring the rear width coming into that race. That's just not something you can do at this level of competition.
No, everybody is so flawless. You heard it in Jacob Gulick's interview. The mistakes are so minimal. Any single one can throw you out of contention for the win, and the day just got a lot harder for Senna Van Wallstein. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, Master Shifter and then X30 Pro Senior will be coming your way for pre-finals, and then it's straight into main events here. Live from Utah Motorsports Campus, Rob Howden alongside myself, Xander Clements, calling the action here on Kart Chaser, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the on-track action here as International Motorsport Master Shifter gets set to get underway for the SKUSA Pro Tour pre-final action. We're rolling straight into it. Luis Gautier, Luis Quinones, the front row, Michael Gouache alongside Robert Fige, and then Ken Schilling. And here we go, and oh man, a chaotic start as Gautier bobbles off the line. Quinones will get the whole shot into turn number 1.
Indeed, Ken Schilling jumping up into the second spot, and again, here they go, Michael Gouache there in the Maranello trying to put the pressure on as well. So that's what happens when you blow the start. He goes all the way back into the 4th position. Everybody pouncing coming out. And he had a big launch there for the factory kart driver, Luis Quinones, in the 632. The driver on the IAME SSC 175 with a massive lead right now over Michael Gouache.
And Schilling, unfortunately, that great start falls all the way back to 5th really quickly, but a great start for that SRP factory team Maranello entry of Michael Gouache. Behind him there with Fige in 3rd. Gautier starts to move back and forth. But that Musgrave Racing Company factory card of Luis Quinones loving it as he starts to pull the gap out here in this 10-lap heat race for the Master Shifters. Coming to the final turn, will put 1 down, 9 to go as they head towards the front straightaway.
That's all it takes. One of the, of course, key components of shifter kart racing is that standing start, and that's one of the disciplines every one of these drivers works very hard on. You think about a driver like Kyle Wick, who's become much better at getting off the line, struggled early on in his career, but really has worked on that discipline, because that's really the start of that race. You think about a young driver learning about how to handle a rolling start, where to be, where to place yourself, how to make sure you're punching off at the right time. It's a different discipline in shifter kart racing, getting off that line, getting that clutch slip, and really being able to get off the line cleanly, and because the driver having trouble, Gauthier opens the door up for a driver like Quinones to grab a pretty decent lead right now.
And let's see here. Michael Gouache trying to make up ground. There is Gauthier going to the inside of Fige. Mark him back up to third on that PSO Karting Bureau Art, but the gap is massive already here for the lead. And just like you said, Rob, the change in starts are critical. It's even more critical because you can lose so much more time here in shifter. The gaps drag out so quickly with less battling kind of back and forth in a pack race like we're seeing in single speed racing. Gauthier is back to third. He's 2.2 seconds already away from the guy he edged out in qualifying.
We'll see whether or not Robert Fige has the opportunity to potentially get back by. He was the Masters shifter champion last year, putting the pressure still here on the Burrell Art driver, Luis Gauthier. And again, Fige runs in fourth. Ken Schilling, not sure what happened to Ken there. He got out of the gate really strongly and jumped into second, but just did not have pace over the first half of the lap. Cold tires, of course, as well. And again, those tougher for all those drivers on the cold tires to really push hard on the opening circuit. But nonetheless, it's a 1.3 second lead for the factory kart driver Quinones up front.
We're still waiting to see when Luis Gauthier can get there to Michael Gouache. He has closed up on him as Quinones continues to pull away on that red and black factory kart. He'll put another lap in the books, this time by 3 down, 7 to go as they get closer to halfway here in this Master Shifter pre-final. Michael Gouache there 1.8 seconds back. Half a second away is Luis Gauthier at the line. He was 0.4 better. So Gauthier should be able to get himself back to the front row. That might be where the progress stops because him and Quinones have been pretty evenly matched, and that time by within 1/10 of a second for lap time as well.
And he and Michael Gouache are going to try to keep himself up on the front row as well in that Maranello, which one more pre-final Xander still to come. How about X30 Senior? I think this is going to be just as exciting as what we saw in the Pro Shifter class.
Yeah, speaking of news there, of course, Ryan Norberg was late for tire pickup as Gauthier to the inside of Michael Gouache. Crossover maybe, not enough to get the run. Gauthier takes over second, but Ryan Norberg qualified 6th on the racetrack. He lost his fastest lap for being too late to pick up his race tires from registration. He will roll off the grid in 14th, a long way forward for the reigning series champ to try and put himself in a position to battle for the race win. 6 to go now, 4 complete so far as we are 1 lap away from halfway here in Master Shifter, and we're going to get set to go down side by side on the grid with Emery Lida as the X30 Pro Seniors begin to make their way.
Thanks, Xander, here with Blake Nash. Blake, maybe not quite the qualifying you wanted, but still inside the top 10. Shot me through what happened in that qualifying and what you're looking forward to here in the pre-final.
Yeah, I just, everyone was stacked up in the beginning and not wanting to go out in front. It was just kind of hard to read. Put yourself in a good pack. I obviously didn't, and that's the bottom line of it. I just couldn't get in a good lap. Ended up qualifying 10th. I think we have more pace in it, though. Like I said before, I think our long-term pace is very good. So just looking forward to making up some spots in this heat race.
Yeah, and you talked to me earlier about how the tire wear was better for you yesterday, including going top 5 on used tires in practice 4. How do you feel like that will factor in here in the pre-final?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we have probably some of the best pace on the used tires in this field right now. So just looking to keep it clean on the start and, just keeping that mentality that we do have the pace and trying not to overcook the tires, but also make up some spots.
All right, Blake Nash rolling off P10 here in X30 Senior. Good luck, Blake.
Thank you, Emery, there as the rest of the field begins to head on in. That'll be a driver to watch for sure, along with many that probably got caught out by that messy fast group qualifying session, Rob. We saw 9th and 10th on the grid. Paulie Massimino and Cooper Auclair, they get to start a lot higher than where they maybe should have on individual potential because those guys messed around enough on the outlap and really first lap as well that there was so much traffic, so much clogging on the racetrack that nobody, it felt like, got a good lap besides a couple.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It kind of shuffled things up to what we probably would have ended up with. On the track right now, Luis Quinones has been incredibly impressive. Lap number 5, he got himself down to a 57.485. He'd done a couple of 57.5, so very consistent lap times. A 3.5 second lead. Now it's time to kind of lift off the throttle a little bit. He has a 57.947. Still 0.2 quicker than Luis Gauthier, but at this point here with 4 laps to go, back it down to like 90%, 80%, save those tires so you're good to go in the main event. You know that the guys are on the sideline telling him to just check up a little bit. He's got a good gap as Gauthier still getting chased here by Michael Gouache and Robert Fige.
Yeah, kudos to Michael Gouache and Robert Fige for kind of picking up the tempo a little bit to try and hang on for second, third, and fourth as we come to 3 laps to go this time by. Like you said, Rob, they haven't let him get away. The leader goes on through there, a couple seconds back till you find Gauthier, and Michael Gouache is still well in the picture, half a second back on that SRP Factory Team Maranello.
Yeah, indeed. He's doing a good job here right now as well. Driver we've seen run here at the national level of shifter car racing for many, many years. Gentleman driver in sports car racing as well. Has done a lot of different competition. And again, good to see him back here with us once again.
So 3 laps to go here for the race leader, Quinones. On through for Gauthier, then Michael Gouache, then Robert Fiege. Ken Schilling still turning some laps, although just a bit further back on the field here in the Master Shifter International Motorsport division. They'll head to the bus stop once again here. 2 laps to go next time by, so 2.5 on the total for Quinones. When we look towards that X30 Senior grid for more, well, let's hear from PSL Karting's Diego Ramos, who's been kind of under the radar so far this weekend. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here at Diego Ramos. Diego, it's been a bit of a struggle for you through practice day, but in qualifying, looked like you had more pace, just couldn't quite put it together. Walk me through, first off, your weekend as well as how qualifying went.
Yeah, for sure. The practice, I was not in my best pace. But in the quali, I felt the go-kart and the engine good. I just didn't put the lap together. I had a traffic in my best lap. I hope I can go forward in the race, but also I'm thinking in the championship, I'm third. Don't do nothing crazy, just finish the race, and let's see.
All right, Diego Ramos rolling off inside the top 15 in the pre-final. See what we can do from there. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. So there we go from Diego Ramos, rolling off better, but not great for him. His teammate, Mateus Morgado, a little bit up the road. Alessandro Tullio's kind of back there with him, right around that 10th place position. Coming to the white flag, though, for Luis Quinones here as he heads through the back hairpins.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't backed it off even a little bit more. He's still 3.5 up, a 57.971, about a half a second off the pace that he's set as the quickest lap times. I think he's in a pretty good groove right now, and the car's working really good. And just kind of knocking out these laps. White flag will fly this time by, so it'll be 1 more to go. He does a 57.9 again, 3 straight 57.9. So he does back off by about a half a second to kind of take care of those tires a little bit. But right now, it's really been a dominant run for Quinones, who does have, indeed, you just look at fast lap. Remember, he did not qualify pole. Gauthier was on the pole position, but his fast lap is 0.3 quicker than that of Gauthier's.
And he wasn't far off Gauthier in qualifying, to be fair, within 1/10 of a second of the top time. So we knew he was at least going to be even with him, where it might have been a good fight had Gauthier gotten off the line better. But like you said, Rob, here in this pre-final, he's been nothing short of extraordinary. Maybe Gauthier haven't gotten by Michael Gouache, seeing Quinones a little bit too far down the line to decide it's not worth it to push for more. He's got a front row starting spot and on the clean side of the racetrack at that. So across the line we go, checkered flag in the air, and this one will be all set and sorted. Luis Quinones, Master Shifter, pre-final winner, presented by International Motorsport. Gauthier second, Michael Gouache third, Robert Fiege in fourth. Ken Schilling rounds out the top 5 as X30 Senior continues to get ready on grid. There's a look at the top 5 finishing results there. Here's a look down onto the grid as more pre-race festivities continue. Here's a look at the backside of Brandon Carr and Mateus Morgado. That will be starting safely just on the inside edge of the top 10. There's Paulie Massimino's MDR BJR LN Kart. There's team owner Brandon Jarsacrack standing by him, and this has only been their second weekend kind of reunited. And there's Blake Nash on that chrome and blue Nash Motorsports EOS kart alongside Cooper Auclair. We spoke to him, spoke to Diego Ramos, and outside of Ramos, well, Harley Keeble had that great run through the KA Senior pre-final. He'll need something similar here in X30 Pro Senior to get himself into race-winning contention for the starting grid. And then starting all the way back there on that 14th spot on the outside of row number 7 is that number 1 plate. Your reigning champion Ryan Norberg has his work cut out for him here in this heat race after taking a penalty for picking up tires too late. And then behind him, there is ADT Alessandro Tullio, 15th. So work to be done as well for the Prime Power Team Bureau Art driver.
Yeah, lots of action to see because we've got some pretty fast drivers, guys who have won national level events. Of course, the champion, as we know, Ryan Norberg, but they're deep in the middle of the pack right now, outside the top 10, outside the top 12. So they're going to be a lot of fun to watch coming forward. But again, the guys up front are going to settle in. They'll go to work. We'll see whether or not some of these young guns are able to battle it out up front. But yeah, a good field of drivers here in this X30 senior category, a 10-lap main event coming, pre-final coming. This will wrap up the pre-finals. Xander, from here, we're going to go main event racing. 8 of them on the tab to round up round number 3 of this year's Pro Tour.
Yeah, plenty of good action so far. It's been nothing short of good racing action, to be fair, here from Utah Motorsports Campus for the all fields, really. Now, with the updated front row, it moves Senna Van Wallstein. Of course, he was from the pole. That is no change. Joe Turney still. We'll start on the outside of him there on that Chad Dawkin Racing Factory Kart Republic. So 2 of Europe's best from the FIA Worlds. There's Senna Van Wallstein catching a little bit of shade. He's got to do everything he can to keep himself in tip-top shape. And, of course, you know, the best drivers are able to mentally reset, kind of take the highs with the lows and stay right in a controlled middle. When you think about how deflating it can be after, driving your heart out, winning a heat race, and then losing it in post-race tech, and then having to go back out 30 minutes later for another division, it's tough.
Yeah, you didn't really think about that, but the fact that here he is having to go out and see if he can't hold on to the pole here in X30 Senior, and then turning around and remembering, man, I'm starting at the very tail of the Pro Shifter race, which is set to go somewhere around about 3:10 this afternoon. So again, you got to put that away. You got to put it behind you. You got to focus on the job at hand, because everybody around you, they don't care what you're worried about. They're going to be ready to battle, especially here on the start. We know how aggressive this start's going to be with the likes of Turney and Carr and Hodgson and Morgado all ready to attack.
And speaking of attack, with Hodgson there on the outside of row 2, well, how about the young kid on his inside? What an impressive debut it was for Jesus Vasquez Jr., making his X30 Pro Division national debut, his first weekend racing that X30 Senior package on that softer tire. The big adjustment for him, he's been saying, has been getting used to that softer rubber. Let's send it down to pit lane for a quick report here. Emery Lida, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. We really interested to watch here in the pre-finals how the tire deck. I've talked to a number of drivers who have said how in qualifying is completely different how it feels the rest of the weekend. So it'll be interesting to watch there. One other thing, a guy like Harley Keeble got the worst of qualifying with no draft. He starts back in 11th. I'd look for him to here and try to move his way up to the field. Very confident about it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Harley Keeble, no surprise that he would still be confident after that impressive run in KA Senior. He's done it once. He can definitely do it again here this weekend, but it's, I would argue, a much tougher field of drivers he's got to work his way through. Factory pilots, along with rookie standouts and some of the best in the world here in Salt Lake City.
I think Keeble's going to be, Xander, looking forward to potentially some argy-bargy, right? These guys are going to be working each other hard. Some of the moves that get done here in the senior category are so precise, right? Razor edge kind of moves. But I think he's going to have some opportunity, especially on the opening lap, to potentially capitalize on some of these guys getting aggressive. It should be fun to watch. But as they work throughout the way of the last couple of corners, we're going to go green flag racing for what will be a 10-lap pre-final, the last of the day here, round 3 of the Pro Tour. Van Wallstein and Turney on the front row, Vasquez and Hodgson row 2 in the trams. Time to go racing for the pre-final for X30 Senior. Green, 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 and they'll work their way to the tram lines, through down into turn number 1, and we have an aggressive move to the inside. Hodgson trying to go in there, as is Vasquez. Over, under.
Look at Keeble. They're 3 wide, 4 wide to turn number 2. This is incredible. Vasquez Jr. tried to shove a nose to the inside of Senna Van Wallstein, and Harley, around goes Frankie Mossman, and way off the racetrack for Cooper Auclair. He'll go all the way out into the weeds. Mossman is out, and Harley Keeble is off the racetrack at the bus stop. That superstar start now has him way down the order as Norberg and the rest of the field go by.
The chaos I was talking about that Keeble wanted to capitalize on happened in turn number 1 and 2, but he ended up being part of it over in 5 and 6 as well. Up front, though, that's allowed Van Wallstein to pull away, and the opening lap not without a ton of excitement. Look at the drivers further back trying to capitalize on all the action we had over the first half of this lap. Van Wallstein able to get out into the early lead, but it was Vasquez, Xander, who got super aggressive coming through turn number 1, threw it down to the inside. It was a huge over-under for Keeble, who came like a rocket out of turn number 2 over to turn number 3, looking to try to see if he couldn't lock down P3 into the bowl.
What a start for Hurricane Hannah Greenemeyer. How about that for the Colorado native? She's up 4 spots to 3rd, right behind Mateus Morgado, following him forward as they are 2nd and 3rd with a gap out back. And Dario Vizzaro, the big winner out of that start on that International Motorsport Kart Republic, he's up to 5th. 12 spots gained there at the end of lap number 1.
Let's throw it down for Greenmeyer. Remember, she's been working with the M-Squared drivers, Mike Beanie and Bonner Moulton, for so many years. She has lots of laps on this racetrack. M-Squared, of course, based here in Salt Lake City. She scored that huge victory here in the X30 senior category a number of years ago, so not surprising that she's got things rolling here, taking advantage of some of the chaos. She hasn't had the greatest weekends as of yet, but this is kind of the luck that she needed to potentially turn things around. They're running underneath the Speed Concepts Racing banner and their tent here this weekend. She's right behind Morgado, and they're reeling up here on Van Walston. Top 3 drivers now nose to tail.
This is going to be good here for the lead early in this 12-lap pre-final. 2 down now, 10 to go. Van Walstein's got company. Mateus Morgado, the reigning world champion, is on the way. Vasquez Jr. survived the start in 4th. Joe Turney was another big loser on that start from the outside of the front row down to 9th by the end of lap number 2. Let's see them to the bus stop. I think Morgado is going to have a look here in just a moment. They'll come out of the bus stop to the chicane, down the backstretch. Van Walstein can hear him. He knows he's there. Nothing he can do. Mateus Morgado takes over the lead out of the hairpin.
And Greenmeyer follows through cleanly. Morgado, a quick look over his shoulder. Hannah says, get going, look forward. I'm right here with you. So indeed, Vasquez Jr. using that pass to be able to close back up as it's Burrell Art, OTK, and then Sodi Kart 1, 2, 3. Another, of course, OTK for Vasquez running there in that 4th position. Xander, they have a little bit of a gap right now over Alessandro DeTulio. What a jump for DeTulio. He goes purple last time by, and Greenmeyer to the lead to the inside. Book it. She's through.
What a move. Hannah Greenmeyer pushes Morgado to the lead, uses him to get up front. And now the young lady here who got her first career Pro National win on the Pro Tour just 2 years ago at Salt Lake City. She leads the way in 2023. Only 2 starts on the season for Hannah Greenmeyer, and in her second one here, and her second ever time with the Speed Concepts Racing Camp, is showing the way over a world champion and one of the best here as well. Although they're going to come back on her into the hairpin, and there goes Morgado, and Walstein tries to run her wide, but he can't do it, and Greenmeyer hangs on for second.
Yeah, Senna Van Walstein's going to get a little taste of what it's like to race against Hannah Greenmeyer. Here's a young lady who has gone through the ranks, coming up through junior and senior. Always got roughed up a little bit by the boys, no doubt about it. So that hardened exterior for her, when she gets that helmet on, she knows how to put the elbows up like any other of the guys in this field. So Van Walstein got into her. Here comes Vasquez. He's going to go by Van Walstein, make his move now into 3rd spot. So he'll go to P3. Van Walstein back into the 4th position. The driver ready to capitalize. Xander, Alessandro DeTulio to P5.
10 spots gained for ADT on that Prime Power Team Bureau Art. He's rolling forward. Fast times are coming way outside this leading group, though. Joe Turney went purple down in 8th. Paulie Massimino, Ryan Norberg, Brandon Carr, 6th, 7th, and 9th, all faster as well than the top 5. So Morgado and Greenmeyer, if they battle enough, we're going to have more company up at the front of the field very soon. But for now, that AM Racing Engines PSL Bureau Art shows the way.
Purple last time by Xander, the driver who got involved in that opening lap incident. Joe Turney from the outside of the front row shuffled all the way back now into the 8th position, but was the quickest driver on the last lap, right on the bumper of Paulie Massimino. We'll see if Turney's able to get himself back up, and of course we'll be asking for these drivers up front to continue to battle. 5 down, 5 to go, and indeed back up front goes Morgado. Greenmeyer slotting into the 2nd spot. What a drive right now for Jesus Vasquez Jr., the young kid we saw on the pole in junior, the Super Hatch just a couple of years ago. Now has been running as well some OKN racing, been good for him, running in that Challenge of the Americas program. So this is really paying off on his debut here in the Pro Tour nationally in the X30 senior category. They're actually gapping away from Van Walstein a little bit. DeTulio looks like he's ready to go to P4.
Yeah, I think we might see it, but we're also seeing a challenge for the lead. Greenmeyer through, Vasquez Jr. follows, and it's Hannah Greenmeyer back to the point as they head to the hairpin. DeTulio as well was able to get around Senna Van Walstein. He moves to 4th, Van Walstein's 5th, and coming into frame, hello, the English boys are on the way. Brandon Carr, Joe Turney, 6th and 7th, and they have latched onto the leaders. Ryan Norberg is there, and so is Paulie Massimino in 8th and 9th.
Yeah, the UK duo in 6th and 7th with Carr and Turney. Greenmeyer, though, leading across the line once again. Lap number 6 in the books, 4 to go. A lot of excitement here, a precursor to what we're going to see in the final race of the day, the main event for X30 Senior. That 20-lapper should be a wild one for sure. Greenmeyer, who has won here at UMC before, leading the way here in the pre-final. Will she be able to start the main event from the front row. We shall see. Still lots of laps to go right now. Other drivers making big moves forward other than just that of DeTulio. John Burke up 5 spots. Jorge Ortiz up 13 positions as well. Ortiz into the top 15.
And a rookie to the lead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is off the racetrack. Teammates together. DeTulio, Morgado. He gets into Greenemeyer. Oh, that is going to be a big team conference when they come off the racetrack. Morgado and DeTulio, all that forward momentum and progress goes to the wayside. He drops out of the pack. Vasquez Jr. gets the biggest lead we've seen all day. 5 to go. It's Morgado, and how about that? Senna Van Wallstein gets a gap. Turney 4th, Norberg 5th. Greenemeyer also got the worst of it as she gets bumped down to the 5th spot and is under fire from Brandon Carr, who will take that away and bring Paulie Massimino through.
Yeah, Greenemeyer literally just turning into the corner, and DeTulio dropped the wheel, shot straight up, got into the back of her, so where she was running was solidly into the position to give herself a shot at the race win in the main event. But man, shuffled all the way back behind Brandon Carr right now, so we'll have a new look top 10 when they come back around. It'll be 2 to go next time by. Up front is the youngster Vasquez leading the way right now in the Nash Motorsports EOS. He's up front. Second place, though, is Morgado still. Van Wallstein still runs in third. We'll see how they play out when they come back around, because Van Wallstein's going to have a challenge here from Turney, but look who finds his way from 16th, or 14th rather, up into 4th.
2 to go here at the line being shown as Joe Turney looks for third. Van Wallstein looked to the left, looks to the right, and there goes the 307 on by. He'll let him into line. Norberg in 5th, following along as well. Looking, and Van Wallstein covers it off into turns 2 and 3, so he'll stay in line. While meanwhile, the young kid out front, Jesus Vasquez Jr.'s got a charge coming. Mateus Morgado has reeled him back in. A car length back here with a lap and a half to go. Can you imagine what's going through this rookie's head with his debut weekend, having the reigning world champion bearing down on him? He's got a car length lead through the chicane to the back hairpin.
And he'll work that full racing line into the hairpin too, and a couple drivers further back not doing that as the white flag will fly. Vasquez still running the race line. The minute you go down to the bottom, you're going to bring everybody back into play, so a veteran move there thus far. As through that chicane area comes Vasquez in the Nash Motorsports machine, looking really good right now. White flag will fly this time by. He'll hold maybe a length and a half. I don't think Morgado close enough right now, and Vasquez definitely surveying the situation. The move's not coming in turn number 1. Xander really only one more opportunity for him if yep, they're through 2 and 3, so really it's just the hairpin right now. And I'll tell you, if I'm Turney, I'm thinking I got a shot at a better spot here, knowing that Vasquez is going to defend down into that hairpin.
Or knowing that you started second and got knocked off the racetrack. Maybe you're happy to stay in third. Let these two guys decide who gets the inside or outside. Down the backstretch for the final time. Jesus Vasquez Jr. will hop the curb in the chicane. Morgado's close. He leaves the door just cracked, but not enough. He'll cover it off, and now one more place to pass. Just needs to defend nicely here. Morgado goes wide to set up for the crossover. Hang on, rookie. Here comes the world champ on through. Morgado gets by and takes him to school through the S's. Final turn. Mateus Morgado robs that one from Jesus Vasquez Jr., and the PSL Karting Bureau Art will win the pre-final here in Utah.
That was a thing of beauty. The over-under coming through the left-hander, set it up perfectly, had to look over his shoulder to make sure Turney wasn't there to fill that gap on the inside. But Morgado, a run to the outside, full over-under, used a bit of the curb at the late apex, got the spot, and was able to be the first driver into the chicane. Xander, that was absolutely gorgeous. Perfect pass there for Morgado. Ends up being 0.3 of a second. Vasquez, Turney, Norberg up 10 spots. He is in the fight. Norberg will start on the outside of Turney on row 2. Van Wallstein back into 5th. Keeble, Massimino, Greenemeyer, Burke, and Ramos. But wow, what a pass from Morgado. An absolute textbook. Go back, cut that one out, show it to every one of your young drivers, because that was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, nothing more than what you can want from an X30 Pro Senior Division. That race had everything, including controversy. Don't forget, I'm sure Alessandro DeTulio probably not too happy with the way Mateus Morgado got into him coming out of that back hairpin, but nonetheless, he rebounds to 11th. Here's we'll take a look at the results while the scale line fills on up. Let's try it again here, and we'll see if they're updated after that one. There it is, your unofficial results. Mateus Morgado, your winner over Jesus Vasquez Jr., Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, Van Wallstein. Blake Nash ended up 16th there as we look further back. Brandon Carr, something happened on that final lap. He was battling with Norberg and Van Wallstein. He crosses the line 18th.
Oliver Hodgson, a big loser in that one as well. We saw him on the opening lap getting used up. He ends up 31st, dead last for Oliver Hodgson, unfortunately, but that does it for your X30 seniors. Lots to take away, lots to think about here. Before we get into the main events, though, it's time for our national anthem. So as we get set to bring you 8 straight main events, we'd like to ask that all you in the paddock here rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, we can kind of start to catch our breaths now, Rob, from the end of that crazy, crazy X30 senior pre-final. We'll let them get into the scale line and see what kind of post-race interviews we're able to scratch on up. At the same time, it's time to get set for main event action as the 1-minute signal's given to that Sodi Racing USA Micro Swift group down on the grid.
Indeed, it'll be Juan Diego Garcia starting on the pole in the number 30 alongside Maxwell Mach at the number 23. Expecting a great battle here for the young drivers in Micro Swift. This category brought to you by Sodi Racing USA. Row 2, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Liam Nakawati. Xander on row number 2. These drivers all were exciting to watch in that pre-final.
Colton Schneegenberg on that Team GWR Energy was in that second pack most of the heat race. He's looking for a little better start to his day here, rolling off in 5th on the inside lane of row 3. Alongside him, the driver that was marching forward all by his lonesome, Pasha Ali in the number 42 PK Sports Sodi Kart starts 6th. His teammate Josh Bergman will roll to the inside of row 4 and 7th, alengside the LN kart of Zane Burgess in the 8th spot.
Let's cap off the top 10 with Connor Lepka on the inside in the 24, Paxton Romero on the outside in the 55. Well, Drew Jensen will be alongside Isaac Payne on row number 6.
Moving further back here, you've got the likes of Nathan Ramirez and Collins King on row number 7. Hudson Hidalgo and Grayson Walcott will make up row 8. Then it's Samuel Chavarri, Dutch Westbrook, and Avex Capitan Garduno. Your 19 driver, Sodi Racing USA Micro Swift field here for the main event. This one set to be in total 18 laps, a lot longer here, nearly double the length of their heat race, so plenty of time to kind of sort things out. It looked like it was just getting good right near the end of that one, Rob, as they caught up to Maxwell Macha. In the final lap, we started to see a bit of a battle.
Yeah, and I think obviously with the extended time here, we're going to have a lot more opportunity for these drivers, maybe up front to kind of settle in, maybe a little less sense of urgency. If we see maybe a 3, 4, 5 kart length lead, will they pull away instead, or will we continue to race for 18 laps? We'll see. Again, some of these young drivers, again, the strategy is something that they'll learn throughout these years running in the Mini Swift category, rather Micro Swift. Once they get to Mini Swift, we hope that maybe they have a better feel for that. So we could have an all-out war through 18 laps. We may have a couple of drivers pulling away, but nonetheless, we got new drivers looking to try to go after a championship here in this Micro Swift category. Again, Garciarza and Macha on the front row. Xander getting set to go for 18 laps of racing.
The sun's still shining here on the beautiful field and the beautiful Salt Lake City, Utah Motorsports Campus, but we do have, of course, the R word in the forecast for later this afternoon. The Micros might get lucky enough for a full dry main event. We'll see about the rest of the day as they get under power down the front stretch. An early jump onto the green for Juan Diego Garciars. Will it get the start? It does. We're racing down to turns 1 and 2, and down to the inside we go. Into turn number 1, Garciars is through to the lead, and into second goes Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Third for Macha, 4th for Schneegenberg, and they're side by side behind.
Yeah, I'm going to say go like 8, 9, 10 back. You see a 2 wide, potentially 3 wide coming out of turn number 2, not surprising. finally everybody kind of slotting in, and there's that potential for what, maybe a 6 kart length lead. They're battling side by side for 5th and 6th. That's Nakawati and I think Bergman going at it there as well. So a 3-driver early breakaway getting things underway with the opening lap of 18 for the drivers here in Micro Swift, the youngest drivers in the SuperKarts USA program. Again, I said maybe 6, maybe add 3 or 4 more to the tail of that, Xander. It's a good early lap here. It's about 10 drivers in the lead group.
Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Juan Diego Garcia Arce worked together beautifully in that pre-final to catch Maxwell Macha and then stay together up until the final couple corners. I wouldn't be surprised to see them stay hooked up for the majority of this main event. We'll get our first look at it down the front stretch. 1 down, 17 to go, and there's the hand signals across the line, pushing one hand into the other, saying, yeah, stay together, push together, and continue to get away. So that'll give us a moment as it settles out to go side by side. Let's go down and hear from the aftermath of that crazy X30 Senior pre-final. We've got our race winner, Mateus Morgado, down standing by with Emery Lida. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, wasn't necessarily the smoothest run through the pre-final, but at the end of the day, you come out on top with a really nice move on Jesus Vasquez. Talk me through your race one as well as that last lap move.
Yeah, for sure. Not an easy race, especially when you go up front. I think you get slower, which is normal. Every driver that went first was slower. So yes, I think will be a hard final for everyone. I think will be many fights, but if you get to get away, I think it's done the final. So it's what I will try to do. I don't know. It's really hard to speak right now about the race because I have many change of positions. But yeah, I'm happy with the speed we have. Really happy with the work of all the team, and I hope all the best for us for the final.
Yeah, one last thing. You had a little bit of a scuffle there with your teammate in the back here. Walk me through sort of the incident there with Alessandro Rutilio.
Yeah, for sure. He got the dirt part of the track. I'm not surprised that he goes straight in the braking. So yeah, normal race stuff. So I'm fine with that.
All right, Mateus Morgado ends up P1 in the pre-final. He'll start the final on pole in X30 Senior. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. There you hear it from one side of the stories, and yeah, it was just hard racing there. He got in the dirt, didn't get to be able to have all the grip on the tires to slow back down. Not surprised that it got a little bit wild.
Seemed to me like Mateus had to unpack that race like we did. I think he needs to go back and kind of have a look at it a little bit, Xander, because of course a lot happened. He's just trying to figure it all. Kind of played out himself as well. So we're all kind of thinking the same thing, especially when you're behind the wheel.
And another driver who had a topsy-turvy race is probably still unpacking it as well is Joe Turney from the outside of the front row to way back and then way back forward. He's down with Emery now.
Yeah, Joe, pretty solid race for you considering the fact that you got shuffled way back there on the opening lap. Looked like you had probably the best pace in the field. Just talk to me about how your car felt and how you were able to make up some of these spots.
I had a tough first corner. I got pushed out wide onto the rubbish. So after that, I don't know where I was, back to 10 or something. So I would have taken P3 at that point. There was a few little crashes in front of me and managed to get through, had good speed and back to third.
Yeah, I'm looking at the final. You probably start in a better position, ironically, being on the inside. What sort of differences are you looking for in a 20-lap race compared to the 10-lap race?
It's going to be tough. It looks like in that race there, no one in the league could get away. So I expect the 20 laps to be pretty close.
All right, Joe Turney salvaged a good result after a difficult start. He'll start P3 in the final. Back to you.
There you go. I mean, like right out of his mouth, just happy to get away with something after how crazy that one was, Rob.
Oh, I think the honesty was there, right? When he was outside in the rubber, like he had said, man, coming out at 10th, 11th, wherever he was, he would have dreamed for P3 at that point. And again, so many different storylines. A lot of drivers having trouble here and there. And again, he's got to be thrilled to be able to work his way back up to third. It kind of was he and Carr that were trying to work their way back forward. Nonetheless, I think it's again a precursor. Like I said, that main event's going to be an absolute war. Drivers up front all trying to get this race win. We're midway through the Pro Tour. People are trying to get wins. They want to make sure they're standing on top. A lot of pressure with Sody Kart bringing more players in as well, as did, of course, Kart Sport North America bringing in Turney with the whole Kart Republic program. There's a lot of heavy hitters coming to play here this year.
No doubt here. It's still single file up front in Microswift right now, just setting the stage for a last lap or last couple lap battle, it looks like, as Diego Garcia Arce leads the way. While at the same time here, we want to get the other half of that story with Alessandro Tullio and Mateus Morgado. What a ride forward through the grid it was for ADT. Unfortunately there, a little bit of contact kind of sent him further back late in the going. Let's hear from him. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Alessandro Tullio. Ali, first off, I got to talk about the start of your race. I mean, getting yourself up from 15th well into the top 5. How were you able to do that?
Yeah, it was a good start. Just followed Keeble and another guy in the start through the inside and gained a bunch of positions. And yeah, from there just charged forward. We had good pace. Very unfortunate ending. And we had the possibility to put two Burrells in the top 5, but yeah, Mateus chose otherwise. So we'll speak internally and see if we have to.
All right, thanks, Ali. Back to you guys.
Much different song on that one there, Rob.
Yeah, tale of two drivers for sure there, man. Everybody having different views of it. And, of course, they'll have some time in the engineering room for PSL karting. I'm going to chat between those two drivers who, as he said, could have been having potentially two guys in the top 5. And instead, Morgado with the best starting position for the main event this afternoon, of course. Back on the racetrack right now, the number 40 of Juan Diego Garcia Arce has held this spot, 30 rather, has held this position from the get-go. Diaz de la Vega was right there at this point. Maxwell Macha's now, I believe, gone into second. So essentially about 5 drivers in the lead group, maybe make it 7. The biggest gap from 7th back to 8th, 3 seconds. So let's put 7 drivers in the lead group, if you will, although the front 3-4 drivers are really trying to line themselves up to pull away.
Yeah, I mean, they got a big push there at the end of the front straightaway. Macha as well as Diaz de la Vega getting up to the bumper of Garcia Arce. But how about it here for Liam Nachawati there in that 3rd position? I mean, he was in that 2nd pack in the pre-final, the same with the likes of Josh Bergman and Colton Schneegenberg, and now he's right there in the mix in that 3rd spot. Bergman in the 5th spot. You can see Pasha Ali sorted out to 6th on that black helmet on the Sodi kart machine. It's a Sodi versus Parolin battle at the front of this Microswift field. You've got the Parolins 1, 3, and 4 as they trade the 3rd spot with Nachawati falling behind Diaz de la Vega, and then the Sodis with the PK Sports entry of the SLA karting entry of Maxwell Macha in 2nd. The PK Sports entries 5th and 6th there of Bergman and Ali, and then kind of breaking up that two-way manufacturer fight is Colton Schneegenberg on the team GWR Energy in the 7th spot. Like you said, it's a 7-car lead group. Little bit of a break now thanks to that pass for 3rd, and that opens the door of opportunity for Macha to make it a 2-horse race. With 11 laps to go, you can wait a long time here and try to build that gap. Even if it doesn't work every lap, you just need a little battle behind and no mistakes on your end, and you can kind of break away.
Yeah, I really thought we might have been able to see a 4-driver breakaway in that group of 7, but again, that fight for 3rd, the way it kind of played out is it kind of allowed Garcia Arce and Macha maybe with the opportunity to pull away. It's all going to be whether or not the driver currently running P3 has got the speed to be able to close up. Again, that 37 of De La Vega, I believe, still in the 3rd spot now. Does he make the move through, or is that who's that? Is that
Nachawati back to 4th. It is
back to 4th.
Diaz de la Vega to 3rd, yeah.
So, again, it's going to be his speed. Can he close up? And I'll tell you one thing. If he's able to get back up, I would not be surprised then to see Macha potentially try to take control. Because at this point, look how much closer he's got. Macha is the fastest driver on the racetrack. I think he tried to do a 2-driver breakaway. I would not be surprised to see him move here pretty soon saying, hey, listen, maybe I'm the guy that's going to go out front. Maybe I'm the guy that's going to be able to pull away.
Yeah, here he goes. There's the signal. It looks like that straw hat down on the fence line. I believe that's Max's dad saying, all right, probably time to go now because Diaz de la Vega just hunted you both down, and 6th on the racetrack sets the fast time of Pasha Ali. So now, as they head through turn number 2 with 10 laps to go, 8 complete, we're basically halfway. At some point, you got to give up on your initial strategy of working together, and you got to go forward because otherwise, look at this. Diaz de la Vega nearly gets alongside him coming out of the bowl.
Yeah, those 2 Parolin drivers in 3rd and 4th right now, Diaz de la Vega and Nachawati right there looking to take full advantages. Again, Garcia Arce is the leader, but he is not the fastest driver on the racetrack right now. De La Vega, Nachawati, Bergman, and Pasha Ali all set their fastest laps last time by. In fact, Ali from 6th just went purple. He was almost a half a second faster than the leader. You're going to see some things change pretty soon. I would be willing to bet you're going to see a move right now into turn number 1 from Maxwell Macha.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to not see a move yet from the number 33 or 23 of Maxwell Macha at the line here. Cross flags coming. 6 in, or 9 in, 9 to go. There it is, right there for the lead. Maxwell Macha is going to take over. He'll bring Diaz de la Vega with him. Garcia Arce back on him, though. That was a slick crossover move.
Fantastic over-under back through. Again, great crossover, getting passed on the inside, but able to go back up under in turn number 2. But again, this is going to allow Macha now to pull away. Is there outright speed in Macha in that Sodi kart right now? Can he make a pull away by himself? Garcia maybe going to just slot back in, let him be the rabbit now. We'll see how it all plays out. Nonetheless, 6 drivers across the line, all within less than 9/10 of a second.
I got to give a lot of kudos there to Diego Garcia Arce as we see Bergman looking for a move, doesn't get it. This racetrack, the flow of it, it seems like the crossovers are so, kind of, blissful, almost like a dance. We've seen a lot of crossover moves, and they're a little more jerky, and a few of them here have been botched or a little bit rough contact-wise, but, here, compared to some of the other circuits we've been to so far this year, the smoothness of the crossover because of these long apexes, these double apex banked corners, just makes it, looks just like a dance.
Yeah, indeed, just a nice smooth over-under that crossover. Guys on the inside, you just tuck back in, late apex, able to get back in, and you're right, the double apex of turn 1 and 2 allows that to happen. Big sweeper here through turn number 3, and indeed, first and second getting a little bit of gap now, right now on back to De La Vega. One of the drivers I think you're going to see get racy here pretty soon might be Pasha Ali from 6th. I think he knows he's got a good race car, has not been able to get by Nachawadi as of yet. That's the move he's going to make to put him on the rear bumper of his teammate Bergman, so would not be surprised at all, again, to see Ali start getting a little more aggressive from P6 as he does not want to let those leaders start stretching away. In fact, there's that move further back. Thinks about the inside of the hairpin but can't pull the trigger.
Yeah, he definitely had the run, but again, the problem of pulling out of line early on a straightaway when you're at the end of a draft train is when you go offline, the driver you're trying to pass still gets that toe going into the corner, and I think that's what hurt Ali. We saw him, like you said, Rob, just at the edge of the frame, pull alongside, but even that short shoot going into the hairpin seems to be enough for the likes of Liam Nachawadi to hang on to the toe and kind of pull back ahead going into the corner. As they head down to turn number 1 here, there's a look once again. Now we are down to 7 laps to go. Maxwell Macha in a place where he was very familiar with at this point of the pre-final, leading the way. There's more cars behind him. That I would think would bode a little bit better for him than earlier in the day, because we know Garcia Arce and Diaz de la Vega are willing to work together, and with the 2-on-1 battle in the pre-final, Macha was somewhat of a sitting duck. Now with more drivers hopefully able to get in the mix and mess with them, you might be able to trigger a battle for second or third and kind of get away.
And that initial question that I asked, whether or not Macha can pull away, has now been answered. That is a no-go at all. Right there is still Garcia Arce, De La Vega. Move further back there. Nakawadi battling it out with Bergman. I think Nakawadi able to go back by. Bergman had taken over 4th, but Nachawadi able to get through to get back through. So move the 2 Sodi kart drivers together, Bergman and Ali in 5th and 6th. They're going to have to go to work to see if they can't now get by Nachawadi, because at this point, all that racing further back has given us a 3-driver breakaway. Xander Macha, Garcia Arce, and De La Vega.
Yeah, that one little move there for 4th cost them a lot of time at the end of the lap, so they need some battling pretty quickly. We'll get it soon, though. 6 to go. Not a lot of time left here in this 18-lap main event for Maxwell Macha to hang on, and at the same time, Pasha Ali finally made some headway there at the end of the lap as he got around Bergman following that pass by Nachawadi. So now Ali is starting to poke a nose out on Liam Nachawadi for 4th. He needs to do it sooner rather than later if he thinks he really is faster, because those leaders, like you said, getting away, getting a gap, it'll only get bigger for the next couple laps before they begin to battle. Here as they go to the back hairpin. Not going to happen that time. He's not close enough, or maybe not confident enough on the brakes to get down to the inside, because that's what you have to do really when you're in this draft pack. You can't rely on the slipstream to pull you alongside and get even. You've got to take that leap of faith, brake deeper than where you're comfortable with, and pull alongside.
Yeah, let those front tires do the work in that right-hander. Let's see if Ali can use it this time down the straight. This is the opportunity. You had mentioned before that Nachawadi had had that draft in front of him. This time he does not. This could be the opportunity this time for Ali to slip by as the leader's trying to pull through. And there he is. Yeah, down the inside. No draft for Nachawadi. Move Ali now up into the 4th position. He'll cover a little bit to the inside of turn number 3 as they work their way through that corner. And again, it is now Ali into 4th. Does he have the pace potentially to pull away and reel in the front-running trio? We will see over the next couple of laps. 13 down, 5 to go.
So now with Diego Garciarce and De La Vega working together as nicely as they did in the pre-final. The question becomes, are they that nice to each other when it's the main event on the line, when it's the win and the podium? Will they still just team up to try and get around Macha, or do they hang each other out to dry and go for broke for the win? It'll be 4 to go at the line. Maxwell Macha still comfortable out in front as they haven't tried to make a lot of moves back around him as of yet. But I think, again, we're going to be just moments away from seeing that fight for the lead and the win break out.
Yeah, once that happens, I would expect to see Ali close up. We'll look at lap times, 106.1, 106.2, 106.1, 106.3. And that 106.3 for Ali came with the pass to the inside, so he gave up some of the exit of turn number 1. So Ali, we'll see whether or not he's able to potentially go purple this next time by once again. He has pulled away. We'll see how close he can get. Once he gets that draft, if they start battling, we could see Ali get himself in here. But nonetheless, it right now is a 3-driver fight up front, 9/10 of a second, the gap from 3rd to 4th. So with 4 laps remaining, Macha, Garciarce, and De La Vega look lined up to go for the race win.
Yeah, what do you got left in the tank here, boys and girls? Let's see him down the backstretch. Macha, still no challenge from behind. They're going to continue to push him. They want to keep it this 3-car fight. At least right now it's a guaranteed podium outside of a penalty or a crash. So they're not just going to in an instant get shuffled back to 5th or 6th. At the worst, they'd fall to 3rd. And all they got to do is kind of ride like this till maybe 2 to go, maybe all the way to the final lap to keep Pasha Ali's group out of contention for knocking them off the box. 3 to go. Big run, though, this time for Diego Garciarce. He's going to do something with it. He is. New leader down to turn number 1, Juan Diego Garciarce, and to the inside to try and follow, and he does. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres to 2nd.
Yeah, so move Macha, your leader on that lap, back into 3rd position. That next group of Ali was significantly slower. Ali did not get back down to his 105.9. The best lap he turned on lap number 8. Does a 106.5, 4/10 slower than that lead trio. He's going to need more and more racing as he's still got Nachawadi right behind him. Ali is just counting on the fact that they're going to continue to fight up front. Do we see another move for the lead? We do not. As again, Garciarce is holding the spot through the right-hand hairpin.
Yeah, over to the left now we go. Still single file. No defending yet from Garciarce. I'm sure he will once he sees that 2 to go signal, and that'll bring Ali with a final chance to kind of get back into the mix. It's 1.4 seconds back to 4th place, 5th place, and 6th place on the racetrack, but it's all about to break out right now. 2 to go. Double sticks in the air from head flagman Aaron Likens, and there's just 2 laps remaining. What do we see in turn 1? De La Vega gonna push Garciarce into the corner.
Wow, what patience out of De La Vega, not making the move yet with 2 to go. Because remember, there's really only 2, maybe 3 solid passing opportunities here at this particular racetrack, and they're even tougher in these lower horsepower categories. It's still Garciarce, their leader here in that number 30, but the top 3 drivers nose to tail coming through the bus stop right now. And again, that, you know what, that non-move by De La Vega holding a spot may have kind of locked them into a 1-2-3 position.
I think so, Rob. With only a lap and a quarter to go, I mean, they would really have to bottle it up to back them up enough for the rest of the pack to go, especially because they're battling back behind them. You can see them at the end of the frame going side by side. Nachawadi versus Bergman versus Ali. For the leaders, though, it's single file. For these guys, look at that crossover. Nicely done. Josh Bergman back to 5th, holds the spot. Ali to 6th. But the white flag is going to come out, and the spotlight will remain on the top 3. What does Santiago Diaz de la Vega want to do on that number 37 Parolin when we get down to turn number 1? Garciarce continues to check back. Looks right, looks left, stays low, inside, and now around the outside goes de la Vega. Not enough to get alongside him, though.
No, it's all going to come down to make that move.
Oh, right here.
The hairpin potentially. There's an inside move. We haven't seen that yet. Way to pull that one out. Oh, that potential contact there between Macha and De La Vega.
De La Vega to the lead. Garciarce to 2nd. Macha 3rd. Here comes that 2nd pack. They're not going to get there in time. But Santiago Diaz de la Vega has been the bridesmaid for a lot of today. He leads his 1st lap of the final on the very last lap right now with half a lap to go. Garciarce's got to run, though. Back to the hairpin. De La Vega covers it off here. Final couple turns. Macha opens up. He's got to run. Here he goes for 2nd. That puts Garciarce to the high side. He's going to send it deep.
trying to hang on, and he does, but that'll give a big gap here to De La Vega for the final few corners.
That's all it took was a fight for second spot. Last couple of corners, all he's got to do is hit the marks. The Parolin driver, number 37, going to grab the first main event race win around number 3. The victor here in Utah will be Santiago Diaz De La Vega by almost 0.3 of a second over one. Diego Garcia Arce, Maxwell Matcher rounding out the top 3. Liam Nakawati comes home in 4th spot. Josh Bergman on that pass, the penultimate lap, able to get by Pasha Ali. Xander, that was some pretty good racing at the end. De La Vega, like you said, kind of hung back, was kind of patient. Last lap's the best one to lead.
The only one that matters when it comes to the championship and the hardware. Santiago Diaz De La Vega, your winner. Beyond your top 3, it's Nachawati, Bergman, Ali, 4th, 5th, 6th, Schniegenberg, Burgess, Drew Jensen, Isaac Payne, your top 10 to round things off in Sodi Racing USA Micro Swift. We're going to step away for a moment, a commercial break here really quickly. When we come back, KA100 Junior, the biggest class, 41 drivers coming your way with Stephen Miller and Keegan Kaminsky on your front row. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an Arrive and Drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus as the engines come to life for KA100 Senior. Rob, this one definitely wild with such a big bunch of names that we weren't used to seeing up front in qualifying and some names we were used to seeing starting further back. We were destined for chaos, and we definitely got it in that pre-final.
Yeah, no doubt about that. There was a number of drivers up front that, of course, maybe weren't supposed to be there or just were kind of raising their game a little bit. So, again, we'll see what happens as things play out here right now. Stephen Miller, though, Xander starting from the pole position. You mentioned he and Keegan Kaminsky, before we went to the break, occupying road number 1. This should be a pretty exciting start coming into the corner. Right behind them, the 2 RPG drivers, Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor. That'll be road number 2. Truly Adams on the factory car alongside Chase Pasaglia on road number 3.
You go back from Buscalia to find Turner Brown on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, starting in the 7th spot on the inside of row number 4. To his outside, who's been just hovering the top 10 all day, Shea Aldrich, and that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart's been pretty consistent. And then to round off your top 10, it's a pair of Alexes. Alex Mercado on the inside, Alexander Gonzalez on the outside.
Moving back outside the top 10, Christian Meyer and Anthony Martella will be on road number 6. Enzo Vidmontien alongside Jaden Johnson on road number 7.
Alex Rantala, your top qualifier in the 836 machine, rolls off in the 15th spot here. On his outside will be Max Altman to round the top 20. Peyton Westcott, Victor Day Alencar, Archer Eversman, Jensen Burnett after penalties started 41st, drove up to 23rd. He rolls off 20th. We've seen the outside lane been okay. We've also seen it go way wide and way sideways, like in that X30 Senior pre-final and a few others. How does it look here? Lots of shoving as the field was not prepared to go this slow on the front stretch. That might have knocked some bumpers in and knocked some guys out of line.
but it looks like we're sorted out now, and a great jump for Stephen Miller. He's going to get fully clear and away for the lead down to turn number 1.
And a pretty good job for Keegan Kaminsky to come across and be able to slide into second. I think that's probably the best he could have got out of that situation. Big wide turn into 3 there, fully taking advantage of that. For Stephen Miller. Good job to really handle the opening lap here, and he has himself about a 6 or a 7 kart length lead coming out of the bowl into the bus stop. Great job for the Kart Republic driver. Kaminsky, though, has got his hands full. Right behind him, Max Taylor, and then I believe right behind him is Ernesto Rivera.
Here comes Taylor. Big run through the bus stop. Let's see what he does with Kaminsky in the back hairpin. He wants to go for second, and he will bring his teammate with him. Change for P2 and P3, and a challenge back there for 5th as Buscalia fends off a charge. I believe that might have been from Truly Adams, who's going to get shuffled to the wayside there, all the way wide by Shea Aldrich, who gets through, and then Turner Brown along with, I believe, Alex Mercado right in line as well. Let's see him come across the line to give you an updated leaderboard. It's a big lead for that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic as Stephen Miller, and they'll cycle in the rest of the field. Taylor, Rivera, Kaminsky, Buscalia, the top 5, and then down to Aldrich, Adams, Brown, Martella, Meyer, the top 10.
Indeed, opening lap now in the books. This is one of our longer races, 18 laps for the cadets, 20-lap distance for all the other categories. KA 100 Junior brought to you by Greyhound Racing Seats onto the racetrack, and that indeed a solid advantage for Stephen Miller out of the gate. I don't know whether or not that's going to last with a couple of RPG drivers lining up with Kaminsky behind them, but nonetheless, some breathing room for the opening couple of circuits here for Stephen Miller. Again, underway here with KA 100 Junior.
Through the bowl or the back hairpin we go. There's Adams back on by on Shea Aldrich. He'll bring some company as the leaders stay single file, trying to track down Stephen Miller. That second group from 6th place on back continues to fight. Adams, Aldrich, Brown, along with Martella. Vid Montien's in that all-black Motorsport Parallel in the mix of it. He's got a long way to get going forward, and then it's a little gap further back to find some more. But down the front stretch, the gap's coming down. First to second is now 2 car lengths headed to turn number 1.
Yeah, there's that draft in full display, is it not? They pull right up under the rear bumper now of Stephen Miller, who is the point leader coming in with 610 points, P2 in points in this category. Oliver Weldon, who is not here this weekend. So Alex Mercado is the de facto second-place driver. Mercado is, 470 points coming in. So looking good right now in the championship for Stephen Miller. But again, 4 races still to go, and this one here, of course, lining up to be a good one. Xander, 5 drivers in the lead group right now, and make it a RPG 1-2. Indeed it is, as both Taylor and Rivera go by, and Kaminsky almost tried to take it as well. This time they'll all stack in. Busaglia now to the inside. He's trying to take over 4th. That's not going to happen. Kaminsky gets him coming through the chicane.
Yeah, good recovery there by Kaminsky from that attempt at the 3rd position. And look at everybody else thanks to one pass for the lead. We've got the train all locked back up once again. Taylor and Rivera, it looks like that team meeting worked out good if they had one, because they are working together nicely. 1st and 2nd through turn 1.
Top 13 drivers within a second and a half. You got to go 1.3 back to Peyton Westcott, who is up 3 spots, but runs in the 14th position. Again, 13 drivers in that essentially lead group. But again, Taylor, Rivera, Miller, Kaminsky. You see a little gap back there to Busaglia, and then Truly Adams. And then, of course, the fastest driver, you got to go back to 8th. We talked about that all-black number 895, Enzo Vidmontien, purple last time by.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien trying to move forward. Let's see if they challenge up front. This will help. Stephen Miller, realizing the teammates are together, breaks the duo up with a nice pass there for 2nd. And Kaminsky continues to follow along there in the 4th position. Truly Adams has gotten around Buscalia. He's now up to 5th, so great run for Truly Adams in, I believe, his first Pro Tour start on the season. The West Coast kid is dad Troy Adams, of course, helms the Adams Kart circuit that has seen so many champions come through their training program, and truly trying to be the next one as these champions go at it up front. Miller, Rivera looking to go for 2 as it gets a little bit tight there.
Yeah, he really clobbered the curb on the inside. They was thinking about trying to go to the inside, but backed out of it a bit. So this Miller-Rivera battle we've seen throughout 2023, broiling back up here, I think, for KA 100 Junior, this main event. And again, Truly Adams and tail end of that front-running quintet, but Chase Busaglia not that far back. Turner Brown as well. They're just waiting for these drivers to fight it out. But again, after leading early, falling back to 3rd, Miller works his way back to P1.
Look at that. Rivera wants it back quickly. He'll quickly go by. Miller falls to third. Adams got alongside Taylor but couldn't complete it. Back for fourth. That'll stack them and pack them for fourth, fifth, and sixth as Buscalia went to the wayside there. The top three stay okay. Taylor and Adams are all right. Buscalia back to seventh as Turner Brown goes wide. And Brown loses the sixth spot to Buscalia.
Only American-made chassis in the field running P5 right now, the factory cart for Truly Adams, and he is kind of hung out there running pretty good here with Max Taylor. Both those drivers want to make sure we don't see a three-driver breakaways. It's Rivera up front, Kaminsky, who's done a great job, Xander, holding in here with a couple of teammates, both those RPG drivers. The GFC pilot Kaminsky with the elbows up. I feel like he's pretty confident in the cart he has in this main event. He's been calm. He fell back a little bit, worked his way back forward. Kaminsky, I think, looking like he's showing a lot of patience here early on.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Keegan Kaminsky so far today. I mean, he has navigated his races pretty well so far, and now he's going to go to the lead. Right on cue, Keegan Kaminsky takes over the point out of the back hairpin.
Yeah, you see the confidence there. He knows he can lead. Then Rivera's going to potentially try to go back by. He'll tuck back in. Can he beat Miller into the S's? He does not. He'll slot back into third. Max Taylor still fourth, but Kaminsky took a little look at the lead. Rivera, though, I think we talk about confidence. We know Rivera's got it. Again, he won the Super Nats last year. Has been one of the winningest junior drivers of 2023 so far. Rivera showing tons of confidence. Leads again across the line of over Miller. But again, this is so early on right now. A little contact further back outside the top four. Elbows up for sure.
Yeah, Buscalia going to get the worst of it. Turner Brown was getting a big helping from Anthony Martella to go forward, and I think it was a little bit too much help. He locked the brakes up, had to go 3 wide to the bottom side to not clean out Truly Adams, and he was able to save it. Adams stays in fifth, but that got hairy for a split second in turn number one, and it's kind of spread them back apart again. And now we've got these two, the top of the junior class, it feels like so far in 2023, Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller. They've had good fights. They've had some nasty fights on track. This one's still early, so it's nice and tame, though. Nice and single file as they go into the S's once again.
Xander, how many times over 2023 so far have we just seen all the chaos, all the racing, and all of a sudden it's Rivera and Miller back together somewhere on the racetrack?
Yeah, somehow, some way, they find each other every single race weekend.
Magnetic.
Yeah, they just can't stay apart. Now, we're seeing again, this is kind of foes turn to be reluctant allies, I would say, at this point right here, Rob, because they know that they are two of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. If they stay together, they might be able to pull away. And through the bowl, we're seeing a little bit of that. Kaminsky back a couple car lengths away as the field comes out of there and heads into the bus stop once again.
Sometimes I hope that you're going to see the maturation of some of these young drivers. Early on in their junior careers, they get aggressive. They're making moves that maybe are too early in the race. You always want to see that maturation where they kind of start understanding the overall strategy. Right now, we've got 6, 7, 8 guys in the lead pack. These guys are going back and forth. Kaminsky leads, Taylor leads, everybody trying to find a way up front. The Rivera and Miller here right now, if they just were to work together, they're going to make this, a 4-driver battle, a 3-driver battle, and eventually a 2-driver fight. If they can find that kind of focus, that patience, they're going to be able to pull away. It's all about just making sure that that there's a lot of racing still to go. Kaminsky just went purple, but we're literally only on lap number 7 of 20.
Yeah, we got a lot of time left. Miller going to go by, and that right there was the adjustment in strategy we were kind of waiting on for Diaz de la Vega in that Micro Swift main event. He tried pushing with Rivera. They got away a little bit, but then he felt the bumper push from Keegan Kaminsky and said, all right, we're not getting away. I need to go to the lead. That's the safest place to be. So he goes by, and Rivera goes back to third. A very smart and key move there by Stephen Miller to make that adjustment, because if he wouldn't have gone to the lead, Kaminsky would have gone by him. And now he finds himself in first instead of back in third.
That's it. Well, what is third? Third could be fourth, right? The minute you're P1, the worst you're going to do is go back into second, maybe even third. But if you get pushed back to third with guys like Taylor, Adams right there, and as we know, now Turner Brown up into the fight, you go back to third, you could find yourself sixth pretty quickly. So I like that strategy move. The ability to pull away didn't happen. That opportunity to potentially stretch and make it a 2-driver fight didn't happen. And now, in fact, he's getting pushed by Keegan Kaminsky as Miller now the leader up front.
Yeah, now a pass further back as well. Turner Brown going by on Truly Adams. Change up the top 5 order. Move Turner Brown on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed into 5th. as through the bowl we go for Stephen Miller and Kaminsky. Then you've got Rivera and Taylor still, and with Miller back out in front leading the way. This seems to be one of the fastest formations they've got, has that CDR-KR leading them, because they've dropped that pack down a little bit now. It's 6 remaining in this lead pack. Now they're going to battle here, but they've got the timeout back to kind of afford 1 or 2 passes as Rivera goes through to second, and Taylor very wisely tucks back in line to go into 4th. He did not want to get hung out to dry.
Yeah, last time by the stripe it was 1.5 seconds, the gap between Turner Brown in 6th and Enzo Vidmontian in 7th. As we do have contact, a couple of drivers have gone off here. One of the Ruthless cars, and I believe one of the J3 competition cars as well. Giovanni Santora and Roman Felber, we believe, off the track. Those drivers falling back to the tail of the field.
Unfortunate for them, as up front, look at Kaminsky with a near hero move trying to go for second, almost has to go for the lead, and now he keeps a battle beginning to brew for the teammates as Taylor around the outside gets clear on Rivera, and Turner Brown sees Rivera getting off the power, and he takes advantage. He'll bring Truly Adams with him, and just like that, Ernesto Rivera falls to 6th.
Yeah, that's how easy it is when you get hung out to dry on the outside, when you're offline and can't get back down to the apex, especially with the drivers of this caliber. They're going by. They're going to make sure they dominate the apex. They're going to run a little wide on the exit. You have to check up a bit, and that's what happened to Rivera. He's essentially having to completely press the reset button to work his way back forward. Miller, now your leader. Kaminsky runs second. Taylor, Adams, Brown, and then Rivera. Those are your top 6.
Yeah, through the final couple turns, we'll go on to the front stretch now for Stephen Miller. And down the front straightaway we go to see just past the halfway marker, of course. We hit that last time by. 9 laps to go, 11 complete. Kaminsky wants the lead back. Miller going to concede that one to him in turn number 1, and just a 1 position change there as Taylor was too far away to kind of follow.
Xander, this is just flat entertaining. This is just some great racing. And the guys that are getting past aren't being too aggressive. They're not trying to pinch down. They're not trying to, they're realizing that like a Miller knows he's going to go back up front. Before this is all done, he'll take another turn up front. Hopefully it'll be over the last couple of laps, what he's thinking. But you got Taylor there, the same thing. They're all showing great patience. They're all showing that they have the speed to run up front. This is just a lot of fun to watch. 6 really good drivers. What did I say? Here comes Miller, back to P1. Taylor's going to try to come with them. Again, Keaton Kaminsky showing speed. This is just great racing.
Yeah, great racing here in this lead pack, and they've kept it clean, knock on wood, so far. And I wouldn't expect it to stay that way if I've seen any KA Junior races in my day. But by them just kind of making those passes and minimizing the damage, you can see how far the field spread out behind them. Vidmontian got up to 7th. He's gone back a couple spots now as Buscalia runs in that spot, Martella in 8th. But they haven't made up any ground. It's still 1.8 seconds, 2 seconds, more or less back from the end of this group with Rivera to the next driver in line.
We're 12 laps in. There's 8 laps to go. And with every other lap, especially when you have a group of more than 2 or 3 drivers up front, there's 6 drivers. Every lap that goes by, the intensity is going to kind of grow for the drivers further back. A driver like Rivera right now, when they come back around, there's going to be 7 to go. He's got 6 spots to make up, right? So he's going to be starting to get a little more aggressive. And you talked about the fact we may see some more aggression coming. It's because the guys in the back, like a Turner Brown who just went to P4, he's realizing I'm not winning this race from P5. I got to get myself in that lead group. So Brown, the first driver to make the move, when they get back around, there'll be 7 to go.
Yeah, this is about positioning yourself for that last 2 to 3 laps where the battle really breaks out. Where do you want to be? You would think they'd all want to be the leader, but at the same time, they can't all be the leader. So you got to start moving your way up the chain earlier before the other drivers do. And hopefully, while you do it, you don't lose touch, because Turner Brown, with that pass, they've now got a gap to make back up to the leaders. And with them single file, they've got to do it on merit. It's a 4-car length gap as Adams reluctantly had to give that 5th spot away to Ernesto Rivera. He got through in turn number 2, and now they've got a little gap to Brown. So the top 6 now strung apart as Miller, Kaminsky, and Taylor stay locked in step there through the chicane.
So I'm going to see what happens down here in the hairpin. Does we have a move here from Kaminsky? If we do, that could bring Brown back into the fight. No, top 3 drivers will remain in line. It's Miller, Kaminsky, and then Taylor. Brown, Rivera, Adams. They're closing back up a little bit here. They'll 100% work to leverage the draft coming down the front straightaway, but the laps are ticking away. It'll be 6 to go this time by. It's the Kart Republic driver. The Chad Dockin Racing entry of Stephen Miller up front. Your point later, looking to try to grab another race win to extend that advantage heading to round number 4 tomorrow.
Here we go down to turn number 1. Another one in the books. 14 all the way down. And Stephen Miller's led, I think, probably the most of anyone in this group. That time by a 62.252. I mean, they're right on pace with their overall best time, even in the tow. So I think, again, with Stephen Miller leading the way, that might be the fastest formation for this lead pack. And we're seeing that where they still have not come back together for third and fourth. Rivera got around Turner Brown a moment ago to get himself a spot higher, so he's starting to march back up to the lead, but he's got to still make up some more ground. And Max Taylor, again, just kind of riding a car length back. This also, I've heard from some of the drivers, especially in the Avinco Red classes, that when a pack is like this and it rides for a minute, if you can hang and keep your tires 10, 15 degrees cooler, you're going to be much better off when the racing breaks out and you need every inch of grip on the final few laps. So Max Taylor's in a key position as well that sometimes gets overlooked.
Yeah, I really like the concept of tire management. Tire dag is something we've talked about forever here at Utah Motorsports Campus, and if you can be the driver that's taking care of your tires where the rest of them are kind of really working them, you're going to give yourself maybe that little bit of advantage over the last couple of laps, as Xander had detailed. You can see Rivera has worked his way back closer. A wheel drop there further back might have been for Truly Adams. So again, Rivera's back on the rear bumper of Taylor. This is going to line up nicely for a fantastic battle at the very end. 4 to go this next time by. And Kaminsky now, who has led already, Xander, a couple of times here in this race, showing a lot of patience right there. And will he make a move in the hairpin? No. Feels comfortable to sit on the rear bumper. And Miller, of course, unfazed as well up front.
Yeah, Stephen Miller still having Kaminsky pushing him around, not looking back too much now. We'll see that start to pick up as we get to that 2 to go signal. 4 laps remaining this time by. Look at the gap picked up by Rivera, though. I mean, he's all over Taylor. Taylor is still a car length back from the top 2, but Ernesto Rivera, kid on the move right now. Here he goes for third, looking to the inside. Taylor's going to get the toe, though, and it pulls him back clear of him down to turn number 1.
That's exactly what you had mentioned earlier. We talked about that in the Micro Swift race as well, that driver in front. Even though you're behind them and ready to pull out to get that slingshot move, they still have the toe of the guy in front of them. And that definitely, I think, was the savior there for Max Taylor. He might have lost third spot. Rivera, as I said, remember, every lap, everyone that gets knocked in the books, people that are outside the top through 2 or 3, are going to start feeling that sense of urgency. And I think that Rivera is going to be there pretty soon. P4 is a tough place to lead from, knowing there's only one place to pass. Here comes the aggressive move down the inside of the hairpin there. He gets the spot done. Rivera back to P3.
Yeah, so Ernesto Rivera now is able to be a spot closer right at crunch time. 3 to go this time by. Ernesto Rivera looking like he might be the favorite to challenge Stephen Miller. And again, that's a story we've seen many times already this year. Don't count out Keegan Kaminsky, though. We don't know how much strength he's got in that GFC because he's just been locked in behind Stephen Miller this entire second half. He could be quick enough and his tire's good enough to try and get by and pull a little gap in the final few laps. But he's going to need to go soon because all the drivers will see that 2 to go signal and think instantly to switch back into battle mode, and you'll see Miller instantly drop to the low side to defend.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers have been cruising around here, as Xander had said. Now it's time to go to work, and I'll tell you, we are about to see the fireworks here in KA 100 Junior. Who's it going to be? Miller, of course, we know, has got that maturity up front. Do we see a move to the second? We do. Rivera's going to try to see if he can make it. He does it with some aggression. He'll go by. Taylor going to try to see if he can't get on Kaminsky. So move Rivera, who hikes the inside left tire, working his way through that left-hander. Xander, that's what he had to do. Had to get the cart to rotate. He's going to go to work on Miller.
It's America versus Mexico. Once again, Rivera versus Miller. Rollison Performance Group versus Chad Dawkin Racing. OTK, Kart Republic. Here we go for the lead with 2 to go. Ernesto Rivera down the inside, and he'll bring Kaminsky with him.
And indeed, Keegan Kaminsky taking full advantage of the Rivera freight train. Remember, Rivera, just 4 laps ago, was in 6th spot. He got shuffled back by everybody. He was in the tail of the lead group. He has flipped the switch, turned it upside down. He has gone to P1. Kaminsky now right in there in second. Will he come away with the win? Taylor, we know Max Taylor's aggressive. Is he going to find a way by Miller here as well? Miller could be in trouble if Taylor tries him down here into the hairpin. Will Kaminsky get there? No, down to the bottom of the racetrack. Kaminsky goes high. Miller trying to go to the inside of Kaminsky. No. Miller's going to get hung out to dry. Truly Adams to the outside, Xander, and here comes Turner Brown in there as well.
Through the middle, threading the needle, Turner Brown, but what a crossover 2 for 1 for Truly Adams. And that Musgrave Racing factory kart goes to 4th. Down the front stretch, white flag in the air. Keegan Kaminsky in the best position possible to try and get his first career SKUSA Pro Tour win. He'll push Rivera down the front straightaway, all the way down on the inside for Ernesto. Way deep on the brakes goes Kaminsky to the high side. Not enough, but he'll hang on to second.
Kaminsky just didn't quite pull up to try to do the over-under as, of course, Rivera white lining it all the way down into turn number 1. That's stacked them back up. We are nose to tail throughout the entire top 6. Who's going to come away with this one? Truly Adams has worked his way into the 4th spot. Is he there to pick some cleanup? Rivera still leading the way. Kaminsky knows going to be right there. Rivera's going to low line down into the hairpin. There's no doubt about that as well. Kaminsky's looking for that first victory. Miller a point leader. Here comes Kaminsky. He forces the issue down to the inside. Truly Adams comes away with the lead. Adams on the factory kart is the leader. Can he bring it home? Way around the outside comes Keegan Kaminsky. He's not going to do it. Is factory kart going to get their first win here in the junior category? What a drive for Truly Adams. Out of the last couple corners, American-made steel will win in Utah. Truly Adams winning at KA 100.
Unbelievable stuff from Truly Adams. Stephen Miller, you saw, have to dirt track it through the sand on the final lap. He falls back to 6th. But what a performance. And you know, this kid's got to be pumped up. His first time in the lead group on the Pro Tour in junior all the way through the day. And he pulls off a stunner, not once, but twice. A crossover move in the final few laps. Truly Adams, welcome to the National Winners Circle here on the SKUSA Pro Tour. What a finish.
Not only Truly Adams, but factory kart, what a tremendous for both of those guys. Both the Musgrave family and the Adams family. Truly Adams wins by over 0.3 of a second. 2 over-unders, as Xander had talked about. 1 to go to 4th. 1 able to capitalize on Keegan Kaminsky. Xander making a really strong move to the inside of Rivera to get the spot. Turner Brown comes up in 2nd spot as well. We knew fireworks were coming. How good they were going to be. Truly Adams coming home with the win.
What a race right there, folks. As you see further down, some drivers that had some bad luck at the end. Vid Montien, some rough runs in the middle, drops him to 24th. That'll be a points hit, unfortunately, for one of your championship contenders. But Truly Adams over Turner Brown and Ernesto Rivera, the podium. Max Taylor, Keegan Kaminsky, the top 5. Miller, Martella, Shea Aldritz, Buscalia, Alex Mercado, the top 10. Big mover on the field, Christopher Wakefield, from way back, 11 spots gained to 22nd. And we go from one action-packed 100cc main event to the next. KA Senior on deck here from Utah. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're 2 in and a lot more racing to go. welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus, and a first-time Pro Tour winner in spectacular fashion. Can you imagine what's going through this young man's head right now? Truly Adams is your main event winner in KA Junior, and he's standing by with Emery Lida.
Truly Adams, what a race. 6th to 1st in the final 4 laps, 2 epic crossovers. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. First Pro Tour win, and can't wait to do more.
Yeah, talk to me about that race. It's a long race. You were in that lead pack pretty much the whole time, but for a while there, kind of looked like you were stuck at the back. What kind of allowed you to get up to the field and finally get yourself up to the point?
I just told myself to win, and I said to myself that today's the day. And if I don't win today, then I have tomorrow, but I want to win today.
Yeah, and talking about that, I mean, this has been a really good effort up at the front of the field, a first-time national win. Who do you like to thank for it?
Thank you, Factory Cards, -273, Utah Motorsports, SKUSA, and all of my other sponsors, just for helping me get here.
All right, Truly Adams, a very popular winner. He gets his first Pro Tour victory, and what an outstanding effort from the young lad. Back to you guys.
You can see them there. His dad, Troy, fired up, man. What a moment here at Utah Motorsports Campus for Truly Adams to get such a big win on a big stage in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, Xander, you and I were talking during the quick break there that he just was right there at the right time, and the openings came when he took full advantage. An over-under to go from 6th to 4th, and then right there as everything was happening, he kind of checked up and was able to get back on the throttle. It was just a perfect move, knowing the guys in front were going to get aggressive. He was able to come out of that hairpin with the lead, and then really, to be honest, made a really nice run through the left-hander to get to the S's first. Just a really, really strong victory and some just great racing overall.
Yeah, I mean, he drove that one flawlessly. You can't pick anything apart from it, can't take it away. Hard fought, and he gets his first win, and we know another class is going to be hard fought to win. That's this one. The next one up on the age ranks, Nash Motorsports KA 100 Senior onto the racetrack, and your SKUSA Winter Series champion, Peyton Phillips, is going to lead them to the green alongside Isaac Gutierrez in that GFC.
Look at row number 2. Harley Keeble and Frankie Mossman, both those drivers hungry to win here today.
We go back to row number 3. Tevin Robbins has been starting to make a name for himself here today with a good qualifying effort and backed up with a good pre-final result. To his outside will be national contender Vinny Miskelis in the 912.
Let's cap off your top 10. Colin Lloyd and Braden Robertson, row number 4. Lydia Small, good run in the pre-main, working her way up to 9th. Josh Campbell, we know he has the speed. Xander, he'll start 10th.
Some big names still further back. How about Henry Wheeler? Was a month ago a couple corners away from a first national podium in KA Senior action. He rolls off 11th. Ryan Persing, Brooke Berry with her best career starting spot, I believe, on the Pro Tour in 13th. To her outside, Zach Meyer. Kane Martin, your top 15. There's big names still to roll through the field, but up front, it's Phillips and Gutierrez as we bring the 30-plus driver grid to the green for KA Senior. We're underway down to turn number 1.
Let's see how things shake out in 1. A big 90-degree. The double right-handers come back over to that left-hand sweeping turn number 3. Good start and out of the gate so far for Peyton Phillips. And I believe is that Mossman potentially up into the 2nd spot. Neat good start. Oh, that's Keeble. Keeble goes to P2.
Mossman side by side with Isaac Gutierrez. They're going to the bus stop. He'll get through. Gutierrez gives way. Pole Award winner Colin Lloyd gets through into the top 5. Good start for the SCR Red Speed, but up front, Peyton Phillips, Harley Keeble, and in 3rd, Tevin Robbins.
And Xander, you mentioned at P3, not the worst starting spot. You talked about that earlier in the broadcast. Keeble fully taking advantage of that, getting down to the inside. P2 is tough. You really got to be alongside to be able to hold the spot over to turn number 3.
It's so tricky. I don't think we have not seen a single driver from the outside lane get clear in turn 1 and come out of that opening hairpin with the lead. The best we've seen is getting into 2nd. And right now into 3rd, that's still a really respectable start for the off-pole man and Isaac Gutierrez, although he falls back a little further. And now, first challenge for the lead, Harley Keeble going to go through and bring Tevin Robbins up to 2nd through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Keeble get aggressive early, right? He likes to be out front. We've seen that already in the limited action he's had here in the U.S. Likes to be up front, wants to put the Sody cart there and kind of set the pace early on. I think you'd like to be able to pull away. Remember, 20 laps to distance, long way to go. But the early laps are always crucial. If you can get strong, get pulled away, you're going to find yourself in that lead group of 4 or 5, maybe 6 drivers. Right now, it's a 4-driver breakaway. with, as we said, Keeble, Robbins, Phillips, and Mossman now. Mossman trying to find a way by, and coming up there as well will be Colin Lloyd. So these drivers settling in right now. Long way to go. Lloyd actually has a bit of a gap back to Gutierrez.
Yeah, just a little gap back to that GFC. In fact, Gutierrez is now back to the 7th spot as Miskelis has gone through. So Vinny Miskelis up to 6th. There's a big swarm in the midfield, further back from 8th onwards. As down the front stretch, Harley Keeble trying to get away. You heard the kind of worrisome words from Peyton Phillips as Mossman goes to 3rd from the end of that pre-final, where he said, yeah, I'm glad I got away with it. It was good hard racing, but man, Harley is fast. And well, right now we're seeing that PK Sports Sody Kart lead the way here and give himself a little bit of a cushion out back. Nobody on his bumper as of yet is Phillips on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, and Frankie Mossman's Tesoro Raceworks CRG try to hunt him back down.
Now the interesting thing now, for me at least here, will we potentially see our first leader pull away? I'm not sure whether or not it's going to happen, but yeah, again, Phillips talked about how quick Keeble was. The draft, as we know, plays a big role in the front straightaway here. Let's see whether Phillips and Mossman can hang with them. Not surprising right there, kind of in the fight here as well, is Colin Lloyd. He was quickest there on lap number 2, so good pace out of the gate for Colin Lloyd. But again, Keeble has gone to the lead aggressively early. Peyton Phillips, though, tucking right there on the rear bumper.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd, nice move on Tevin Robbins to take over the 4th spot. Robbins 5th, Miskelis 6th, Gutierrez still 7th over Braden Robertson, who goes purple on his Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Henry Wheeler 9th, Josh Campbell 10th. They're closing back up to the leaders. Harley Keeble was fast early, but I think that big dust cloud going through turn number 1 might have been someone going off earlier, and it probably put some of the marbles and rocks onto the racetrack and maybe had him have to go at about 80 or 90% to navigate that section. It's brought them back together, and Peyton Phillips, if he gets a good run out of this bus stop and into the chicane, might be able to retake the lead at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, I don't see Keeble kind of running too defensively early on here as well. Might as well work with the fast lap to try to pull away from everybody further behind. 5 drivers in the lead group right now. Vinny Miskelis, the driver, in 6th position, although, as Andrew had mentioned, Braden Robertson was the fastest driver last time by on that CRG with a 101.811. He was about 0.2 click quicker than the leader, but nonetheless, 5-driver breakaway most definitely working in right now, as it is Tevin Robbins at the tail of that front-running quintet.
Colin Lloyd all over the bumper of Frankie Mossman. Mossman had a little look to the inside, feeling like he needed to defend, but then opened up, and they're back nose to tail, 3rd and 4th on the bumper of 1st and 2nd. For Tevin Robbins still, this has been a very impressive national weekend to this point. I mean, for a kid that really hadn't been mentioned, I don't think at all in any of the national tours so far in 2023, he's making a name for himself right now, running in the lead group against the Winter Series champion, one of the best from over in Europe that was running KZ karts at the highest level just a year ago. Frankie Mossman, who's been a Pro Tour contender and a Super Nats win contender, and of course, multi-time race winner Colin Lloyd, all of them right there in reach of Tevin Robbins as we see a pass for 2nd.
Yeah, into the inside there, that left-hander as a good run there for Frankie Mossman, tucking the CRG to the bottom, and a good, good, I want to say, concede, I guess, for Peyton Phillips. There's no need to really fight, no need to pinch back down to the apex right now. So early. The key is there for young drivers coming up through the ranks if you're watching here on Kart Chaser. When a guy makes a move like that, Sandy, you know this, the best bet's to kind of tuck right back in, right? You don't want to get yourself forced. You don't want to go back a couple of spots. If he tried to run the outside, you know that Colin Lloyd would have been there to fill it. So for Phillips, a wise move there. Tuck back into 3rd. We're so early in this race.
Yeah, he tucks right back in, and again, by not really making it too painful to change positions, they didn't lose too much time to Harley Keeble. That's the big key factor as well. Not only did he not go any further backwards by just conceding the 1 spot, he minimized the damage, and it's 2 car lengths only to Keeble now, and he'll give Mossman the opportunity to try and reel back in the race leader as he pushes him around towards the double left-hander and into that rhythm section coming to the final 2 turns. So Frankie Mossman with the best opportunity he's seen so far today after a so-so qualifying effort. That Tesoro Raceworks CRG rolling. Here's a look further back as the rest of the field goes on through. Isaac Gutierrez, unfortunately, has been kind of shuffled further and further down the grid. He's now outside the top 10, I think about 12th or 13th when it'll update across the line. 11th correction there as we see the field work its way through turns 1 and 2.
There's a move to the inside there. Peyton Phillips diving to the bottom, owning the apex of turn number 3. Good pass there to get his way back into second. And again, that's the culmination of letting Mossman go back by, not forcing the issue too much, making sure he held on to third, not allowing Colin Lloyd to get back by. Just a couple laps later, he returns the favor, goes back to second, and all of this is allowing Harley Keeble to pull away a little bit. I wonder if anybody's kind of thought about Delta in terms of the draft. What is it going to be? What do you need to pull away from the draft right now? Because Keeble is looking pretty good here. It's about maybe 4 or 5 lengths, but no, really good run through the left-hander there. Again, for Peyton Phillips to close back up.
Yeah, good run for Colin Lloyd as well. He got a really good launch in the second of the 2 right-handers coming onto the front straightaway, so he'll close back up to Phillips. Carly Keeble, though, keeping everybody at bay right now as they battle for 4th. Mossman didn't want to give it up. And oh no! Robbins locks up. He takes them both around in turn number 1. Mossman around in the dirt. And for another race weekend with so much promise, Frankie Mossman finds himself down the leaderboard.
Yeah, Tevin Robbins threw it down the inside trying to get the pass done and just couldn't quite get it. You see the cart as he started to roll into the corner. Got loose, lost the rear end on it, and as he did that, just enough to kind of come over, and it was essentially left rear, right rear contacts, and we've seen that happen many times before. Forcing the issue down in turn number 1, probably could have backed out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, he went for it, right, and Mossman definitely didn't make it easy.
No.
At the same time, you know, it over the course of the weekend, with all the rubber laid down, the track just gets dirtier and dirtier off the standard racing line, and that's not just the outside in the center of the corner where it picks up. It also develops on the inside of the turns as well. You can see those black dots on the outside of the final turn pretty well, so he could have also underestimated how dirty the racetrack was down on the inside of turn number 1 and lost grip and traction where he probably would have been fine had he been on the normal line going in the turn.
So what this has done really, again, is turned this into a 3-driver battle. Remember, we had 5 drivers at one point. Robbins getting together with Mossman means it's a 3-driver breakaway right now with the drivers up front, Keeble, Phillips, and Lloyd. 1.6 seconds now back to Vinny Maskelis, who picks up the 4th spot. Henry Wheeler up 6 spots into 5th. Josh Campbell up 4 to 6th. But how about Noah Rosser, who did not have the big qualifying run, started 18th. Xander, he's up into 7th.
Yeah, great run for Noah Rosser after a pre-final that went up for a minute and then kind of went backwards. So there goes your top 3. There's Maskelis in 4th. There's Henry Wheeler's group. And at the end of that, in that Gillard on the red suit, is Noah Rosser. Here all the way to the end, you find Kane Martin and a few more of the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drivers as the pack files on down the front straightaway. But the top 3 locked and loaded with a gap given to them of 2 seconds back to Vinny Maskelis. This might be how they ride for a few more laps. We've still got a lot of racing to go.
We're talking about the battle. Let's talk about the war as well. Overall points right now, Aiden Levy came in with a point lead over Josh Campbell and Noah Rosser. Started 20th for Aiden. He's got himself back into 8th position right now and is trying to get himself back forward. Going to battle it out with Campbell here in a second. So right now, both those drivers trying to fight their way back up, thinking more maybe about the long term to try to win this championship by the time we get to Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, you do get 1 drop with the SKUSA Pro Tour. That could help if Levy can turn things back up tomorrow. But at the same time, it's about having the best, worst days to win a championship.
Yeah.
It's not about the race wins. It's about not giving up too many points. And for Aiden Levy, after a not-so-great qualifying effort, backed up by an unfortunate end to the pre-final, being up 12 spots, driving up to 8th, and kind of still with a few more karts within reach right now, he gets a top 5 here. He could say, all right, that's a high drop and have a little more confidence into Newcastle as we see Phillips go through for the lead for the first time since losing it. Keeble back to second here at the halfway marker.
So Keeble obviously not the driver able to pull away. As we said, we got ourselves a 3-driver battle at the end of this one. In fact, drivers in the points championship currently sit 8th, 7th, and 6th respectively. Levy, Campbell, and Rosser, they are in reverse order, but those 3 drivers in the fight all right now, 8th, 7th, and 6th. So they're there. They're just outside the top 5, and again, all those drivers trying to lock those better, worst points, if you will. Again, try to maximize the points you can get when it's not really your day.
Yeah, get what you can here. They've got a group there that's, again, about 6 karts in total from about 5th or so on back to 10th. While the leaders remain single file 1, 2, 3. It's 2.5 back to the man all by himself and Vinny Miskellis. And then this big gaggle. Actually, that's more than 6. That's a lot. Henry Wheeler, Noah Rosser, Josh Campbell at the front of it. That black and blue Alonso cart, that's Aiden Levy there in the 7th position. So there go your leaders down to turn number 1. 9 to go, 11 complete. The battle is further back as Miskellis is by himself, and Rosser now is going to take over the 5th spot away from Henry Wheeler and bring Campbell through.
Yeah, Wheeler goes back a couple of spots, across the line in 5th. He'll go down to 7th. Aiden Levy will now go to work trying to find him to see if he can get that spot. The other drivers, Xander had mentioned that big group, Isaac Gutierrez, Braden Robertson, Ryan Persing's in there as well, Kane Martin, Ethan Rapp, Ayrton Little's there as well. So a lot of drivers in the middle of this fight outside the top 5.
Yeah, that's a good run forward for a handful of them. Ethan Rapp's up 14 positions as Wheeler way low to get back behind Campbell, but he drops a tire on exit. Now he's going to be really slow here in this double left. Campbell trying to set him up for a crossover. Can't do it, so he stays back in line, and that's going to give a big gap. Look already, It's almost a second up to Noah Rosser, and there come your leaders. These guys battling are just adding more and more to the margin and making it more and more impossible for them to hunt down those top contenders as we go side by side for these different battles. Bottom right corner of your screen, I believe that's our leading group. Top bigger screen is going to be the battle further back as they go through. Now we'll go full screen with Rosser, Wheeler, and company. It's Wheeler, Campbell, Levy. Behind Levy, you've got Isaac Gutierrez, the off-pole man, and then top 10 for Braden Robertson.
Yeah, Wheeler dropped the wheel coming out of the hairpin there, then went full damage control to drive the inside of the line. Didn't get the kart to rotate at all. That's why he stacked everybody else up behind him. Campbell, Levy, Gutierrez, Robertson. All right there now, you can see behind him. So we'll see whether or not Campbell's able to take advantage of him now. But again, look at the fight further down there. Keeble, Xander back to the lead once again. Colin Lloyd has got to second, and watch Peyton Phillips go back to P3. A lot of great action in this front-running trio.
Yeah, I mean, they were 3 wide for a second. It's a little early to get to that kind of level of aggression, boys. We've still got 7 laps to go, but Harley Keeble wanted that lead back. He's taken it from Phillips and brought Lloyd with him. Here's a look back to where Wheeler is from Rosser. You can see the margins, and there's your leaders once again through turn number 2. Harley Keeble trying to get himself a first win on American soil, just like his teammate Senna Van Wallstein. Double duty. He does the 2 single speed classes. Wallstein both of them in X30 Pro, and then picking up in Pro Shifter as well. So they've got heavy hitters doing a lot of seat time in that PK Sports Sody Kart camp.
Keeble back up front. We'll see whether or not they can drop Phillips. Again, it's tough to do here with this long straightaway, but right now it's probably 4 lengths back. Needs to be a good run here through the hairpin for Peyton Phillips. He does a decent job. Again, you just do not want to get dropped. It's Colin Lloyd now looking pretty good there in that number 916 all over Keeble. Sody Kart leading the way up front. Again, Levy, you can see him further back. He's been able to pull away a little bit. Got some breathing room for Aiden Levy trying to close back up here as well. You can see that Alonso further back. Leaders across the line once again. Look at that gap. Phillips, see if he can't close back in, and he does. Able to use the draft and then get back into 1. They just carried so much more speed with that draft into turn number 1. Stack them and pack them again. 1, 2, 3, nose to tail.
Yeah, single file there through the bowl for Harley Keeble. With 6 laps to go, now is when you kind of start maybe feeling each other out a little bit, trying to really pay much closer attention to how the drivers' karts around you are handling. Peyton Phillips is going to get a good idea of that, running 3rd in line of where he may be a little better than both Lloyd or Keeble on the racetrack, and kind of put that in his back pocket for when they get to battling in the final stages, because you always want to set up your pass to be right before a couple of corners where you're the best or you're faster than the driver you're passing, so you can build a little bit of a gap and get away. And again, he's going to get a great lesson of that. Lloyd obviously sizing up Harley Keeble right now, and Keeble, well, he can't learn too much, but all he can do at the moment is push these guys to keep up with him by going to the ragged edge and hope that they drive as hard as he does.
And Xander, I just love the pedigree of all these drivers, right? You got a factory Sody Kart driver, you got Colin Lloyd, multiple race wins, you got Winter Series champion and multiple race winner Peyton Phillips. These guys all know how to win races, right? And they're going to go at it right now. This is a hardcore. They've got enough of a gap, 3.5 seconds back to Miskellis. So these guys are really going to lay it all out here right now. It was a lead for a time for Colin Lloyd. Keeble, though, coming right back by in turn 3.
Yeah, class of the field right here. I mean, Peyton Phillips, without question, I think is ready to move up to that X30 Pro Senior class if the opportunity arises. And Colin Lloyd's making a big name for himself as a driver that should be known as a national household name in senior competition here with his run this weekend, combined with how good he was in the start of the year in Orlando and Homestead, Miami. So through the double left we go, this time by 4 to go. Harley Keeble, Peyton Phillips there in that green and white with the red and white suit, and then the black suit, Speed Concepts Racing red speed of Colin Lloyd in third. Here's the look back to fourth. Vinny Miskelis is no longer alone. Noah Rosser has caught him, and he's brought some company to the party as well, invited or not, as we go for it for the lead. Phillips back through in turn one.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd tried to follow him through as well. Didn't quite play out for him, so indeed move the RPM driver back out front. That is Peyton Phillips as your leader, the Texan, leading the UK driver Harley Keeble on the Sodi kart. Keeble, of course, had a great debut at the Winter Nationals back in March, and looking to see if he can't get that first victory here in the KA 100 class. We got ourselves a race, so I'll tell you, we've got, 4 laps to go, 3 this time by. This thing's about to get really good. It's Keeble looking back to the inside.
Oh, a little bump from behind by Lloyd to send him through, say, yeah, you're going all the way through to the lead, and I'm coming with you. And it sent Keeble wide, but Lloyd, courtesy there, kind of gave him the spot back going in the left. That was cool to see. And now the updated order, Harley Keeble on the Sodi, then you've got Lloyd on the red speed, and then Phillips back in third on the Tony kart with a wide spread because Phillips had to go so wide to give them both space. He probably got some dirt on his tires. 3 to go, separated by a car length. Keeble the leader to turn number 1.
Such an interesting approach this right now. I'd almost want to see what I could do. Anything I could do to keep Keeble out of the lead at this point here. They had him into second with Phillips in the position. I thought Lloyd might have been the guy to try the move to try to put Keeble back to third because right now the Brit running P1. Lloyd, though, into the challenge spot. He wanted to get himself into second. Almost impossible to win on the final circuit from third unless the leaders get together. Although, as we know, Truly Adams able to win from fourth on the final lap. But again, right now, Colin Lloyd, Xander lining things up nicely. He looks very comfortable there. Good run out of the hairpin and right back on the rear bumper of Keeble. It'll be 2 to go this time by.
Yeah, through the double left we go for Harley Keeble, Colin Lloyd, Peyton Phillips through the S's and towards the final few turns. They'll see those 2 to go sticks go in the air from head flagman Aaron Likens. And it is finally time to really throw at it, but we've been going at it for what feels like half the race by now. Keeble going to stay low. Lloyd with a big run all the way clear, but down the inside, late on the brakes goes Keeble to hold the lead.
I thought Lloyd, the potential, I think he thought he was going around the outside as well, putting all the pressure. Keeble's going to go to the inside here, over-under coming. Keeble defended to the inside of 3 through the bowl now. This isn't even the last lap yet, Xander. There's still 1 more to go, and these guys are laying it down.
Keeble is not giving any window of opportunity. He even defended a little bit into the bus stop. Now coming out of the chicane, we saw in that KH Junior race where Kaminsky found a hole right here. Keeble going to stay way low to take that away. Lloyd goes high to try and do something. Nothing he can do. Phillips goes by, takes advantage, goes to second. Lloyd's going to open up again and see if he can't cross one of them up. He can't, so Harley Keeble, can you low line it 1 more lap around and hang on? Does he get rooted out of the way? Does Phillips find a magical window of opportunity? We're going to find out. 1 to go. Harley Keeble still leads them as they head onto the front straightaway.
I'll tell you, if there's an opportunity, I wouldn't be surprised to see Colin Lloyd trying to push him on through. Lloyd's going to go to the inside, and it's the outside for Phillips. It does not work at all, and he ends up losing the spot. So I'll move Colin Lloyd back up into second. Here comes the fight between these 2 drivers again. Down to the inside again goes Keeble. Lloyd right with them. Xander, this is going to come down to the hairpin.
All the way down to the wire. Now, Colin Lloyd was in this spot 1 lap ago. He went wide in that hairpin, and Phillips made him pay for it. Does he give him that opportunity again? Phillips, little mistake through the bus stop. He's going to lose a car length, but he'll gain it back up in the toe through the chicane. Keeble low. This time Lloyd goes center track. Late move from Phillips to get into second. That's some valuable points in the championship. And now, final major opportunity. What does he do? Keeble stays low, goes wide. They get hooked together. Colin Lloyd is through to the S's. 5, 6, 7 car lengths and counting. Noah Rosser gets to third. And out of the final turn, Miami kid, local hero, no more. Colin Lloyd, first visit to Utah, first win in Utah in KA Senior.
Wow, the way that thing played out is so intriguing. Obviously, Lloyd going way wide, trying to see if he can't make an over-under coming out of the hairpin as Keeble defended to the inside, but no, Peyton Phillips pushes it in. They make some contact trying to come through the left-hander, and the big, beautiful over-under. The same thing Truly Adams did, taking advantage of the leaders up front battling it out. He's the first driver out of the left-hander and rolls it through the chicane. A huge victory for Colin Lloyd. 1.3 seconds, the advantage over Harley Keeble, who had a look over his shoulders. Xander coming out of the left-hander. Couldn't believe the contact between he and Peyton Phillips. Noah Rosser, the other driver, getting the advantage and taking the gift there as he goes from 18th to 3rd. Rosser impressive there, running all the way up to the podium.
Very impressive from Noah Rosser. And I think Colin Lloyd's definitely put some teams on notice as 21 spots gained for Ethan Rapp, 14 gained for Ayrton Littell and the Scuderia Littell GFC. Miskelis falls to 8th, Gutierrez 9th. Unfortunately, there you see Mossman all the way down in 32nd. Not a good points haul, unfortunately. And again, another race that might have been able to put him in the mix. But Colin Lloyd showing everybody that even though he doesn't have nearly as many starts on the national tour as many of the drivers he's going up against, he deserves to be here. And what a run for Colin Lloyd on that T1D Racer, Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. The weather continues to loom here in the distance, but for now, it's dry racing with some awesome battles here at Utah Motorsports Campus. More to come when we come back. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus as the Avinco Tires Mini Swift drivers make their way onto the racetrack. We're going to hear from some of our top finishers in KA100 Senior in just a few moments as we get set for more from Salt Lake City, Utah. Right at the halfway marker here in our main events, folks, if you're just tuning in, you've got KA Senior just wrapped up. That was Group 3. Problems for the 128 factory kart machine here in the Mini Swift class. That's John McClellan, slated to start 16th with a mechanical problem. Unfortunately, he'll retire before the race even gets underway and pull off to the side. Beyond the Mini Swifts, after this one, you've got your pro shifters on deck and then it'll be time for X30 Junior, Master Shifter, and X30 Senior. So lots of racing still to go here in this one. And we are so excited to have you guys tuning in and watching along here with us. Lots of racing still going your way. But for the mini Swifts, Michael McGoy won the pre-final in a spectacular way. It was a crazy finish with a flip on the second to last lap out of that lead group. Took a few major contenders out. On the outside of him will be Marco Romero on the Team Benek 171 machine. Then you've got Lucas Palacio on the inside of a Trinity Karting Group lockout of row 2 with Travis Pettit on the outside. Jackson Porter in the Hy-Vee Musgrave Racing Factory kart rolls off 5th. Alongside him, the RPM Nitro kart of Tristan Murphy. Royce Vega and Matthew Cagle will make up row number 4. Mateo Quinto and Valentino Santillan row number 5. As they come under power now, we get set to go green. Avinco Tires, Mini Swift, main event action here, looking for it. Hands in the air, are we green? We are, and what a jump from Romero for the first time today. The outside lane's gonna get clear in turn number 1. He'll take over the lead, and they go a couple around at the back. 2 drivers involved, one of the Paralins and one of the Sodi karts collected over at the outside edge of turn number 1. On the opening lap, Marco Romero leads Michael McGoy. Travis Pettit is 3rd. Palacio is 4th. Murphy, Porter, Cagle, the top 7 as they go to the bus stop for the very first time here in Avinco Tires Mini Swift. Lap number 1 underway over to the chicane.
Indeed, opening lap in the books for a 18 lapper for the drivers here in Mini Swift will put us halfway through our main events and some, of course, aggressive racing on the opening circuit. This is the best opportunity to make overtakes, as we all know. Too wide to start, everybody close together. If you're able to make that move, you can capitalize and find a bunch of spots early on. Again, the drivers up front, though, top 5, Xander, get a little early breakaway, maybe 3, 4, 5 kart legs from 5th back to 6th, but otherwise, opening lap going in the books.
Down the front stretch here, Lucas Palacio got around Pettit for 3rd. Now he's working with McGoy, hoping McGoy goes to the lead. McGoy will stick a nose down the inside. He'll bring Palacio with him. And 1st and 2nd now go to Michael McGoy and Lucas Palacio. And just like that, Palacio wants the lead. He'll quickly go through it in turn number 2 and in 2 corners from 1st to 2nd. And now Lucas Palacio takes him to the bus stop. Let's go side by side here and hear from our winner in K100 Senior. Colin Lloyd is standing by with Alexander Searle after that phenomenal win.
Thanks, Xander. Colin Lloyd, Florida native, making your way all out to Utah. First win out of the state there. Describe to me your feelings right now after that victory. I mean, what a final lap. Talk me through it.
I thought it was a pretty good final. Me, Peyton, and Keeble pulled away from Mossman and Noah. And from there, we kind of just battled it out a little bit. The last lap, I was in 2nd for most of it. Going into the back hairpin, I went back to 3rd, and then Peyton and Keeble got together, and I pulled out the win.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about your emotions right now, right? I mean, this has been a breakout year for you in the KA Senior class for sure, making yourself a prime contender in every race you've been to. I mean, what are your emotions right now?
I'm actually really happy right now. I'm really happy with the kart. We went back to OTK because Magic isn't here this weekend, and I really like it. I think it's really good.
Thanks, Colin. Good job.
Thank you.
Good spirits as expected there for Colin Lloyd after that performance in the KA Senior main event. And we're seeing the battle heat up now back behind the race leader. Palacio showing the way over Marco Romero, Michael McGoy, Tristan Murphy, Travis Pettit, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Jackson Porter right there looking on in 6th. It's a big line behind the leader who is edging further up the road as they battle further back. Look at Pettit down the inside. He'll take a little bit of curbing as he gets clear on Murphy. And Porter side by side with Mateo Quinto on the outside lane. In the middle of that, as well as William Kim, Royce Vega, Matthew Cagle, and I believe one more of the Bennex, Troy Ferguson. So that's all the way down to 12th. But all that side by side through the S's give and take has spread them back apart. And Lucas Palacio is starting to pull away here as they head down to turn number 1.
Will this be the first race we see here on the day where a driver up front's been able to pull away, break the draft, and essentially run off into the distance? We'll see whether or not the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver Lucas Palacio is that guy. Marco Romero went purple last time by, so the gap that was a half a second. We'll see whether or not it stretches or if it shrinks back down. Palacio, Romero, McGoy, Pettit, and Murphy, the top 5.
Let's go side by side again here in the early stages of this Mini Swift main event down to pit lane with Peyton Phillips, the other half of a 3-way fight for the win. Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Peyton Phillips. Peyton, I mean, what a chaotic race from our point of view. Must have been even more chaotic from the driver's seat. Describe that final lap to me in the contact there with Keeble.
Tried something around the outside in the one, was hoping I was going to get a bit of help. Never came. Into the back hairpin, threw it back in on Lloyd. And then coming into the last double rights, Keeble, he got to the apex, but then drifted out a bit wide between the two. And I tried to squeeze my nose in, and just a little bit of contact ruined what should have been a win for Keeble, but it is what it is.
Thanks, Peyton.
No, thank you.
There you go from Peyton Phillips, and that was a very gracious interview, I have to say, Rob.
I was going to say an honest answer, right? He was hoping for the help in one, which I kind of thought might have happened. I thought that maybe Lloyd might try to push him through to get Keeble backward. That didn't happen. And he threw it in on Lloyd, which any of us would have done down over in the hairpin. And then again, probably just trying to see if he could get the over-under done. He didn't. He misjudged a little bit, a little contact. And, much to, of course, the happiness of Colin Lloyd, he was able to do the over-under. Because he was, let's be real, Colin was setting totally up for it. He went way wide on the entry, knowing that could happen. He lined it up, and the doors opened up. And, again, that's exactly what Colin Lloyd was hoping for, some contact between P1 and P2.
And let's hear from the other side of it. Harley Keeble was so fast today here in KA Senior. He's still a contender in that X30 Pro class coming up later on, but a tough one to swallow, I'm sure. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. You're with Harley Keeble. Harley, it looked so good for you. You were able to get to the lead. You were white-lining it the last 2 laps, and then contact with Peyton, sent you back a couple of spots. Just talk me through your thoughts on the race and then the last lap.
The race was really good. The start was really good. We had really good pace, and then towards the end we started to miss a little bit of speed. So when Colin overtook me and when Peyton overtook me, I had to go straight back in, so I did. And it got to about 3 laps to go, and I put it on the white line for the 3 laps. Didn't lose any positions, and then going into turn 13, he just decided to go flat out straight into my rear bumper, and Colin got the switch on both of us, and it was just a bit stupid, really.
All right, Harley Keeble comes away with the podium, and not what he wanted here in the final for KA Senior. Back to you guys.
Yeah, a bit frustrated. Can't blame him, though, Rob, to be fair. I mean, he did everything he thought he needed to do to win that one.
Indeed, and he did. He had a great job, did a great job over the last couple of laps. And again, just the contact there, having kind of drifted wide a bit at the apex of that corner. You probably do the same thing. There's no need to kind of get tight on the inside. You got the spot. As long as you're able to get out of that corner and be the first guy to the apex of the S's, you've got the position. So again, Peyton had said he just tried to do kind of an over-under, made some contact, and again, not surprising at all that Harley would be disappointed. Luckily for him, he's got another shot next 30 Senior, another full day of racing tomorrow.
Yeah, another full day definitely will be a much relief for Harley Keeble. That's the one good part about these SKUSA Pro Tour weekends. You get to hit that full restart button of the day when you start back Sunday morning. Good or bad, however your Saturday goes, take that out and throw it out the window, because it doesn't matter on Sunday. Another warm-up session, another qualifying session to start from zero, and then another heat race and main event. He'll get another shot at it. He was just, again, probably a quarter lap away from his first win on American soil. He's got a shot later today. It'll be a little tougher from where he starts, but he'll get another try at it tomorrow in KA Senior.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, right? When's going to happen for Harley Keeble for sure. We've seen that he has the pace to run up front. The Sodi Kart, great material, as we know. Let's get back to this fight, because we have 3 drivers locked and loaded up front right now in Romero, McGoy, and Palacio. This is I think kind of a standard, typical, mini Swift race. 3 drivers locked and loaded, trying to pull away. Travis Pettit back there doing whatever he can to try to get himself back up front, but he's essentially a 10th off in terms of those drivers who are drafting. He's all by himself, 0.8 of a second back. The draft probably not enough to keep him there. Again, what's he looking forward to, Xander? Please start the fight up front so I can get back in this fight. Right now, though, Romero, McGoy, and Palacio just running 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at where the lap times were as of last time by. Pettit lost a 2/10 margin. Murphy lost 4/10 to the leaders. Vega was quicker. Granted, he was making a pass, I believe. So depending on how things shake out, you could see drivers further back claw their way to this lead group of 3, but they need a little more help than what they're getting by these guys staying single file here at the halfway marker, coming up to it anyway. 8 down at the line, 10 to go. For some big movers and shakers, how about Troy Ferguson, current holder of the fastest lap time, up 11 spots to 7th. Alexis Bayarja, remember that crazy crash in turn 1 where you had the world that felt like close in on him in the middle, 3 wide from the off pole in qualifying to the rear in the main. He's up 20 positions so far. He's still got more to go. He is 9th right now, and he's 2/10 away from Jackson Porter's Hy-Vee factory card.
Yeah, in fact, just turned his fastest lap. Bergeron did as well, and that number 194 at 105.240. Faster than the leader on that last lap. He is just 3/10 behind Porter, so closing up there, potential fight for 8th. That actually would help Porter. He's 1.6 seconds behind Troy Ferguson, although he's lost some pace, so maybe Porter could get a little help here from Bergeron to work himself back up into the fight. But again, this front-running trio has now stretched out to a full second. A lap and a half ago, it was 0.8 of a second. Now a full second, but 1, 2, 3 ahead of Pettit, who runs 4th, Royce Vega in 5th, and Tristan Murphy in the 5th spot. So this one, if it plays out, as we're at now closing up to the halfway point this time by, it'll be 9 laps down with 9 laps remaining in an 18-lap distance. These 3 drivers, if they play their cards right, are going to battle it out for the positions on the podium.
Yeah, they just got to keep doing exactly what they're doing. Stay in line, stay single file, don't pass, and follow the leader, Marco Romero here. You can run down these last few laps, just kind of cruise to the end. Now, Palacio lost a little time out of the final turn. He'll pick it back up with a good run through turn number 1. For Travis Pettit, he's hoping for any kind of a battle up front. He's a second and a half away, just outside the back bumper window of Lucas Palacio, 1.2 off of 3rd, and he doesn't have any help coming for another second and a quarter, unfortunately. We're going to go side by side for a little more at the end of that one. Noah Rosser, out of left field, it felt like, gets himself onto the podium in some hardware. He's standing by with Emery Lida.
Thanks, Xander. You're Noah Rosser. Noah, I mean, unfortunately, did not pass tech, so you're not going to end up with the hardware, but still 18th to 3rd in that race. Just describe to me how that race felt after what was really a tumultuous weekend up to this point.
Well, you know, I try to get the best start as possible and just see if I can pick up as many spots as possible. And there was a gap on the outside, and I went for it, and it ended up working. And I made about, I don't know, give or take 5 spots, and got myself in the top 10, and just try to pick off one by one and focus on my mistakes that Colin Brown from RPM told me that I need to fix. And I just worked my butt off and just try to get a podium, which ended up. But I mean, tech is tech, and I got really unlucky. Yeah.
Yeah, and one last thing. I mean, obviously not what you wanted to have happen after this, but still the pace you showed in the final. How are you looking to translate that into tomorrow?
Well, today was really unlucky because a bit of driver error letting off on the straightaway put me 26 out of 34. So hopefully if I don't do that, because I'm in the slow group, that can, you know, put me more forward into the pre-final and not have to climb so much.
All right, well, Noah Rosser, the stats won't show up, but an outstanding drive to get up to 3rd in the final. Back to you guys.
That's unfortunate there, Rob, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. A great run, obviously, to capitalize on all the opportunities he had over that main event. So hate to see that he went back like he did. Again, another great thing about having the opportunity to do it all again. I know some series are running 1 main event, some still running the 2 main events. For a guy like Noah Rosser, probably pretty happy that it's a 2-event schedule here this weekend because he can go to sleep, come back, and really clear off the slate and try again. And again, he will still be in the slower group in qualifying based on the pace from happy hour on Friday. But like you said, he lays down a good lap. It's going to minimize the effort he's going to have to make in that pre-final to come forward.
Yeah, you can start the day a whole lot better for him, and he knows, how to make up time on this racetrack and to make some passes. That's the one good takeaway from today. Obviously, the points haul is unfortunate, and not being able to stand on the box after all that hard work is tough as well. But, he knows how to go from the back to the front. If he gets himself a little bit of a better place to start from, there's no doubt that Noah Rosser could not be a contender tomorrow. So as the leaders work their way out of the double left, these 3 appear to be the contenders for the win here in Mini Swift. It's a 2-second gap out back to Travis Pettit, who has just slowly slipped a little bit further out of reach from the leading trio. Royce Vega has been quick. He's run him down a little bit, but not quicker than the leaders. In fact, nobody is quicker than the leaders right now. Alexis Bayarja on the best of them. He's back in 8th, digging to get up to Tristan Murphy on the Bureau Alert. But the leader group of 3 just set their personal best that time by, and Lucas Palacio set best time of the race once again. 6 to go, and it's a 3-second lead now for them back to Travis Pettit.
Yeah, Bennick, Parolin, and Kart Republic. 1, 2, 3 now as the leaders are stretching away. Palacio just went purple, as Xander had mentioned, and they are 2.7 ahead of Pettit now. So indeed, it is a 3-driver battle at the end of this one as we have 6 laps remaining, 5 to go when they get back around to Aaron Likens' start-finish. So this one's starting to come down to the end. But I'll say this, Xander, these drivers have shown incredible patience. They could be racing right now. but they realize, hey, we can run 1, 2, 3 for the next 3, 4 laps, and then we'll go to work with a couple laps remaining. Palacio, of course, is going to get aggressive, as will Magoy. You know, Romero knows they're coming, so everything's kind of on hold until we get to the last couple laps.
Yeah, just 5 laps to go now here. 13 laps complete. When do these kids get the sign from the pit lane that they need to go forward? I mean, Palacio being in third, we've seen guys win from that more today than I feel like from second or first in a last lap battle, but you would think they'd probably want to put themselves in the lead when they hit that 2 to go signal. So if that's the case, with 5 to go, when do you want to move forward? Because you don't want to block too early that you kind of trigger the battle early on and maybe run that risk of more drivers getting up into the mix if you start battling too early. At the same time, again, just like we said in that KA Junior main event, this is positioning right now. This isn't fast laps. I mean, granted, they're running really good times, and it isn't battling yet. You're just kind of taking the spot because you know he's probably going to give it to you to put yourself where you want to be when you start that last 2-lap battle.
And I think the fact that it's not a 4 or 5 driver pack is different as well, because if you're 5th, you're going to start getting aggressive early, right? This is literally a group of 3 guys, so it's going to take 2 laps, maybe 3 laps for a guy like Palacio if he's the guy moving to the front. So indeed, as we come down to those last couple of laps, it's going to start getting exciting. 4 to go.
Well, while we wait for them to continue to get set to battle, let's go side by side for one more interview before the end of this one. Marin Kremers now has inherited the 3rd position starting spot. He is looking pretty for the Pro Shifter main event, and he's standing by with our very own Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Marin rolling off P3, much better than the heat race, rolling off on row 3. I mean, what are your expectations for this race? And I mean, how confident are you, going in the heat race? You said you were struggling down the straightaway with some motor issues. I mean, how do you feel for this final?
Hopeful, I guess. We've thrown everything at it. We've ran the car a billion times on the stand. Even at Amir from SRP Motors helping us out with the tune. So, no more excuses. Hopefully it's going to work, and we've got some power down the straight and can pull some moves on the GFC boys. So, it's going to be exciting.
Thanks, Marin.
Thank you.
There you go from Marin Kremers as he begins to suit up to go to war with Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, and the rest of that Pro Shifter field. And speaking of war, the battle is about to break out. 3 laps to go. Marco Romero has led the most laps of this main event. Michael Magoy has been a very loyal pusher thus far. No more. Down the inside and to the lead for the 161 Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro card.
Yeah, move him to P1 right now. Come to the inside, comes to Palacio as well. He'll go by Romero, moving him back to 3rd. So it indeed is again Magoy out front as your leader. Michael Magoy on the parallel leading the way. Palacio, the Kart Republic in the 2nd spot. And let's see if Romero now can come back at it.
Yeah, can Romero quickly dust those tires back off, clean them up here in a lap, and go to school on the front 2 and find an opportunity to go back forward. This would have been one, but he's too far away as Palacio takes over the lead in the back hairpin.
I said it was going to take 2 laps, maybe 3 for him to get to the front. And I will correct myself. You're right. It is a nitro kart there for the RPM driver. Again, what a run here for Palacio. Is it too early, Xander? There's a lot of time still.
A lot, but we did see Michael Magoy in that pre-final low-line it on the front stretch and the back stretch almost every single lap, and it got him the win. So you can do that quite a bit, and Harley Keeble almost did it in the KA Senior main. At this point, as Harley said, stick it on the white line and pray you don't get knocked off the racetrack. Palacio defending nicely here through turns 1 and 2.
Ooh, I thought it was going to be a big over-under from Romero there. He went way wide on the entry, just didn't quite bring it down to the apex quick enough to potentially get back down the inside. So Palacio leading the way. I believe the site here of his first ever podium finish back in the micro days here at Utah. Will he get a win here today? Michael Magoy lining up to try to get back by him here. And again, we're not done at all. 2 laps remaining, white flag next time by. Down to the bottom goes Palacio. Let's see if Magoy forces the issue. No. And look at this. Romero's going to over-under on him, but can he hold the outside of the left-hander? I don't think he will. Magoy going to go down the bottom. Romero not there to do the over-under. Xander, things are holding station here for Palacio.
A good lap so far for Palacio. Now, we haven't seen any passes, and I don't think we'll see many in this final 3-corner section in the full-size cars, but we've seen a couple in Mini and Micro Swift over the years. I think that's one last over-under opportunity that we may count out, but we shouldn't when it comes to this division fighting for the win. As they go to 1, again, Palacio and Magoy low, Romero to the high side, and not enough to get anything. Same thing in turn 2.
Super surprised that that McGoy may not have tried the big over-under with him low-lining down to the bottom of the racetrack. This is going to come down to the hairpin, very likely. McGoy right there with him. What kind of contact do we see coming through the bus stop as the 161 Nitro looking to try to pull the trigger here on Palacio. This is it right here. Through the chicane, a little bit of breathing room. McGoy ready to make the move by. Down to the bottom. Not enough, Xander.
Not enough there. Romero's going to try that crossover. This time it works. He gets into second. Now does he put the bumper to Palacio? He tries him, moves him up the racetrack, but Palacio holds it nicely. Over to the S's for the final time. Palacio looks good. Here's that maybe crossover. Little bump there. McGoy's going to get alongside Romero, and that'll seal it out of the final turn. Big bump there for Romero, but Lucas Palacio wins another one. He's victorious in Utah. Lucas Palacio, what a year and another tick in the W column.
I thought that maybe McGoy was going to get an over-under there coming through turn, whatever, the left-hander there. I'm not sure what the exact turn number it is because he lined them up as they were down to the bottom of the track. He just didn't get quite down to the apex coming through and was not even able to get by Romero. But then, man, Romero getting into that final curb. You think about the weight of these karts here when he got around the curb there. Almost tossed him up in the air. He ends up holding on for third, of course. Palacio, McGoy, and Romero top 3. And look at that run up to 4th spot. 25 position improvement for Alexis Bergeron, able to go up to P4 after that incident in the pre-final.
What a recovery drive by the BRLR driver. I mean, all the way through. Good point stay, good points all. Good, I mean, just big boost of confidence in tomorrow. And that's what you kind of need, right? They say the old saying, get back up on the horse when it bucks you off. That was a big buck off there for Alexis Bergeron in the pre-final. And to recover from that crazy wreck to go back forward here in the main event to 4th is very impressive.
Primary championship contenders Tristan Murphy and Ashton Woon. Woon came in behind in points by just about 70 points, but they ended up finishing essentially together 9th and 10th. Tristan Murphy in 9th and Ashton Woon up 13 spots from 23rd into the top 10. Rocco Simone, who the driver went over in the pre-final, comes up 15 spots as well from 26 up to 11.
Well, we keep our eye on that weather. The forecasted liquid sunshine was set to head our way here in about 15-20 minutes. Those mountains off the way have cleared out, though. We might get lucky and stay dry all the way through, but you never know. The winds of change are coming, and the pro shifters are headed your way as well. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's the first of the 2 headline pro divisions up next. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus as we get set to go. Let's go down to pit lane here really quickly for a pre-race report. Alexander Searle, take it away.
Thanks, Dan. I got a chance to speak with Senna Van Walstein before the race. He told me he's really confused on where the pace has gone. He said on Thursday and Friday they tested the long run pace. Tires held on just fine. Today, he has some of the worst tires I saw amongst the entirety of this grid. He told me they threw a bunch of stuff at the go-kart and mainly using this race as kind of a test for tomorrow's main event tomorrow in the shifter class. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex, there. We'll hear as well from Emery Lida here in just a few moments. But, yeah, nothing worse than scratching your head about losing speed here, Rob. Let's go back to Emery down in the pit lane. What you got for us?
Xander, again, I talked to Kyle Wick on the grid. And he felt like he saved the tires really well in the pre-final compared to everyone else. 4 laps, and he's really confident that both him and Jacob Gulick can get away up at the front.
No doubt that he'd have the confidence after that pre-final, though.
Well, listen, let's first things first, get off the line cleanly and try to get through turn 1 and 2. You know, I think Marian Kremers is probably going to be pretty aggressive. I got a feeling he's going to want to break them up pretty quickly. I don't know that he's going to want to worry about trying to pull away. I think he's going to try to get that job done, especially starting from where he is inside of road number 2. A decent launch puts him right on the bumper. Gulick could leave Wick on the outside looking in.
Well, for Senna Van Walstein here, losing pace at this time of the weekend is the most missed opportune time. That disqualification after the pre-final for being too wide in the rear on track width has him starting 19th. Your front row, of course, Gulick and Wick on those GFC machines. Row 2, Kremers and Pickett for a PSL Bureau Art second row. Row 3, Remo Ruschetti, CDD, Ital Kart, and to his outside, Giorgio Carrara on the International Motorsport Factory Lenzo Kart. Nick LeDuc and Connor Wick, row 4. Billy Musgrave and Mario Gill, row 5. Danny Formal, Jay Irwin, row 6. Philip Niemkowicz, Daniel Fellows, Vincent Cassard, Ethan Boer, Vitolo, TJ Madonna, and then Senna Van Walstein here, Rob.
Field set, folks, getting ready to go to the lights here for a 20-lap main event for Pro Shifter. The GFC front row. Will it equate to a race win? Field set, green, 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 and a great start for Kyle Wick. He'll come across the bow to go to second. The whole shot goes to Jacob Gulick.
Watch Kremers right here, turn 2. Wick knows that he's going to block the low side and defend as Pickett follows along. So it's pairs of 2 as Giorgio Carrara gets a nice start up to the 5th spot. Connor Wick into 6th. It was a terrible start for Remo Ruschetti. He's lost 3 or 4 positions off the whole shot. And Jacob Gulick, for the first time here on the 2023 season, leading laps at the SKUSA Pro Tour as he takes them through the chicane.
Yeah, sheer pace for Gulick in that pre-final was impressive. Tried to close up there to try to find a way by Van Walsteren. Wasn't able to do it, but the pace was there. Can he pull away up front as Wick now holding back the masses as the rest of them stream through the left-hander, back through the chicane, over to the final couple of corners to lead out here onto the front straightaway and move Jacob Gulick to P1. He will be the leader coming across the line. Kyle Wick runs in second, Kremers third, Pickett fourth, Carrera, Connor Wick, Remo Ruschetti, Billy Musgrave, Nick LeDuc, and Danny Formal.
Little bobble there from Kremers. You saw him go way wide in turn number 1. He recovers nicely. Hunter Pickett giving him plenty of breathing room right now in the 4th spot as Jacob Gulick takes the field out of the bowl once again, and now we start to settle in a little bit. How about Connor Wick? He's gotten himself up into that 5th position as well, and the younger brother of Kyle Wick on the Track Magic black and yellow machine back in P5 has had his best start to a SKUSA Pro Tour to date. Oh no! He goes wide there in the hairpin. Here comes Remo Ruschetti to challenge.
Yeah, going to the hairpin there, trying to overcook it. Got a little wide coming through, and there he is. Look at the side-by-side. How about elbows up? Man, and Carrera's going to take advantage. 2 drivers together.
Oh, it's a Sodia, Nick LeDuc and Danny Formal. Oh. Nick LeDuc and Danny Formal in the chaos get collected and stuck together out of the final few turns, and their days instantly are done.
LeDuc trying to get it refired. It has not been a good day for the 237 of Danny Formal. He'll call this his drop. It's just not going to give him any opportunity for mistakes through to the end of the season. That RPG machine up front, as we know, Gulick leading the way, but all that chaos, I think, happened in turn number 7 and brought it all it was kind of a chain reaction. Xander back with everybody else trying to take advantage of each other.
So now as we look up front, Hunter Pickett, how about a send on his teammate? The Jim Weed PSL karting Beryl Art driver to P3. He taps the helmet, says, Marin Kremers, you follow me. Hunter Pickett was the sleeper pick yesterday, second in happy hour in what has been his best weekend, it seems like so far. Super consistent, was super fast here last year. He's up to third, and now he leads the PSL karting Beryl Art duo down the front straightaway.
That is impressive. And listen, he went purple with the pass. 56.817 with the overtake on his teammate. He still goes purple, so Hunter Pickett on the Beryl Art flying right now over the first couple of laps. Just into the opening quarter of this race, though, and the two GFCs out front, loud and proud still, with Jacob Gulick and Kyle Wick. Pickett and Kremers for Beryl Art, third and fourth, and Connor Wick, who, as we know, battling it out there with Raymond City, with Carrera. Some scrapping there. That really started everything that happened further back with Nick Leduc and Danny Formal, both those drivers to the tail of the field, as we know. So a lot of action early on.
Yeah, lots of time to go as we see the field slowly spread itself out through the S's. That big contact there all started with Connor Wick and Remo Ruscetti. With the way it all shook out, Wick's now got himself some real estate. Back to Ruscetti for 5th and 6th on the racetrack. It's then Carrara, then Jay Irwin, then Ethan Boer up 7 spots, and then Philip Niemkowicz as we go down through turns 1 and 2 with the PSL duo. And I don't think Marian Kremers is going to wait too long now. While Pickett was faster when he was behind him, now Kremers is faster behind Pickett. And for either one of them, they've got to sort it out and find a way for them to reel in the GFCs sooner rather than later. The longer this race goes on, the more everyone's hanging on for dear life, and it's tougher to go up to that ragged edge and push the limit.
Yeah, indeed, that is exactly true. And again, they're running 3rd and 4th right now. The key is, though, they don't want to see those GFC drivers pull away, and maybe even more important, Gulick up front. First, they'd have to get by Kyle Wick, but Gulick now with a half a second on Wick up front. Last time by, though, Gulick did a 56.896. He was quicker than Wick, Pickett, and Kremers. He's laying down great laps right now. Gulick, driver of the Pacific Northwest, laying it down for GFC.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick here. What a performance this weekend here. He's always been pretty solid around Utah Motorsports Campus. Contended for podiums over the last few seasons. Last year was a little bit off the mark, but not far as the field grew in numbers. And now this weekend, it's a breakout one for the Pacific Northwestern star. He's never won a SKUSA Pro Tour National before. This would be mega for Jacob Gulick to get it done.
Let's just throw this out here as well. Purple lap on lap number 4. Senna Van Walsten already up into the 9th position. 56.720. Now a half second behind Jay Irwin, who's only 7/10 behind Carrera. So the driver on the move is still Van Walsten, up on the throttle right now. Last time by, trying to get himself forward here. Last time by a 56.9, 2/10 off of that of Gulick, but he's overtaking all the way forward. There he is right there. That is a 2:19 of Van Walsten. Up now on the Aussie, Jay Irwin on the Beryl Art machine. Watch for a pass coming down here into turn number 1, because no prisoners right now for Van Walsten. Down to the inside, deep on the brakes, throws the slider, book it, he's through. That's P8.
Man, that was beautiful to watch. Van Walsten backed that rear end into the corner, hip checked, just barely kissed the right side pod of Jay Irwin and gets his way on through. And the Sodi Kart pilot now continues to drive forward. Next on the target list is Giorgio Carrara in that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart in 7th. And Remo Ruscetti's not far up the road, is a big diver and a near spin for Marian Kremers as he put the power down, and that rear end nearly went around on him for 3rd.
Indeed it was. He was making that move by his teammate Hunter Pickett. We know probably getting a little nervous being that being behind in P4 and watching the leaders check out. I will say this, Van Walsten, even with his fast lap last time, a 56.9, still 2/10 off of that of Gulick. Both Gulick and Wick down into the high 56s. 57 for Kremers, 57 for Kyle Wick, 57.2 for Rusciti, 57.3 for Carrera. So the GFCs, although still in the opening half of this race, Sander, putting down magic lap times up front.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing a phenomenal job right now. This is one of the best weekends to date for the GFC karting brand. You think of all their drivers that have been up front. Keegan Kaminsky has been so fast. The Scuderia Littell, a local group based out of Salt Lake City, Utah, has performed and shown some drivers towards the front of the field in the 100cc classes. But up front in Pro Shifter, I mean, just great stuff from the SwedeTech GFC camp. They've got, again, international engine builders and international factory-backed efforts that they're having to go head-to-head with, and the American-based operation is leading the way with a 1-2 result right now for their leading drivers, and 5th still for Connor Wick at the moment as they head down the front straightaway.
Looking further down the field, Billy Musgrave has dropped down to 13th. Not much is going on with Billy right now. Vincent Cassard out of this race already. One of the Masters drivers will likely run the Pro Shifter class here this weekend. But again, just a quick look to see what's going on with Musgrave down in 13th position. Not the start of the weekend that Billy Musgrave was hoping for, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a handful of our big name guys struggling, and it just shows you how tough it is to get dialed in, week out, with all the talent stacked to the brim in the Pro Shifter class for both Billy Musgrave and Danny Formal to be kind of off of where we're used to seeing them on the pylon. Coming to 11 laps to go this time by, 9 down. Jacob Gulick is at best matched right now on the racetrack. Nobody's quicker. Van Wallstein now getting around Ruschetti. Already got around Carrara. Senna Van Wallstein up to 6th here. Connor Wick about a 1.5 seconds up the road.
One thing I want to point out too, look at Gulick. It's been just consistent 56.7s. A 56.731 was his best lap on lap 5. He has hit a 56.7 every lap. This last one, 56.749. Literally 1/100th of a second off his fast lap, and he is just knocking him out. He's a full second ahead now of Kyle Wick. You go further back, no one's really, we got guys down to 56.9s now, but no one's down there where Jacob Gulick is.
No, I mean, he is just flat flying at the moment, as now look at Senna Van Wallstein up to Connor Wick. Big time run up to the Track Magic GFC driver, and Remo Ruschetti probably didn't forget how he got roughed up by Wick earlier in the session. Here comes Wallstein on the inside, and around goes Connor Wick as he locks it up, and that looked like an engine might have seized there, Rob.
I was just going to say, everybody down to the 56.9s, he had lost about a second on that last lap, but that indeed looked like a stick on the way into that corner, because you can see he was slowing up a bit. But Walsh just really ate him up, and then, of course, the engine probably going away there into the hairpin.
Unfortunate for Connor Wick as the engine grenades out of 5th. His best result potentially goes to the wayside, and Senna Van Wallstein rebounds now to P5. It's a long way forward to Hunter Pickett for 4th on the racetrack right now, unfortunately. About 4.5 seconds to get there. As we look back up front, we'll see the gaps are going to start to look, I think, a little bit different in the second half of this main event, because Hunter Pickett, that time by, started to get a little bit better once again, and Maureen Kremers went purple. 56.645 for the man in 3rd. Jacob Gulick gave up a 10th to him. He did pull a 10th away from his teammate in Kyle Wick, but late in the going, this is where that world championship level experience comes in, Maureen Kremers, that maybe, just maybe, he can put a little bit of tire saving down in the first half and put it to good use in the final 9 laps.
Lap 10, another 56.7 for Gulick, this time a 56.8, so he's backed off about a 1/10 of a second. 56.9 for Wick, 56.7 for Kremers.
Oh no! Remo Ruschetti is out! Remo Ruschetti in that Catalyst Driver Development Ital Kart out of 6th is gone.
Tough one for him, man. Had a great run going, as we know.
And it must have been with Senna Van Wallstein.
Oh,
look at that. They were 5th and 6th across the line last time by Van Wallstein all the way down the order as well. Was that? Oh, no, that was Nick Leduc. My apologies there. Nick Leduc was the one further back on the screen. It was all, I believe, by himself going backwards.
We'll see when they come back around. We'll reset the order here right now, and indeed it was, Van Wallstein did come back and went purple again with a 56.622. So even though he's 4 seconds behind Hunter Pickett, he's making the statement for the case that he'll be back in the fight for a race win come Sunday in round number 4 of this Pro Tour. Gulick's lead now 1.1 seconds, 12 down, 8 to go. It's Gulick, Wick, and Kremers. Now, whether or not Kremers can close up on Wick, that's a different story. A 1/2 second back, and he was quicker by not quite a full 1/10 of a second on the last lap. Wick is about to be challenged. He'll have to step things up for certain to hold back Kremers, because, again, Gary Carlton on the sidelines, he and Sonny Cervelli said, we want a 1-2. This is the impact This is a statement we're trying to make with GFC karting.
Yeah, I mean, this is big, right at the middle round of the Pro Tour to kind of reassert themselves into the championship fight. You know, we go back to Orlando. Who are the major players? Obviously, Billy Musgrave, Danny Formal, the big man able to get over the curbs, AJ Myers, Marin Kremers. The GFC boys, it just wasn't all the way there for them. And then they went back. They obviously did their homework. Lots of testing, lots of extra R&D to try and find a little more speed. Rainey from Sweet Tech here this weekend to help them dial in the motors. They've got their full factory level effort with them, and they are first and second. But like you said, Rob, Kyle Wick is fading. That time by 3/10 given up to Marin Kremers. It's a 2/10 margin from second to third. This is where that fight is going to be.
And let me just throw this out there. Another 56.7 for Jacob Gulick. This guy is a machine right now. The consistency out of Gulick, 56.7, 56.7. Oh, he backed it up to a 56.8. Right back to a 56.7. He is really nailing it right now. 1.4 seconds up on this battle, or at least potential battle for second spot between Wick and Kremers. Pickett fourth, Van Wolsten purple with a 56.565. Fast lap there for Van Wolsten. Carrera sixth. Philip Niemkowitz now seventh. Billy Musgrave up to eighth. Ethan Boer up 7 spots to ninth, and Mario Gill holding station in P10. Here's the battle, though. This is for second spot as Kremers is closed up on the bumper now here of Kyle Wick. We're potentially going to get a scrap over the next couple laps.
As we head down to turn number 1 now, we see 14 laps complete, 6 laps to go. New best time from Jacob Gulick on lap 14, 56.5. That's right up there with the pace of Senna Van Walstein. It doesn't matter who was out of this one. With Ruschetti, Formal, Van Walstein all kind of out of contention, Jacob Gulick is still laying down heaters, and he is proving to everybody, making that statement that he is not getting a win off of Van Walstein's DQ in the pre-final, not getting a win off Formal or some of the other contenders being here. He is being the best driver on the racetrack lap after lap, and that time by was another proof towards it.
Yeah, the consistency for Jacob Gulick. He has not wavered, not flinched at all, and has continued to pull away from this fight between Wick and Kremers. And give it up for Kyle Wick as well. He's been challenged by this former world champion and the current SKUSA Pro Tour title winner in Kremers on that Burrell Art machine. Can he hold him back to make it a GFC 1-2? He looks pretty good coming down the line, stretching it into turn number 1. 15 laps down, 5 laps remaining, another 56.8 for Gulick. He can breathe a little bit, there's no doubt about that. Doesn't need to push to the very edge. He let off a little here and there, 2.3 seconds to lead. Wick, though, does not have that luxury, Xander. It has got to be 100% focus if he's going to hold back Kremers all the way to the checkered flag.
And I will say here is many obviously know how the KZ class works, but for those that were just tuning in, this is a multi-manufacturer open formula division where all the best engine manufacturers build a piece to compete against one another. There has not been an IAME KZ win in quite some time. Well, the GFC boys, they are on IAME KZ Screamers, and most of the class here used to running the TM engine. We've seen, of course, Danny Formal aboard the Vortex, but it's IAME 1-2 over the TMs of Marin Kremers and Hunter Pickett, their third and fourth. Down the front stretch once again, now we're down to 4 laps remaining. Marin Kremers is running out of time, and while he's been hunting him down, he's been struggling behind him. We heard that from his interviews, of course. He mentioned that with their motor, they've just been lacking a little bit here or there. They can get top speed, but they lose the mid-range. They can get mid-range, they lose the top end, but he says he's good on the brakes, and he can make up for it to run with them. Can he make up for it to get alongside? He's close through the bus stop. Here comes that next run on the on-track dyno through the chicane. This is a good run. Here he goes inside. Marin Kremers to second over Kyle Wick.
That's the big dive bomb move you can do in those shifter kart categories. Throw it down to the bottom, knock that gear down, and come powering out of the corner. The question now is, can Wick come right back at him? If he does indeed have top end, he's got to get out of these corners here and get right back by in turn number 1. You cannot let Kremers pull away through that mid-range, and that's the way they've gone. 3 or 4 car lengths. You can see them run down the straightaway again. Wick's going to try the outside. Does he lay up the over-under? Doesn't force the issue. Kremers holding the spot. Wick right there with them, though, Xander. He's got to get back by quickly, up on the curb through turn 3, back over to turn number 4.
Through the bowl here for Marin Kremers and Kyle Wick. We'll go towards the bus stop with 2.5 laps to go. Kremers just has to hold on. You saw the closing rate there down the front stretch for Kyle Wick. He ramped up to the bumper of Marin Kremers down that long straightaway between the slipstream and the power advantage. And down the backstretch, let's see it again. Kremer's just going to block the low side here. The more he can defend, the more it also could open the opportunity for Hunter Pickett to get involved. He's only a second and a half away as we come to the 2 to go signal.
You can see through this chicane now that Wick staying right with him. Will there be the opportunity to get that top end working at the end of the straightaway? He's got to find a way by if he wants to get back to P2. 2 laps remain for Gulick. Right there again. Big move to the outside, all the way around the outside to try to pinch him down. Here comes the over-under, and he's back through. Kyle Wick goes back by. What an epic battle between these two drivers. Big run to the outside, checks up, over-under. Xander, a tremendous move to get the lead back out of the corner.
Look at that horsepower, man. He motored around him down that front straightaway. Kremer sent it on the brakes and just got a little bit sideways. And Kyle Wick now salvages back that 1-2 for GFC and the Miami Power over the PSL Beer Art TM Power. Down the backstretch we go. A lap and a half remaining. And at this point, Kyle Wick, thanks to Kremer's going so low on the dirty part of the racetrack and really heating them rears up, he's just got to put a good lap together. He might be able to stay out of range, which will mean that we can shift that focus and that spotlight forward to the driver who has undoubtedly earned it here. White flag in the air for Jacob Gulick. 1 lap to go here at Utah as he chases his first career pro national win.
I was going to say, Xander, the drive of his career right now for the driver from Vancouver, Washington, the GFC pilot, Jacob Gulick. Looking for the race win as Van Walston's been able to go by Pickett for P4, the Sody Kart driver, back to 4th. But this guy here, Gulick, trying to put it all together now. He'll work his way through the bus stop. What a flawless run it's been. He's been able to back up a little bit here over these last couple of laps, take care of the engine, take care of that machinery as he wants to bring it home. Gulick, who has been there fighting with the GFC team, has been kind of behind Wick a little bit. Of course, kind of the second gun. Today, that has all changed. What a run it's been so far for the Pacific Northwest Star. Out of the final couple of corners, flat domination out front after getting the whole shot. The winner in Pro Shifter, round number 3, it's Jacob Gulick. He gets the victory. The battle for second, what's it going to be, Xander?
Across the line, Kyle Wick survives there. He hangs on. It's a GFC Miami KZ 1-2. Marin Kremers on that PSL Bureau Art third. Senna Van Walstein, an impressive drive from the rear of the grid to get to 4th. 1 spot shy of the podium. And there's the knuckle touch there from the field. Look at this show of respect to Jacob Gulick. The entire field coming on by to salute this young gun with his first career Pro Shifter national win. And man, oh man, I'm sure he was wishing this is Sunday where he could burn that thing to the ground. What a run, what a performance. And you know he's got to be pumped up for a kid who doesn't have a whole lot of emotion. I can't even imagine what's got to be going through his head right now.
Well, right now he's being a driver, right? He's got the hand over top of the airbox, choking that thing down a little bit. Let's take care of the power pit. Let's pick up a little rubber around here. Make sure I make weight when I come across the line. It's just a fantastic performance. As I had said before, Gulick had a run there of 56.7s. The consistency he showed, again, was able to pull away and get that gap he needed. The battle behind him between his teammate Kyle Wick and Marian Kremers, that's what we love to see. Hardcore racing, those drivers going back and forth. I'll give it up to Kyle Wick to be able to come back like he did to get back around a driver of the caliber of Kremers, using the package, using the top-end power they had to be able to get back by through turn number 1, kind of rolling around the outside. That was just a really solid race all told. Listen, shout out to Gary Carlton and Sonny Cervelli from GFC Karting as well. A well-deserved 1-2.
Yeah, congratulations to the GFC camp for first and second for Jacob Gulick and Kyle Wick. Obviously, an unfortunate points haul for the Costa Rican. Danny Formal would love to forget Saturday and move on to tomorrow. But your top 10, Kremers, Walstein, Pickett, the top 5, Carrara. Millie Musgrave works his way up to 7th by the end. Philip Niemkowicz 8th. Mario Gill 9th. Ethan Boer snags a top 10, up 6 spots there to position number 10. We're going to have a word here with our top finishers as we go down trackside. Look at this. Can you imagine the emotion for the driver? How about the emotion for the team owner? Gary Carlton, a 1-2 result, and he's standing by with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with a very animated Gary Carlton. Gary, just describe to me the emotions right now. A 1-2 finish there in Pro Shifter.
We've been working really hard, and I got to owe a lot of my success to Rainey at Sweet Tech. He is showing why we have the horsepower, and it's great to take Miami. Well, I've had a lot of history with them. I used to be one of their drivers with them when they first started the KZ program, and to work with Rainey, and then take these two boys from the Northwest that, you know, at first when I started working with them, they needed a lot of work, and now they show that they can beat the best in the world. So I'm really proud of them. Thanks for all the teams, Sonny, everybody. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me. How happy are you right now for Jacob Gulick to get that first national pro shifter win?
I mean, the kid's. I hope he's happy, because I'm sure happy for him. I remember actually talking to him 2 years ago. He's like, "Wow, why am I slow? Why can't I win?" Well, he won now.
Yeah, he did for sure. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Gary Carlton's going to go celebrate with the rest of the GFC camp, and you can't blame him. You could hear it in his voice. He's been screaming. He's lost his voice, I'm sure, leaning across the fence line.
He was screaming. You could hear that it started to crack a little bit, right? The emotions were starting to bubble to the top. When you think about this, GFC driver development program, bringing two drivers like a Kyle Wick, like a Jacob Gulick into the program to really teach them as much as they could. And this is the culmination of it, right? To be able to win a major event like this, and especially for Jacob Gulick, again, who I said has been kind of there with that team, kind of maybe in the right there running with Kyle Wick, to come out front and have that career drive to get that race win. And you mentioned it as well. You know, we've seen TMs up front here for a majority of the year, and to see the IAMIs have a good run. I'm sure Gary, IAMI, of course, Rainey Pearson, thrilled to be able to put those two IAMIs 1-2.
Yeah, he's got to be through the moon there. For Sweet Tech, for GFC, IAMI there to win out in the KZ division. They move on to tomorrow, but for now, they deserve to celebrate. And to the winners go the riches as we get back onto the action for the X30 Junior class presented by Rollison Performance Group, with Max Taylor winning out in that pre-final over Ernesto Rivera. Anthony Martell and Alex Mercado roll off on row number 2. Jackson Wolney and Jensen Burnett, row 3, as we go back down the order, Rob.
Indeed, this is going to be a good one. 13 drivers in total in the field, not a massive group, but I think the fight up front is going to be what we're going to be focusing on. A little further back, Stephen Miller starting 7th alongside Nathan Dupuis, the number 799 of Jensen Burnett, who I just mentioned scheduled to start in the 6th spot. An issue with him on pit lane right now. We'll see if they can't get him refired. Back to the field, Stephen Miller, Nathan Dupuis, row 4, Santiago Medina and Alan Bonilla, row 5. John Antonino, Gavin Wardle, and Charlie Smith round up the field.
So now Burnett gets fired back up, but the field is already in the backside of the racetrack, and the leaders right now just starting to slow down, so he's got to haul the mail to try and catch up. He might be half a lap behind at this point. Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera, depending how slow or fast they bring them to the line, could kind of put a damper on the day for Jensen Burnett as he hustles that DAP kart for the Chad Dawkins Racing Camp around. Out of the final turn, they're already going to form on up, and that row will fill itself as Burnett, you can see him top of your screen there through the bus stop. The bus is going to leave without him, unfortunately, as they come to the tram lines here to go green.
He'll do the best he can to kind of roll back up. The one good thing he has, when he does come out of the corner, he'll be at full speed. But again, he's going to be quite a ways back. But this is a significantly slow start. It's Burnett on the throttle like crazy. They'll spool things up right now to get things underway. And again, here we go. Green, green, green. And the outside line not getting the best jump. Rivera will take them down. Outside line trying to hold. No. Taylor's going to slide in, and we're underway as one driver, 4 wheels off. Might have been Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, Jackson Wolney wide there. He was, again, rolling on the inside of row 3, so surprising to see an inside row starter get the rough end of the stick. But how about the start for Max Taylor and Anthony Martella, I believe, with a good run from 1st and 3rd to 1st and 2nd. Rivera into 3rd, and Stephen Miller from 7th moves himself up to position number 4 as they head down the back straightaway.
So 3 races remain for you here on the docket. X30 Junior Master Shifter will cap off the day with X30 Senior. Early in the run here for the drivers at X30 Junior. And again, just drivers positioning themselves, kind of fighting for the early laps here. There's a good scrap a little further back there between one of the SCR drivers scrapping it out with one of the RPG pilots. So everybody trying to find the most they can here on the opening circuit. And again, they'll bring themselves across the line to get that lap in the books. In fact, it's Taylor out front. I had said Rivera. It's Max Taylor out front. Martella runs 2nd. Rivera, Wolney, and Miller, your top 5.
Yeah, as they head on out of turn number 2 here. Long race in this one, and without the big field, you won't expect as much battling, but there was a crash further back. That was one of the Rollison Performance Group entries there. I believe that might have been Alan Bonilla going around as we go back up front here with Stephen Miller going to the bus stop. Then you got Dupuis, and then there's Charlie Smith on that EOS card, I believe, if not Santiago Medina. and headed towards the back sector of the racetrack. We'll pick back up the top 4. So Max Taylor still leads the way here. There's the rest of the pack on through. Ernesto Rivera has actually fallen back a little ways here from the top 2 drivers at the end of lap number 2.
Anthony Martella sitting comfortably in that second spot. And again, the pole sitter Taylor taking advantage of that to lead them down. It was Rivera on the outside. Remember I said the outside row did not get a really good jump. They were quite a ways back. And Rivera not able to tuck in at all. Ends up slotting now into the 3rd spot. So he's rolling with his teammate Jackson Wolney right behind him. It was not Wolney that went off. It indeed was Alan Bonilla, I believe, that went off the outside of turn number 2 on that opening circuit. Jensen Burnett, 13 seconds behind total, 4.2 seconds behind Medina. So late coming off the grid, not able to get back up to speed. He'll have to see if he can't dig his way up into the top 10.
Yeah, long way to go for Santiago Medina. Let's go down trackside here to the pit lane as the scales have cleared on through. First time pro shifter winner Jacob Gulick is standing by here with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Jacob Gulick. Jacob, what a run. You were able to get the whole shot, got yourself in the lead, and just consistently put down quick laps, pulling you away from your teammate. Talk me through your emotions right now.
I'm absolutely speechless right now. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane race. Obviously, it means a lot to get your first pro shifter win. Just talk to me how this all developed, how you were able to kind of get the confidence over the course of this weekend and this whole operation with GFC continuing with both you and Kyle to get faster and faster.
Well, just working with the team is unreal. The amount of stuff that I've learned from Gary and Kyle constantly pushing me as a teammate, and my dad for helping me out all the time.
All right, Jacob Gulick, understandably speechless. He walks away with a fantastic win in pro shifter. Wins here at Utah. Back to you guys.
That's about as much emotion as you'll get out of Jacob Gulick on the microphone.
Well, let's be real. Like this is a huge victory for him, right? And literally, it's gonna take a couple hours to sink in. The fact that he just went out there and did what he did, was able to get a victory like that. GFC overall, the team success as well, and to beat not only you want to beat your teammates, not only win races, you want to beat your teammates, and he beat Kyle Wick as well, who has had success here at this racetrack. So all told, so many layers to the success and the victory today for him.
Yeah, nobody's the best every day, but today Jacob Gulick was the best here in Pro Shifter, and that's something that he can take for life, and it's so impressive to see and so cool, I'm sure, for him to have all that captured and have family out here. I mean, that's the one cool part of the Pro Tour heading west. You saw, again, that big crowd for Truly Adams based out of California, the GFC camp based out of California, Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick based out the Pacific Northwest area. I mean, this is a lot closer to home. I'm sure they got a lot more friends and family, not just tuning in, but watching along here trackside as well. And that just makes all those moments more special when you can win in front of your friends and family and fans.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see whether or not Max Taylor is able to get a victory here as well, because this one's kind of lining up to potentially be a 3-driver fight. Taylor and Martella out to about a half a second, but Rivera just turned a purple lap last time by, so he is the fastest driver on the racetrack. They have about 0.8 of a second on Jackson Wolney, another 0.8 back to Alex Mercado, another half second back to Stephen Miller. This one's kind of separating out, not like a pack race as we've seen for majority of the group so far. Here goes Martella. He's going to take a chance to the lead. Indeed, the SCR driver, boom, goes to P1. Move Anthony Martella, the Canadian, to the front of the pack.
He'll take over, and we'll go side by side again. Let's send it down to a bittersweet end to that main event for Senna Van Wallstein here with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Senna, P4 there on track. Unfortunately, got a little bit of a bumper penalty there, but I'm sure you don't really care that much about that because the pace looked incredible out there. You told me before the race, you said, you were kind of confused on where the pace had gone, but it seems to come back to you.
Yeah. After the pre-final, wasn't really sure about the pace anymore, but yeah, we tried to change some things and it definitely worked out quite well. Starting from the back of the grid is always a bit difficult, but we made it. We had a fun race, so hopefully we can get back tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of tomorrow, how does a performance like this, impact your confidence for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, sure. Like after this final, we know the pace is good in the final, and we know which way to work. So definitely more confident coming into for tomorrow than I was after this pre-final.
Thanks, Senna.
Thank you.
A busy day here for Senna Van Walstein isn't over just yet. He's got that X30 Pro main event still to come. While the X30 Juniors remain on the racetrack, things are heating up, and Anthony Martella is a man outnumbered. Rivera going through there for second. Here comes Jackson Wolney. It's an RPG 1, 2, 4. Anthony Martella, the lone Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed up here in the hunt.
Yeah, exactly that. All OTK up front as well. And again, those drivers kind of settling in to see what's going to happen. Rivera finally able to get by Martella. And right now, this has allowed Max Taylor to have a bit of a lead here as Martella lining up to try to get by Rivera. It's probably 6, maybe 7, 8 kart lengths now for Max Taylor out front. It was 0.3 of a second last time by. I bet it's more than half a second now. As again, Rivera, who finally gets by Martella, is going to potentially count on some pressure being put on Martella by Jackson Wolney. He's like, come on, I need a hand here. He's focusing on me. I need you up there, he's got to focus on you. And indeed, Martella looking over his shoulder on the exit of the final corner. Does he make a move to the inside? He does not. Stand right there with Rivera, who's trying to close up a little bit here. We'll have a look at the gap between first and second, 0.6 of a second. Taylor was actually 0.2 quicker than Rivera on that last time by. So again, watching to see whether or not Rivera closing up. Taylor, a nice little half a second advantage right now as we close on the midway point of this race.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if he can build on that. I think it's coming down a little bit, though, as they've kind of sorted out themselves for second and third. Martella being a loyal pusher to Ernesto Rivera, and Rivera sending it deep there in that banked hairpin. He's cut it down now to about 3 or 4 car lengths. Martella signals, keep looking forward. We'll keep marching onwards. And for Max Taylor, right now, what could have been maybe a bit of a walkaway is starting to come back together with 12 laps to go at the start-finish line. 4 drivers still in the mix of it. Ernesto Rivera hunting down his teammate as they head towards turn number 1.
Yeah, and I think Anthony Martella is going to be kind of the guy that gets a bit of help here as well. Instead of getting dropped and falling back, he's getting brought right back into the fight as well. We may see Martella still on the top of the box. This thing's a long way from being done. We know Martella's got the outright pace. It's whether or not Jackson Wolney can make it a 4-driver fight rather. As it's playing out, I think we're going to see this thing come down to just 3 drivers.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see that at all here. Jackson Wolney, while he hit his best lap of the session last time by, it was still slower than second and third, and he's made a little mistake this lap. That's cost him a lot of time, and now we've got a change in the lead. Ernesto Rivera going to go through. Anthony Martella tried to follow, couldn't do it. Taylor slots into second. Ernesto Rivera to the point here, and the man who holds the fastest lap of the session now shows the way through the S's here on lap number 9.
Yeah, look at the left of the screen. That's bringing Jackson Wolney back in as well. Jackson may not have the outright pace to run with these guys up front, but as long as they keep making moves like that, that's going to give him an opportunity to close up. As Martella peels off a little piece of tape off the radiator, get that thing back to the operating temperature they want on water temp, and he's right there, P3. Wolney trying to come back up, but again, Rivera has gone back to P1.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, a 1 minute .036. I'd be curious if now with some clean air and maybe a push here and there, could he go even faster than his personal best time right now and break into that 59-second bracket. These top 4, though, still head and shoulders up on the field by 2 to 4/10 a lap right now. It's 3 seconds and growing to Alex Mercado in 5th, Stephen Miller 6th, and a gap of about a second to Nathan Dupuis and Charlie Smith in 7th and 8th. 10 to go at the line, 10 complete at the line. Those crossed flags will go in the air from head flagman Aaron Likens as Ernesto Rivera takes this group of 4 out of the final turn. And what a turnaround for Jackson Wolney, by the way. He was completely out of the picture just a lap or 2 ago after a mistake on his part. He's picked the pace back up this lap, looking really strong and sporty to try and hang back onto the top 3.
The interesting thing right now, if you look at the championship points as well, Teddy Musella P3 and Diego Ardiles P4. Not here this weekend, so this thing really is going to come down to a battle between Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor. Jackson Wolney back in 6th spot, still with a shot at it, I guess, outright shot. But right now, this is kind of a Rivera versus Taylor battle for the championship in the category. Not only on the racetrack here today, but in the end, they're going to be the drivers fighting it out when we get to Newcastle in the end of July. So again, Rivera versus Taylor on the racetrack and in the championship scrap.
Yeah, Rivera here not getting away yet from Max Taylor, but he knows that that's his championship rival, so the best thing he can do is every chance he gets, put him behind him. And he learned his lesson probably from that pre-final not to wait too long behind the number 3, because if Taylor starts defending before he gets around him, well, the pack comes in, and he was barely able to hang on to second
at the line. If that happens again and he falls back 1 or 2 positions, it could mean a big championship point swing here by the end of the day.
Exactly that. Martello, of course, not done, but he better watch out, because if these 2 RPG drivers pull away, they're going to be fighting it out amongst themselves for that race win. We are past the halfway point now, 11 laps down, 9 laps still remaining. We have Master Shifter and X30 Senior still on the docket for round number 3 of this year's SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Again, look at this, Xander Rivera laying down good lap times. Back, 60.29 last time by, 60.3 for Taylor. Again, Wolney 60.5, right? He just doesn't quite have the pace to run with these guys up front. He just needs them to scrap some more.
Yeah, I definitely spoke too soon a little bit about Jackson Wolney. I think he kind of got back into the picture more due to the battling up at the front than he did by his own accord. This is the group, the second pack on the racetrack. You've got the likes of Alex Mercado, Nathan Dupuis, Stephen Miller, and Charlie Smith all in the mix. Smith had to start tail end of the field in 13th. He's picked up 5 already. He's on to Stephen Miller's bumper. Now going to look for 7th down the inside for the Nash Motorsports Comp Car driver, and Charlie Smith will pick up another position there as he goes to position number 7.
Keeper back in the field, just for a shout out for Jensen Burnett, able to catch the tail of the field and has worked his way up a spot. Also slowly closing here on Gavin Wardle. Not sure he's going to be able to catch Alan Bonilla, although he is significantly quicker, but with only 8 laps remaining, Burnett may get up to 11th. So again, tough one for him, not able to get off the start, but here's a pass right there for the lead. And indeed, that is Taylor to the inside of the hairpin. He goes back to P1. And again, Martella getting a little more life breathed into him as he's back to P3 and closing to within a length again.
And every position change here gives Jackson Wolney that last little bit of hope as he's just on the cusp of seeing the leaders and having a chance to fight with them a second and some change backwards. 7 laps to go. Does Rivera go right back by? He does not. Now he's going to kind of ride behind Taylor, I'd imagine, for a lap or two, learn a little bit, run out the clock a little bit more, and then go by. You always have to keep in mind the more passes you make, the more predictable you become. And the same goes with any kind of defending you do early in the race or any kind of around the outside moves. You're just showing your hand over and over again, and it's no different than poker. You don't want everyone else to know what cards you've got to play.
That's it. Rivera keeping those cards close to the vest. Martella, really, I think he's kind of going to school as well, right? Where is Rivera going to go by? How can I do one of these over-unders? I've seen all these over-unders in the left-hander after the hairpin. I want to be that guy that comes out on the other side when these 2 RPG drivers start to battle, because I think if one thing was made clear in the pre-final, Max Taylor's not really worried about team orders, because he did not do Rivera any favors at the end of that pre-final. For sure, they battled it out together. So this, I think, is going to be mano-a-mano at the end, and I think if anybody could clean up on it, it may be Martella. If these 2 drivers decide to go back at it again and call it all-out war for a race win, Martella could be the guy ready to do that over-under and come away with the win.
Yeah, Anthony Martella, I mean, he's only a car length back from Ernesto Rivera, and he stayed right at that, hasn't gone further away, hasn't really gotten too much closer, every once in a while up to the bumper, but you think about the progression for this kid here, this young Canadian, Anthony Martella, on the Speed Concepts Racing banner. I mean, he has, really turned it up and got that last little bit that he was kind of lacking back on the month of March in that big Orlando stretch. I mean, he was in the same position roughly where he was back then in the early part of the year, where he was the next best behind the top stars out of the RPG Cosmic Camp, but he was much further back, seconds back. Today, Anthony Martella is a factor in not just the podium, but the battle for the race win, and he's going to stay that way, it looks like, all the way to the checkered flag, because there's just 5 laps remaining, and Martella showing no signs of slowing down as he and Rivera close back up, and both give a little love tap to Max Taylor going into turn number 1 to remind him, hey, by the way, I'm still here as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here now. We got that battle lining up nicely. Everybody's right there. Everybody's ready to go to work. And again, I think it feels to me like they're all kind of just, biding their time right now. Let's see how it's going to go. You said running out the clock. I like that. I thought that was a very, very poignant term, because really it's just, hey, we're here right now. Let's bang these laps out. can we just fast forward to lap number 16 so we can go to work, right?
Yeah, exactly. For them and for us. We'd love to see some more action out of here. As fun as it is to see some of those younger, inexperienced drivers in the Mini, the Micro, and the KA Junior classes just throwing passes at each other left and right, dive bombs, 3 wides, blocking lap to lap. It's not the smartest way to win a race, that's for sure. These kids here putting on a clinic of what to do and how to manage a race start to finish, where you don't need to lead every lap. You just need to lead that final one. And, well, it's time to position ourselves to do that. Rivera going to go to the lead, and Martella, for the first time here in a few laps, is going to split the duo up as he goes to second.
Indeed, here we go. Again, coming down to the last couple of laps of a 20-lapper. Again, they'll have 3 laps to go when they come back around. Was it too early for Rivera? Bringing Martella along with him, I think, was crucial to be able to position someone between himself and his teammate Taylor has shown good speed. So it's, again, Rivera back out front. Martella, again, like I said, we've talked about this, Xander, running against these 2 RPG drivers. Martella says, hey, I got to go to P1. I don't want to be between you 2 guys. He'll go back to the front. Here comes potential over-under out of Max Taylor as well.
Yeah, Taylor looking for it. Can't do it there as the top 2 keep it a little bit tidy there coming out of the double left-hander. They go to the back corner once again, and we'll set them up for 3 laps to go. Anthony Martella in the driver's seat of this main event now. The teammates behind him. Do they work together? Here comes Rivera. Big run. Martella stays low. Rivera goes high. Taylor, 3 wide to the inside for the lead in turn 1, and he's through. Max Taylor takes back the lead.
How beautiful was that? As they came down, Rivera goes to the outside. Martell has a little look over his left shoulder, sees him coming, like, okay, I'm good. No, Taylor saw that happen, saw the head nod over to the left side, throw it down to the bottom, and was able to get the run. So Taylor goes back from 3rd to 1st in the matter of about maybe 500 yards. Great job by him to go back to P1.
And I know I sound like a broken record by saying this, but again, folks, don't count out Jackson Wolney. He's now just barely into the picture. A couple more moves like that, and he could play spoiler into this and shake up the podium. As we go through the double left, the 796 not slowing down at all. He's staying as consistent as he's been in the second half of this one, just praying for more 3-wide moves like that. I don't know if we'll see it this time. They're a little bit spread apart at the 2-to-go signal. Max Taylor trying to bring this one home. Martella with a big run. He's going to bounce the limiter a little late, but not too late as he goes high, wide, sideways. Not going to be enough to get anything in one.
And again, that run we saw to Rivera going to the outside, not getting helped at all by Max Taylor, is 100% about the fact that these drivers are running for themselves right now. They're in the same go-karts, they're under the same tent, but they're running for themselves right now to get a race win. And Rivera's got to have the sense of urgency right now. White flag going to fly next time by. He needs to have Martella to make a move, but he's quite a ways back now going to the hairpin.
Yeah, down the backstretch here, down to the inside to block goes Taylor. Martella goes a little bit wider, but keeps the door closed from Rivera, who sets up wide again for the double left. Martella leans on the bumper a little bit at Taylor. It lets Rivera get the crossover done. They're still side by side, but he does clear him. And here comes Wolney back into it. 4 drivers coming to the white flag, 1 to go.
Could be an RPG 1, 2, 3 if Wolney can capitalize on Martella. This will be all about whether or not Rivera can make a move. Right down to the bottom. Look at Rivera thinking about going all the way to the bottom. Little tap coming into the corner. Rivera back to the inside, side by side. Does Martella fill it? He does not. Yeah, he does. Martell throws it back down. Way to go for Martella. Wolney still there. Xander P4. This is not done.
What a move by Martella. He was about to get passed by Jackson Wolney, released the brake and sent it, and he's still on the bumper at Taylor. And I got to give Taylor a lot of credit. He took a pretty hefty shot from the back by Ernesto Rivera going into one, and he hung on to that thing. Now down the backstretch, does he get one from Martella to the inside? I don't think so. Crossover coming from Ernesto. They're nearly 3 wide. Martella's in the air, and off goes the 2 of them. Rivera and Martella get stuck together. And now to the final few turns, Jackson Wolney. Can he steal one? Max Taylor just needs to hang on. Wolney, not enough. And out of the final turn, Max Taylor will win an X30 Pro Junior.
And the championship implications for the contact between those 2 drivers, Rivera and Martella. Big slider down is the success and the celebration start for Max Taylor. Jackson Wolney second. Nathan Dupuis onto the podium, P3. Charlie Smith and Stephen Miller round out the top 5 as Martella and Rivera fall to the tail of the field. What could have been a big points haul goes to the side of Max Taylor.
You just never know. There you see the two drivers just chatting out there on that one. And again, it was hard racing on their end. Of course, Rivera trying to keep them pinched on the inside. Martello was still there, and it was no different than Alexis Bayarjan earlier on in the day in Mini Swift, where the hole just kind of closes up on the driver in the middle. And there's Max Taylor looking to the side saying, what happened?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. Coming by the crash scene.
Yeah, so that's where you guys went. But nonetheless, Max Taylor, flawless drive, positioned that car perfectly, took the shots, both literally and physically, for the lead, and he will end up on the top of the box here today.
I will say this, if Martello doesn't make contact with Rivera, the left-hander is going to get super interesting. I think Rivera was far enough in front that he probably would have chopped across. It could have got really interesting into 7 in the S's had the contact not locked them both together.
No doubt about that one here. We're going to go to commercial break. It'll be one of our last ones before the X30 Pro Seniors and the final classes roll on through. It's Master Shifter on deck. X30 Pro Senior pre-race will happen as well. And then the final main event of Saturday here in Salt Lake City, Utah is headed your way. Don't go anywhere, folks. The best still to come. And we are away here in International Motorsport Master Shifter, and a good start for Luis Quinones and for Michael Gouache. He'll slot into second right off the line. Luis Gauthier into third. Ken Schilling, another good start. He'll jump up to fourth ahead of Robert Fige as the first lap of this 24-lap main event gets underway.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Quinones does that pace that he had in that pre-final in that factory kart machine. The Miami SSE 175 is strong, and he, again, got the great start after the issue with Luis Gauthier. So, indeed, let's see whether or not he pulls away. Gouache out to another strong start, but again, the PSL karting Borrello driver Gauthier ready to fight it out. He tries to make the move to the inside. Big run across the bow from right to left for Gouache in that Maranello. He does not want to give that up at all, but otherwise, we've got a good fight in the back with Ken Schilling and Robert Fige as well.
Yeah, good little battle to begin the main event here. A lot closer now for Luis Gauthier, but still a bit further away as Michael Gouache all the way down to the inside to defend there from Gauthier. I don't think he realized he was far enough ahead. He was going to be okay on that SRP Factory Maranello, but it's the Musgrave Racing Company Factory Kart that leads the way into the bowl. And Luis Gauthier closes back up to Gouache for third. Robert Fige, all the while, has been able to get around Ken Schilling here in the Master Shifter main event. Is showing 24 to go. It's supposed to be 20, so we've actually got 19 laps to go. That ticker will update momentarily with the proper time. Here's Gauthier, big run on Gouache down the inside, and he got a little bit on the dirt there as he went through, and that was a big slide there in the back hairpin.
Gouache not liking that. Not sure what he didn't like about it. It looks like a good move to the inside. I'm surprised he didn't do the over-under, but indeed, Gauthier has gotten by. Now, whether or not the gap is enough for Quinones, we'll look at lap times when they get rolling here, of course. Lap number 2 getting ready to go into the books here. Again, a 20-lapper, so 18 laps to go this time by. Quinones quicker by about 0.4 of a second. Called a 1.1 second lead, and Gouache down to the bottom. Thinking about the inside, Xander using all of the curbing on the apex.
Yeah, he was getting his elbows out there for sure, Rob. He knows that Luis Gauthier might be a little bit quicker, so he's got to get aggressive with him to try and get around him early and put him back behind him. But for Gauthier, I mean, he's focused forward. He wants to hunt down Luis Quinones after qualifying on the pole for Luis Gauthier. I mean, he's got to find a way to really dig deep and get some more speed, because once again, a bad start has him on the back foot. He fought his way back to the front row in that pre-final, got beat off the line again, this time by just Gouache instead of the entire field. But the gap is already probably about 1.25 seconds up to Luis Quinones with 18 laps to go here at the stripe. Now 17 laps to go. There's the white helmet of Quinones. There's second, third, and fourth. How about Robert Fige as well, staying a little bit closer here in the opening couple laps?
Yeah, right there with him right now, in fact. Yeah, so that's second, third, and fourth. A little tape off the radiator for Quinones. Again, try to keep the engine in that right operating temperature. The cooler morning, Xander, 50-something degrees, I think we got 55, 56 degrees when we got here trackside. 76 degrees right now, right essentially at what we figured to be the high thus far. The dreaded R word is held off. Just, again, one more main event still to come. X30 senior drivers on the rolling out onto the grid, getting set to go for their 20-lap main event. It's been a great day of racing so far, round 3 of this year's Pro Tour, the Spring Nationals. Of course, that's the event that started it all back in 2010 at Sonoma Raceway. Again, into our, 14th year, I guess, here, 13th, 14th year of this Pro Tour. Fantastic program. And again, one more race to go after this one. This one's going to be maybe a little bit more relaxed in terms of the excitement to get you and I calmed down, because I have a feeling X30 Senior is going to be one of those ones where you throw, the gasoline on the fire.
You think?
Yeah,
just a little bit more calm in this one?
I think so.
I wouldn't be surprised either, Rob. Of course, we've got a stacked grid there and a lot of heat going into it after it was just pure chaos in turn number 1. Probably the most chaotic start, I think, so far of the day was that X30 Senior pre-final. The front row going out to the wayside. Drivers from outside the top 10 getting into the top 5 by turn number 4. It was crazy to watch. Then the race itself unfolded, and we've heard from all the drivers, they're expecting the main event to be no different. It doesn't feel like anyone's got an edge in that class over anybody. We go back the last 2 years, right? The last couple of years we've come to Utah Motorsports Campus. The Rawls and Performance Group Cosmics, they've been dominant. There's no question about it. It's been Ryan Norberg, Hannah Greenemeyer. You think back, of course, Nate Cicero, Brandon Tyner. They've all been so fast over the last few years that everyone's been chasing them, and we haven't seen what this track can really produce when it comes to battling for a win. But we got a taste of it in that pre-final. I'm hoping, of course, as a fan, that we get the same here in the main event.
Indeed. Good little battle right now here for Michael Gouache and Robert Fiege. This is, of course, the final position on the podium. Both these drivers actually under the overall Musgrave Racing Company tent. They're all kind of pitted all together in the same area. And Robert Fiege, who won the Masters Shifter Championship last year, again with that number 1 on the car, put a lot of pressure here on Gouache. Still a long way to go. Again, we're only 5 laps in to a 20-lapper, so the first quarter of the race is done. And Robert Fiege trying to just kind of size him up, find out where the best potential position is to make a move. Right now, that's really the only battle on the racetrack. Although Luis Gauthier going quicker, just a little bit quicker than Quiones, 1.2 seconds to lead, but we'll see how that delta continues, whether or not one of those drivers will peak and plateau. Otherwise, both Quiones and Gauthier turn their fastest laps. In fact, there you go. Quiones going purple last time by, the gap extending to 1.3.
Yeah, they were just about dead even in qualifying. They're dead even now. As problems further back, Ken Schilling is going to pull it into the scale line and looking very dejected. I'm hoping maybe he didn't pop a curb the wrong way and potentially injure a rib. Of course, that's the one major injury we're used to seeing in this sport that doesn't require a crash or major contact, but all the impact these drivers take when they jump up and into the air goes straight through those plastic seats to the driver, and you feel it. So Ken Schilling pulls it behind the wall, and he will retire the number 602 machine to drop it down to just 4 left running here in this Masters Shifter main event. This battle is 3rd versus 4th. Final spot on the box, Michael Gouache, Robert Fiege going at it against each other, while Luis Gauthier and Luis Quinones still lead the way. Quinones that time by. Let's see it here as he comes across the line. It was a 57.8. It's now a 58.1. The same for Gauthier, matching him stride for stride, but not gaining any bit on that 1.3 second margin.
Indeed, a 57.827, the fast lap for Quiones. So that last lap about almost 0.4 of a second off the quick lap he was able to lay down. This is the battle we're watching, because this is for the final spot on the podium. Michael Gouache on that Maranello holding back. Robert Fiege still, he's not been able to find a way by. But again, both those drivers still running strong here early on. One thing you always wonder about with the Masters drivers, a little bit older, it's the stamina to be able to run those lap times late in the race. So we'll see whether or not either of these drivers kind of start falling out of the seat a little bit. Although, listen, Michael Gouache, he's in his 60s, I know that. And this is a guy that I just think is so fantastic to watch. This guy in his 60s still banging out on the in shifter carts. I love seeing that.
And that guy is ripped. We'll talk about him more in a moment.
Indeed.
He is more in shape than most 20-year-olds here at the racetrack and really around the world. He keeps himself in tip-top shape, and he's doing a good job holding on to 3rd. Let's go side by side down to pit lane here as we start to get some idea of what's coming our way in that X30 Pro Senior main event. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. You're with Jesus Vasquez. Jesus. For you, but unfortunately, all the way back in the 11th spot. I don't know what you're expecting for the final.
Yeah, my pre-final was really good. I felt like, a couple mistakes every now and then, but, I felt like I did pretty good for this being my first ever X30 senior race. And yeah, the penalty put me back to 11th, but, we tried protesting it, didn't work out, so we got to work up with what we have right now.
Yeah, it's a long race, 20 laps on the Vinco Reds. Obviously, that's kind of a new experience for you being in the X30 Senior. How do you expect the tire wear to kind of play into this one?
Yeah, in the heat race, I try to maintain the tires. I don't know how good I did because the first race. I'm hoping, I'm not sliding all over the place in the main. Going to try to save them a little bit in the beginning of the race and go at it like halfway through.
All right, Jesus Vasquez Jr., a solid start to his X30 Senior career. He'll roll off P11 here in the final. Back to you guys.
There you go, hearing from Jesus Vasquez Jr. and very mellowed out to get ready for what will be a big debut. And there were quite a few penalties handed out, but not surprisingly in that X30 Senior pre-final.
Indeed, again, a driver who could be starting up front now back in 11th position. I like the strategy call. Again, you got to kind of take care of the tires and light things up. With maybe halfway point, like he had said. It all depends on kind of where you are on the racetrack. If you're going to go for a win and you're 7th or 8th, you're going to have to keep putting the hammer down. You can't really kind of hang back, but it's all going to be about, I think, how the first couple laps play out.
Yeah, I mean, with the penalties and everything all shaken out, Joe Turney is actually going to get to lead the field to the green. Remember, he crossed the line back in 3rd. Both of the top 2 finishers Both Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Mateus Morgado getting 5-second penalties for incident contact. Vasquez Jr., that was from the first lap when him and Harley Keeble got into it in the bus stop. And, of course, Morgado given incident responsibility for the contact between himself and Alessandro DiTullio. So they now get pushed all the way down to 10th and 11th for your pre-final winners. And it moves two familiar faces at the front of the field, Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, to make up the front row. We'll go through more of it when we get closer here. We're at the halfway marker here. 10 down, 10 to go for Luis Quinones. And the gap still 1.3 seconds back to Luis Gautier, halfway in and halfway home here in this Master Shifter main event presented by International Motorsport. Now make it 9 laps to go. Let's go down for some more from pit lane. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Brandon Carr this time. Brandon, it was looking like a really solid pre-final for you. You were up inside the top 8. Unfortunately, contact on the last couple laps sent you back. Just talk to me about your race there.
Yeah, we had a good race. Dropped back at the start, but got back up there at the end. But then a mistake by me on the last lap that put me back down to 18. So just got to do it again and get back to the front and hopefully be there at the end. And it's not going to be an easy race, but it's going to be a hard race, put it that way. And you just got to be there at the end. Anything can happen. Like in the last one, penalties and stuff like that, crashes. So we'll be fine. We just got to stay there and get there for the end and see how it goes.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Good luck.
There you go from Brandon Carr, confident and, a good point, as he mentioned as well. The attrition not only stayed on the racetrack for things to kind of go your way, but with the number of penalties handed out, if that race is as ugly as some parts of that pre-final was, you could end up getting promoted quite a bit by the end of it. And he has had a very consistent year, very similar to how Quinones is consistent right now out front, pounding out good lap times. Brandon Carr, I think, has been the most quietly consistent driver. That, of course, is why he holds the points lead in 2 of the 3 major championships, why he's a close factor here in the X30 senior class, and that will probably shake out more so as the weekend progresses. He's just been inside the top 5 almost every session that he's rolled onto the racetrack since we got into the regular season. It was a rocky road to start the Winter Series, but then from that second one in February, we started to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and then when we got to the month of March, him and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Group, they turned it up a notch.
Yeah, we'll see if it keeps rolling on here into the Spring Nationals. Again, watching the battle here. 8 laps still remaining. It's still a 1.1 second lead for Luis Quinones up front.
Let's go down for a little more. Aiden Ingrata, we missed out on getting to see him at the last Pro National stop with the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Houston, Texas, due to a crazy allergic reaction the week before the race, and it sent him back home. He's luckily all good, all recovered, and he's had a pretty solid run this week so far in terms of having some speed that could put him in the conversation to win today's main event. Alex?
His track here. Last there, just gonna put a lap together. Session, solid session. Solid session.
We'll send it down here in a moment here to Aiden Ingrata and Alexander Searle. Obviously a little bit of technical difficulties for them down on pit lane to get that full range as Aiden Ingrata is starting pretty healthily up the grid. So we're going to try and see if we can get a word with him. We'll see if we can send it down in a moment once the leaders head on by. As here's a look once again at that battle for third. Michael Gouache, Robert Fige, third and fourth. The leaders getting closer together as well. Quinones and Gautier, a late run here from Luis Gautier with 6 laps to go, puts him 6/10 away. So this could be a budding fight for the race win, but we'll check it down on the pit lane here in a moment when we hear back again from Alexander Searle and company. Let's see if they've got us down where they're at now. Alex, you got a copy down on pit lane?
Thanks, Xander. Thanks, Xander, here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden. All right, there we go. I think it's working now. Aiden. It's going to put a on the pre-final third. I mean, how do you want?
Yeah. Draft and
we'll work on that here to get you a little more intel from the rest of the field. But look at this, Rob. Race that's been pretty tame so far. A late race charge by that PSL Karting Bureau Art of Luis Gautier.
Yeah, very interesting. 0.2 of a second up there now on Gautier, closing on Quiones here with 5 laps to go. Quiones going in the wrong direction. He's about 0.4 of a second slower than his fastest lap, while Gautier just 2.2 off. So they're all falling off their fastest laps. Gautier just not quite as quickly or as poorly as Luis Quiones. So the factory car driver up front right now kind of having a challenge, presenting himself. He's missing apexes too. This isn't just about the pace. He's actually literally missing apex. His car sliding off a little bit. You wonder whether or not he maybe punched the tires too much because he just can't seem to get the thing to point down.
Yeah, you mentioned it back in that pre-final, Rob. When he had that 3-second lead, why was he still going as fast as he was? He may be regretting a little bit of that right now here, going to turn number 2 as he starts to low line it with now 4 laps to go. And Master Shifter, both in the fight for the win and the fight for the podium, going to go down to the wire. Michael Gouache still trying to fend off Robert Fiege for third. And for the win, Luis versus Luis. Quinones versus Gautier through the bus stop with 3.5 laps to go. We saw an aggressive move by the Bureau Art driver earlier to get around Michael Gouache. Does he try it again? He looked, but Quinones covered it off.
Yeah, Quinones is going to have to low line the rest of this race because I just don't think that thing is turning very well. He gets it down to the bottom. We've seen a couple times where he's had a lot of wheel into it, some mid-corner understeer. You wonder whether or not he's burned the tires off this thing here. As I said, I was very surprised, as you had mentioned, that he kept knocking down these tremendously fast laps over the pre-final when he had a 3.2 second lead. He really could have cruised it to take care of the tires. He's got to go to work here now, and Gautier all up on him here right now with 3 laps remaining as the factory car driver, Luis Quiones, trying to make it 2 factory car wins on the day. But again, the Bureau Art driver for PSL Karting, Luis Gautier, has been hounding him over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, he is all over him, Luis Gautier. Now, although I will say that gap has gotten a little bit bigger, so Luis Gautier all of a sudden is now 4 to 5 car lengths back, coming to see the double sticks in the air. 18 laps completed this time by. You see Quinones takes a couple looks. That was 3 looks all in about 50 feet. And oh no, he misses the corner again, and Gautier gets alongside, side by side for the lead in the win in Master Shifter.
Totally missed the turn in the apex there. I wonder whether or not he may be getting a little tired too, let's be real. This is one of the Masters categories. I talked about that as he did not get that cart to turn down at all. He literally missed the apex by probably about 4 feet, was not even down at all where he needed to be. So again, this could be just the part where maybe the tires are off, or maybe Luis just getting a bit tired up front.
Either way, I mean, you know, definitely could be a factor. This is the most physical form of racing you'll find on the body until you get all the way to the top of the open wheel racing ladder or the likes of motocross. And as they go through the bus stop here, Quinones here with now just a lap and a half remaining has Gautier all over him through the chicane. Gautier, I think, is still too far back to try it, and Quinones at this point is just going to hug the white line, I think, here to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, that's it. Let's see if he can get back down to the apex here. Here's the corner he missed so badly last time, and again, wide again. He's just not getting it turned out. Actually, probably because he's low lining too. Coming in a little more, you're going to miss the apex a bit. White flag will fly this time by. Can Luis Quiones hold back Luis Gautier here? Here it is, the white flag. He continues to look over his shoulder to try to hold him off. Michael Gouache still holding off Robert Fiege as well for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, no change back there for third, no change for the lead. It's a guessing game here of will they, won't they for the top spot. Quinones doing a good job. He's been really good out of the bowl to lead on to this run to the bus stop compared to Gautier, and through the bus stop still pretty decent as well. But for the final time through, can he hang on that Musgrave Racing Company factory cart? Luis Quinones over Luis Gautier through the chicane, down the backstretch. Gautier's close. Does he try something? He gets right on the bumper, knocking, not able to get through. Final real opportunity is this hairpin here. Gautier close, looking for a mistake. Not going to get a big enough one as Quinones takes it to the S's.
Give it to Quinones right now as he did not make a mistake here yet on the final circuit. Looks to me like he may be able to bring it home. Indeed, he will. So close for Gautier, but Quinones going to cap it all off with a race win, able to finally hold on. He made some mistakes throughout the run, but able to come through with the race win. Quinones with the win, Gautier second, and Michael Gouache rounds out the top 3. Gouache able to take that position away from Robert Fige. Gouache on the podium, P3. Quiones, though, Xander able to hold off a charging Luis Gautier over the final couple of circuits.
Yeah, nicely done there by Luis Quinones. He hangs on over Luis Gautier, and now we switch our attention as Gouache, Fige, Schilling round off the field to the last of the day, the second of our 2 headline divisions. X30 Senior getting set to go down on the starting grid, and well, let's take you through the lineup as they begin to pull the suits on, tighten those helmets, pull those gloves on as well for a 20-lap melee. Joe Turney on the Factory Kart Republic here with the Chad Dawkin Racing Camp, getting set to lead the field to the green in that white and orange number 307. To his outside, the number 1 plate, last year's champion, 7-time Pro National Champion Ryan Norberg, looking for SKUSA Pro Tour title, number 6 on the outside of row number 1. And you go back to row 2, it's a Sodi lockout. Seneman Wallstein's looking for some redemption after a day that started so promising and has had nothing but shortcomings since. In third, and to his outside, Harley Keeble, who probably feels something of the same after that KA Senior main event.
We'll see if the Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing, number 340 of Paulie Massimino, has anything here in the main event to dive up into this big fight up front. We know that Hanga Greenmeyer has, because she led the pre-final for a time. That will be road number 3, and we'll put John Burke alongside Diego Ramos on road number 4. Both those drivers ready to dive into the fight when we go Green Flag Racing.
Let's take a look further down the grid here. Back from Diego Ramos, it is the 2 teammates that came together, and they start alongside each other. I'm sure a little powwow in the tent for Mateus Morgado and Alessandro DeTulio. They roll 9th and 10th. And behind them, well, there's the rookie we spoke to earlier, Jesus Vasquez Jr. in that King Taco Nash Motorsports EOS kart. To his outside, Dario Vizzaro in the International Motorsport Kart Republic.
Going now back to row number 7, Caleb Gaffera in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic starting in 13th. Caleb Schrader, fresh off that run in the Arca Menards West Series in Portland in the number 321. Row 8, we'll have Franos Cervelli and Blake Nash starting deeper in the field. Nash, I think, will be a guy to watch coming up from P16.
Let's go a little bit further back. There's Aiden Ingrata again. He's needing to go pretty far forward after getting knocked further down the grid, as well as Brandon Carr, 17th and 18th for the 2 young guns. And we go to the edge of the top 20. How about another rookie, Gia Cicero in the RPG Cosmic to the inside. To the outside, Canadian Timothy Pernod on that PSL Bureau Art. There's fast Frankie Mossman on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG to the inside of fellow young gun Noah Baker in the Team GWR Tony Kart.
Let's go further back with Dustin Salaveria starting 23rd. Donovan Bonilla wrapping up row number 12. Cooper O'Clair alongside Charles Robin on row 13. Jorge Ortiz and Wes Duchak on row 14. Steven Eisert, Jonathan Bischoff, and all the way at the tail of the field on that comp kart for J3 competition, Oliver Hodgson ready to attack. He will be storming forward the opening lap, probably taking no prisoners at all. Hodgson starting in 31st.
Yeah, 4th in qualifying today for Oliver Hodgson. All of a sudden, a day that just kind of goes out the window, and he's probably looking for something to salvage, maybe a Hail Mary run to the top 10 or even top 5, but he needs a lot to make that all happen, including a good start right here. Joe Turney has not yet led laps this weekend, and he was not the fastest in any of the final couple sessions, happy hour, qualifying, warm-up, or the pre-final. However, he was clicking off fast laps through that heat race, and he was marching forward after going 2nd overall in timed qualifying. He'll get the chance to lead the field to the green alongside Ryan Norberg, as aforementioned. And for 2 drivers here who have already had their share of battles on the season, I think we're in for a phenomenal show and hopefully a little bit more of a controlled start than that pre-final. Sometimes in the weekend, the way it goes, you get a crazy pre-final and a tame main event, sometimes the other way around. Let's see what we're in for. The field is set. They head on to the front straightaway. Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg for the X30 Senior main event presented by Speed Concepts Racing. They form up in the tram lines. We get closer to the start box, and here we go, boys and girls. We're on the power, and we're racing down to turn number 1.
Norberg trying to come across. Can he hold to the outside? Going to run the outside of the rim. He'll be there at least in a position. May come away with 2nd, likely 3rd. He'll have to check up a little bit. Couple drivers go off. Otherwise, we're settling in with Turney out front. Good opening lap here. Van Walston goes, I believe, into the 2nd spot. Is that Norberg still? Yeah, P3. Xander, we're underway into the bus stop for the first time.
Good start for Hurricane Hannah Greenemeyer from 6th to 3rd there off the drop of the green. Paulie Massimino into the 4th. Massimino into 5th. DeTulio with a great start from 9th up to 6th here as your leader takes them out of the hairpin. We're side by side. DeTulio by on Massimino. They were 3 wide further back. John Burke, Diego Ramos, and more going at it there for the edge of the top 10. They're still side by side. Look at the gap now. The top 6 have gotten away. Burke gets through, Morgado through, Vasquez Jr. Some really surprised no one really got the worst of it. Harley Keeble right now, terrible start though.
We had elbows up over the hairpin. You saw that 6-driver breakaway. Turney, Van Walston, Norberg, Greenmeyer, DeTulio, and Massimino a second back to Burke in 7th. Morgado 8th, Vasquez 9th, and Harley Keeble, you mentioned it, dropped 6 spots down to P10.
Norberg there a little bit low to go through and kind of just keep it narrow from Hannah Greenemeyer. He could feel the pressure building as they head to the bus stop. Joe Turney has Senna Van Walstein on his bumper here, closing in. Let's see if Senna can make a move on that PK Sports North America Sodi Kart. Up through the chicane, down the back straightaway. Do we see our first challenge for the lead? We do not. Some very veteran and mature driving, and that's to be expected, of course, out of the 3 elder statesmen in the field, although Norberg wants second, and he can't get it away from Van Walstein.
He's going to lose 3rd because of it, maybe even 4th. No, Greenmeyer able to slide by as he made a little bit of a low percentage move to the inside of that corner trying to get by Van Walster. Did not work. Biggest mover in the top 15, Gia Cicero, up 6 spots at the start as she went up into the 13th position. Fast time now, Harley Keeble back in 9th to 59.589, but it's still Turney up front. Norberg, that move that did not work over in the left-hander, he goes back to 4th as Greenmeyer, who, as we said, led in the pre-final. She is quick here right now up to P3.
Yeah, Hannah Greenemeyer here having a great run so far today. Paulie Massimino got back around to Tulio through that mess out of turns 1 and 2. So the LN kart for BJR and MDR, P5 as the leaders head down the back. And by them staying kind of in line, it's allowed them to get a gap, and now they can do this. Senna Van Walstein to the lead out of the hairpin.
I think we're going to see a lot of different drivers try to go up front as here comes Greenmeyer. She's going to force the issue. She'll come through. Norberg gets by as well. So move Turney from the lead back to P4 in just 2 corners. We'll put the Dutchman up front right now. Van Walston is your leader, but here comes Hurricane Hannah. She'll go to P2.
And again, we've heard everyone preach it all day long. How much are they going to ride right now? How important is it to lead? Well, Senna Van Walstein didn't want to wait behind Turney, but you know all of them in the back of their mind are trying to save something for later. Greenemeyer to the inside, not able to get it done in turn number 2. Van Walstein holds into the ball.
She released the brake and sent it down to the inside there, but just not enough room for her to get that done. 6 drivers in that lead group, as we said. Back into 7th will be Harley Keeble. He's the guy on the move right now. Fastest driver on the racetrack is the Sodi Kart driver Keeble, who started 4th, went down to 10th, back to 7th. He's already on full recovery mode.
Alessandro DeTulio at the back of the frame makes a move on Paulie Massimino for the 5th spot, gets back by him. Harley Keeble, like you said, I mean, my goodness, already into frame. So is Morgado. So is Vasquez Jr. John Burke's not far back. This is a long line of go-karts, all trailing Senna Van Walstein, and that's why you know Hannah Greenemeyer's feeling like she's got to go. Big run. Van Walstein knows it, and a huge slingshot engage move for Hannah Greenemeyer to the lead for the 374.
Yeah, her former teammate Ryan Norberg coming through as well. He'll do an early entry into turn number 3 to make sure Van Walstein doesn't slide him in. So Greenmeyer, though, up to P1 in the M-Squared karting machine. They're running underneath the Speed Concepts racing tent here this weekend. Greenmeyer, former champion and former winner here at UMC, leading the way here on lap number 5.
Yeah, track she's had success at before, and proven she still knows how to get around this place, even with less seat time on the year, but she's got company. Norberg back to the inside. Van Walstein goes low as well. Side by side, and he bangs tires with Greenemeyer. Has to fall back, and Turney saying, thank you very much. You want to get that aggressive? I'll just find a way by and get myself back into 3rd.
Yeah, indeed that. I think that Hannah wasn't really interested in doing full low line block in the hairpin, trying to run that race line to see if everybody's going to stay with them. But Norberg, of course, wants to go out front, has not been there yet, so he goes to P1. And Hannah just riding the rim around the outside. She, of course, has the run to the exit point coming out of the hairpin. So, indeed, Van Walston looking to try to rough her up a little bit. Hannah did a little sawing on the wheel to make sure that wasn't happening. She holds on to 2nd. and Van Wolsten getting the short end of that stick as Turney slips by, as Xander had mentioned. So Turney now into third. Van Wolsten still holds on to fourth spot. But again, Keeble, the man on the move, right behind his teammate.
Talking about Ryan Norberg, while he leads the way right now in the main event. After the last race, we saw him in action in the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Houston as late move from Joe Turney on Hannah Greenemeyer. He gives her space at the end of the corner, just tried a little bit too far back to make it stick. But up to Norberg here as Keeble's gone around his teammate for fourth. Ryan Norberg, I spoke with him there back in Houston and said, man, I know this weekend wasn't too fun. He said, it doesn't matter whether it's fun or not. We need to be better. That's at the end of the day what the real mission is. And for the number one plate and the Rawls Performance Group camp to not have a win at this point of the year is unheard of compared to their success over the last 5 seasons together. And as they head through turn number 1, he's got the biggest lap we've seen, or lead we've seen so far today, about a half second back to Greenemeyer, Turney, Keeble, Van Walstein in the top 5.
Xander, you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast that this has been a place where Ryan Norberg has flat dominated before. We've seen him literally kind of check up coming out of the final couple of corners. The lead was that big. He just had things absolutely handled. Will this happen here in the main event? Have they made those little changes to the engine, to the Cosmic chassis that are going to give him what they need? They're battling it out like crazy back for second spot. Here comes Keeble in the fight. Turney finally getting by. Greenemeyer as well. There comes Van Wolsten. There's a lot of scrapping for those other positions. This could allow Norberg to pull away.
Now Joe Turney gets to hunt him down, though. That's been the only driver we've seen in quite some time be able to reel in Ryan Norberg. And Flying Ryan headed down turn number 1. What's the gap for Turney to reel him in by? 0.8, and he was a tenth of a second better, with granted with the pass for Turney. Now for Greenemeyer, you saw her get her elbows up. Keeble tried to clear himself. She was not backing down, and by forcing the issue, it cost them both some time. Keeble especially. With a fast piece, you got to be careful of when you make your moves and pick your decisions. You got a young talent in Harley Keeble with a lot of speed, and he's just right now is trying to do everything he can to put it up front. He's going to get a big run on her down the backstretch, though, and I think he'll be able to make the move for third right here, over the curbing to the chicane and back.
Unless she low lines, which she does. She goes down to the bottom, contact there. Again, this time through with a little bump and run. We'll see how Hannah likes that, because again, Van Wolsten right there as well. She goes a bit wide on the exit, and she's going to get roughed up.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, she got clubbed there by Van Wolsten, who gave her the little bit of a hip check. I'd say a lot of a hip check coming through that corner, and that was right on the camera.
That was terrible. I don't know if there's any other way to describe that. Now Van Wolstein's going to throw one at Paulie Massimino, and this is just not fun to see there of a guy with so much respect coming into this weekend and was so admired by many drivers. And now he's going to get roughed up a little bit by DeTulio and falls back another position. Now, granted, again, Harley Keeble and Greenemeyer were going at it, but that extra move there going through the S's, that's no doubt going to draw a penalty. The SuperKarts USA officials, they've got our video system and their own to keep an eye on it. I would be very surprised if that didn't draw something.
Well, let's see what happens if Greenemeyer can get back up to Van Wolsten, because there could have been some payback coming here for sure, but of course she's getting attacked as well. Oh, another bump and run a bit there by, I think that was Morgado.
No, that was Ramos. Ramos giving
yep.
it to her. Yeah, granted, I think the bump and runs in the American culture, they're okay.
You're okay with that?
I think it's okay if you're blocking early.
I agree with
That's
that.
where the difference is.
100%.
If you just go and root the guy out of the way when there's no need, but if they're taking the inside early in the race, I think that's for the most part the way that I've gotten the gist from all these drivers of how they want to race each other. If someone's blocking early, yeah, you move them up a groove and you go on by. There's no point in throwing a race away to block for 7th or 8th. And in Greenemeyer's case, she's probably got dirty tires that just keep getting dirtier, so she's hanging on for dear life, hoping that won't happen, but knowing that's the risk she takes.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as a driver. If you're early in the race, first half of the race, and you're running the low line, you cinch the shoulders up because you know you're going to get a little shot there, and that doesn't surprise me. Again, we'll see how it all plays out, but again, we'll give you the top 10 rundown when they roll back around here, folks, kind of line things back up, because Norberg, Turney, Keeble, Massimino, and DeTulio were the Fast Five last time by. Biggest movers coming up, Brandon Carr up 6 spots from 18th into 12th. Gia Cicero from 20th or 19th to 13th as well. Those are the biggest movers inside the top 15.
Let's go back up front here. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney have pulled away, but guess what? The gap from first to second, it is coming down slightly. Turney, a 10th better last time by. That time Norberg evens it back out. 59.1s for the pair of them. They are faster than anybody else on the racetrack by a couple of tenths. Ramos was even, but nobody was better. So Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, two drivers who are great at saving their stuff.
And coming in right at the very end of the day, or the very end of the main event, they are really giving everybody a clinic on tire conservation to have enough to go at it here as we get to the second half.
We are now into the second half of this. 10 laps down, 10 to go. What a drive so far for Oliver Hodgson. Started at the tail of the field in 31st. He's got the fastest lap of 58.614. He has rolled up 18 positions, now 13th on the grid for Oliver Hodgson. 59.888, or 59.8 last time by, as he's trying to roll his way forward. He's closing up on Gia Cicero now.
Here we go, coming this time by now to 9 laps to go. Let's go down the back front straightaway once again for Ryan Norberg. If he takes a look over his shoulder and sees Joe Turney, I mean, I got to imagine that the mental space there for Norberg probably not as strong. This is a guy who has robbed him of his usual come-from-behind victories that we're so used to seeing, where Norberg is able to wait and really just kind of dial his pace up in the final half of the race. Turney's done that and then some. We've heard it even in his interviews earlier in the year. He's like, I can't even do the same thing that Joe's done because he goes even lower in pressure than I do. And we're seeing that come to fruition right now. Turney that time a 58.9, Norberg a 59.1, 2/10 better, and he's gaining even more down the backstretch.
Yeah, we're lining up for a battle for this race lead here momentarily. It's about 3 or 4 kart lengths coming out of the hairpin, the back right corner of the racetrack. And again, Norberg doing everything he can to put that number 1 up front, but Turney in that Kart Republic closing again. They have a almost 3-second lead over Harley Keeble, who has worked his way up to 3rd, Paulie Massimino 4th, and DeTulio 5th. But here's your lead coming across the line. 12 laps down, 8 to go. The gap just 0.3 of a second. Norberg over Turney.
Yeah, down to turn number 1. That time, again, another 2/10 gain for Joe Turney on the margin. He knows he's got him right where he wants him. He can really pull up to him at any point in the draft now. Turney can start to ride a little bit, and you see him going a little more narrow than Norberg. He's not opening up for the turn. He's not using those front tires as much to get it planted, and he can go a little slower on that center roll speed and let the straightaways just pull him back up to the bumper. And now, down the backstretch, off the chicane, to the inside, for the lead. Joe Turney is through, but Norberg with an over-under pulls alongside, and he's almost clear. Turney again inside. This time, he'll stop it right on the apex and takes the lead fully.
Yeah, textbook move there, was it not? Get down, up over the curb a bit, kind of park it a little bit at the apex of the corner. Norberg with nowhere to go, just kind of works himself back up around. And again, I think I would not be surprised to see Turney potentially pull away, but this could be the opportunity for Norberg to really leverage the draft. Now, that may be just enough, Xander, to keep him in the fight.
Now, again, Norberg pushed him at the end of that straightaway. He didn't go back in on him. If Turney pulls away from here on out, he's going to be kicking himself that he didn't take that one shot he had. Out of the bowl, Turney now by 2 car lengths as they go to the bus stop, as we are set to go 6.5 laps remaining. There's still time to kind of learn, adjust, readjust, and mount a counterattack. But if Joe Turney's speed continues where it is and Norberg stays the same as well, you are going to see that Kart Republic drive off into the sunset, as we've seen already multiple times this year.
Yeah, he's going to need to get back onto the front straightaway and potentially use that draft again, because so good out of the bowl. Xander mentioned Turney pulled at least 2 kart lengths. This is Norberg doing whatever he can out of these final couple of corners to potentially leverage the draft again to get himself back close. That's the only thing that's going to keep him with them right now, indeed, to within a length. He'll have to roll a bunch of corner speed through turn number 1, and it's about half a length coming out of 1 over to 2. Turney, though, so good, Xander, through this first complex of corners.
Look at the back of Norberg there through 2 and 3. Just doesn't have that rear end stability that Joe Turney does, and he's able to pull so much away there in the high-speed sections of the racetrack. The rear just, it looks like it wants to snap on him. He's just got no tire left at this point in the race, and Joe Turney is driving away once again here through the chicane. He'll pull back up in the toe, but this is kind of a role reversal. This is what a lot of the field felt like chasing Ryan Norberg here 1 year ago, where he was the one with more tire left, and they were sliding around the racetrack trying to hang on to it. As we go to the S's again, he's gotten back closer in the low speed, so that's good. He needs one big run onto the front straightaway. 5 to go for Turney.
Yeah, Norberg doing whatever he can, trying to maybe adjust the way he approaches corners. You can see the entry coming into the bus stop as you transition through that. When he goes back to the left, mid-corner, you see the car start to get that oversteer. He starts to lose the rear end. We'll watch this here when he comes back around. This is through turns number 3 and 4 over here. Again, back over to 4. The bull, very good for Turney. But watch where they come back through as they work their way into the left, the first left-hander of the bus stop. coming through this next corner here. This is where Norberg struggled here. Just loses the rear end a little bit there, not as much as before. He's doing everything he can and making some pretty solid adjustments, but you can see the gap just kind of pulling away a little bit here and there.
Yeah, his line's gotten a lot narrower this lap, probably a good half car width on corner entry, and it's helped him. He's now a car length closer, so Ryan Norberg, it's not over yet. That time by again, pushing the limit, was a 59 flat. This time might be better. Does Turney have more? Does he have any tricks left in the bag? Because we're coming to 4 to go. He's still better onto the front straightaway, but that long front stretch will favor the number 1, getting the slipstream down to turn number 1. A 59.01 for Norberg, a 0.2 for Turney. Dead even as they go through the first corner.
If there's one thing for Norberg right now, if he's making the adjustments he needs in terms of corner entry, he did just turn his fastest lap. He's turning his personal best lap, so 59.014. Leveraging the draft, Norberg trying to see if he can't figure out what he needs to do, how he needs to change his approach to stay with Turney. Look how close he is this time, Xander. Best we've seen the last couple of laps.
Yeah, this looks good here for Ryan Norberg. What kind of a run can he get through the chicane? He'll get up to a car length back. He needs a good exit out of here to maybe line up the left-hander or maybe something in turn 1. But he's not that much faster coming out of the final turn. If anything, that's his biggest weak point right now. And that's unfortunate because with that kart sliding, it takes away that easy passing zone at the end of the front stretch. Let's see what it looks like this time to the final corner. Closer than before. Hits the curb there coming on the front stretch. It's going to hurt him a little bit. 3 to go.
Does he send it here one of these times? Just throw it in the bottom.
Oh, there was dirt on the racetrack. Dirt on the racetrack as they came onto the front stretch. You saw Norberg weaving.
You see the amount of rubber that shot off the tires as well. He tried to clean those things off coming into the braking zone. 17 laps in the books. There'll be 2 to go this next time by Norberg, although passed by Turney. Has not given up as of yet. He's adjusted his driving line a little bit, trying to try a little bit different approach to these corners. Staying right now with Joe Turney, the British driver versus the American, the multi-time champion.
Through the chicane once again here, this time a little bit further back than last lap. And we're coming to the double sticks. Joe Turney trying to hang on. Ryan Norberg trying to get himself one more charge at him. It's 2 of the best in the field, like you said, Rob. These guys have put 4 seconds on Harley Keeble, another 1.5 seconds back to Diego Ramos. Class of the field, no doubt. These are the 2 best here at the end of the day today on tires, on speed, on it all, and we're going to get to see them duel one more time. 2 more laps around.
It may literally be the better run onto the front straightaway, the last complex of corners. That is what's giving Turney what he needs. Norberg right with him. He's going to have to send it here pretty soon and see if he can't find a way by. He's got to get Turney behind him. Turney's better overall on the lap, especially coming onto the front straightaway. For Norberg, it's all about trying to get in front so he doesn't get this gap coming out of the bowl.
That was a terrible run out of turn 2 for Ryan Norberg. He went kind of a little low going in. I think he was having a thought about going for the lead there and just didn't feel confident enough to do it. And now he's got to play catch up once again down the backside. Through the hairpin we go. Turney by 2 car lengths over to the double left, looking for another win on the season. Norberg looking for his first win on the season. As they go to the S's for both drivers in the championship points as well, they're trying to maximize their day after having a terrible run on Sunday in Orlando. Across the line, white flag in the air for Joe Turney. 2 car lengths to Ryan Norberg.
Norberg trying to get the slipstream coming down the straightaway, not close enough into the braking zone. He's still about 2 kart lengths back. Turney with a comfortable cushion right now. Is there any opportunity for Norberg to potentially find a way by? He's got to get clean through 3 and 4. This has been where Turney's been so good. You can see Xander again. He gets at least another half a kart length coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, I think Joe Turney saved up a little bit of stuff there through turns 2 and 3, and he just used it right up over the curbing, through the backstretch for the final time today through the chicane. Joe Turney's lead has opened up now to 4 car lengths. Ryan Norberg sends it in deep from way back to the hairpin, trying to close up, trying for a final desperation heave, but it's not going to be enough. And for the RPG domination of this racetrack, they are going to be upheaved here by the Kart Republic Chad Dawkin Racing factory driver Joe Turney. It is another win on the season. He is victorious in Utah.
And it's 4 different chassis in the top 4. Turney on the Kart Republic wins. The Cosmic for Norberg second. The Sodi Kart for Harley Keeble in third. And the Burrell Art for Diego Ramos ends up 4th. His teammate Marteus Morgado rounding up the top 5. The Comp Kart of Hodgson ends up 6th. DeTulio 7th. Massimino 8th. Carr and Burke round out the top 10. Listen, that we focused, of course, the second half of that race on this scrap between Turney and Norbert, but this is what you do when you got a couple of titans, a couple of the best drivers in the sport, scrapping it out for a race win. That was really mano a mano, back and forth. Joe Turney earned that race, and his crew as well. That Kart Republic was dialed in for the main event.
No doubt about that. Joe Turney was on fire. You saw behind the screen there as well, if you could have your brightness up high enough, Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg shaking hands on the cool-down lap, a mutual sign of respect of two of the best in the world at what they do right now. For Harley Keeble, again, third. That's a really, modest result after all things considered on the day. He gets some hardware after what should have been a really impressive run in that KA race. He ends up getting, I think, actually after the DQ, so he'll be third there as well. Diego Ramos fourth, Morgado fifth. But still, so impressive. Oliver Hodgson, are you kidding me?
You're right.
25 spots gained for Oliver Hodgson in that J3 competition comp kart.
And look at he literally had started 31st, and he was right on Morgado coming across the line for a top 5 finish. What a drive of the day, of course. Other than the battling up front, drive of the day, Oliver Hodgson from the tail of the field. Look at him right there.
Yeah, look at that. He's got to be gassed after that one. That was a very impressive drive from J3 Competition's leading man, Oliver Hodgson, to crack into the top 10. 25 spots picked up. DeTulio in 7th. Again, fast time as well for Oliver Hodgson. Super stuff there from the Brit.
He's going to be in the fight tomorrow for sure. This is just going to give him momentum. They know they've got a great hot rod going into tomorrow's race. There's not much they have to do to that comp car for Hodgson. Again, 31st rather, up into the 6th spot. But Turney, Norbert, Keeble, those are the guys that we'll have on the podium this afternoon.
Here's a look into the scale line as all the post-race chatter going underway. You can see a few of the drivers chatting. That's Greenemeyer and Ramos kind of talking about that incident. It looks like Ramos went up to Greenemeyer to maybe explain himself a little bit. It was, probably dirty out there as well. So, again, she was more so roughed up by the contact with Senna Van Wallstein earlier, much less than that 1-2 position loss from Ramos getting into her. And kudos to Ramos. He was going up to apologize, which I would imagine he would, because he didn't have a day where he was going to be needing to get his elbows out. 4th for him, good salvage, highest Bureau Art, so that's impressive for Diego to get another top 5 result. That's exactly what the team asked for.
And remember, he's in the championship fight. He's 3rd in points coming in. Morgado was P1, he ends up 5th. Turney was 2nd, he ends up 1st, so he's gained up a little bit. And remember, Ramos is 3rd coming into the points. He needed to get the elbows up and was able to get himself into 4th. The fact that he was ahead of Morgado, his teammate, who was the point leader, means he has tightened things up as well. Everything tightening up front, at least within the top 3.
Yeah, there's Brandon Carr and John Burke on screen. Brandon Carr picked up 9 spots to finish in 9th from 18th. That's a solid and respectable drive there from the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver. The thing is, Rob, as you look down the fast times for everybody, take Oliver Hodgson out, because granted he did have a little bit fresher rubber, at a 58.6. They're identical for the entire top 9, but they end up 11 seconds apart. It's all, positioning and how those first laps shake out for you of whether or not you end up good or not. So that's, of course, what really does the difference for them. As Alexander Searle is down here in the scale line, I hear you tapping and testing. He'll be chatting with some drivers here in a few moments there.
You're right, though. Look at those lap times. 59 ones or 59 flats or 59 ones. You go down to a 58.9 for Turney. Everybody else, flats and ones. That's how close it was here. It all depended on where you are on the racetrack. So the pace is there. Everybody's going to dial things in a little more. We'll be back with this fantastic landscape again, this atmosphere, this racetrack. I can't wait to do it all again tomorrow, but again, still podiums to wrap up the day.
Yeah, podiums to wrap up here. We're going to see, I believe they're almost set to get us some post-race interviews. I see some of the drivers kind of crowding up as we've gotten through the scale line, so we'll see if we can go down trackside here in a moment when the signal pops up for a second and try to get it, but maybe not. Getting the signal maybe not going to happen. Let's go to commercial. We'll come back with more. Welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus as we get the last little bit set up for post-race interviews from this X30 Pro Senior main event, and the scale line continues to roll on through. We'll be getting ready to send it down trackside here to Alexander Searle and Emery Lida for the wrap-up from the day in just a moment.
Should I bring the camera?
So once again, welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus here. Let's All right, welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus. Let's go down trackside after a slugfest here at the end in X30 Pro Senior. Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, the heavyweights, went at it here today, and they put a whopping on the rest of the field, and they're standing by here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg. I mean, what a mano-a-mano show you guys put on there, Joe. I'm going to start with you. I mean, you were hunting down Norberg for the first 10 laps, a tenth or two a lap. You finally got around him, held the pace towards the end. Just describe the race to me and how this feels.
It was tough the first 5 laps. There was a lot of people going really hard at the start, so dropped back to about 5th, and then managed to get past Hannah and back behind Ryan. But for a good 4 or 5 laps, I didn't think I was going to get there. And then, I don't know, I think the tyres stayed on, and I was able to run good time still at the end.
All right, and then Ryan, I mean, what a run for you. I mean, it looked like you're going to get the monkey off your back there, the first win of the season. Just couldn't quite get it. I mean, first of all, describe the race to me and, you know, how hard that was to claw your way back to Turney.
Thanks for reminding me. I appreciate it. No, it was good. I mean, we got out to the lead early, and I was hoping it'd be similar to how it's been in years past. And for a minute, it looked like it. I think I can't remember who was behind me, but I was just kind of steadily pulling away. And then I saw Joe get into second, and then I knew, I was like, like it's going to be a lot tougher. And he just kind of inched it back. And then once you get in the draft, you pick up, you know, a few tenths at a time. So he inched it over and was able to get in front of me. And I knew he was going to do it in the hairpin. It was just a matter of when. So once he got into lead, it was just kind of, you know, I was pushing hard to stay with him. And I could get, like, a couple runs built up. You know, I could do 2-3 laps and get close to him. And then we, like, ran through the dirt. And so then I kind of had to reset and then do another 2 laps to push. And then, you know, I made a mistake. You know, I got to his bumper, I think, in 1. And I got on the throttle a little too early trying to set up for 2. And I washed out wide. And that was all she wrote, basically.
And Joe, back to you. I mean, good run for you, obviously. I forgot my question. How do I do that? Joe, okay. You and Ryan, class of the field in X30 Senior, that session, I mean, you put on 4.5 seconds over third place. You had about a tenth or two a lap over Ryan Norg. I mean, how do you guys set up the cart to get the tires to stay underneath you for 20 laps?
It's tough. 20 laps is a long race. It's pretty hot out today, so obviously lowering the pressure. We don't want to be too low. It's just about finding the right window. I think our kart works really well in the race as well. I mean, the setup that we've got with the kart and the engine, we can do long runs really well. Quali's not our strongest, and we did a strong quali today, and from that we knew that we were going to be fast. I think if we can quali near the front, then the kart that we have in the race is the best.
Yeah, I mean, one more thing, back to you, Ryan. I mean, we saw you about 4 to go, swerving down the straightaway. I mean, how much did running through that dirt kind of impact the last 3 laps for you?
It impacted a little bit. I mean, it more hurt than anything. I mean, those rocks are coming at you at like 60 mile an hour. So, yeah, it hurt pretty bad. But I don't know. I mean, tire management's key. I mean, you could see Joe is slow early in the race and then fast at the end. It's just it's always the same thing, and you could see how he takes care of his tires to run. So I was trying to mimic some of that early, and it helps, but we still need to figure something out that we can, a little bit more at the end of the race, because that's where we struggle. We're good early to mid, and then he takes over after that.
All right, thanks, guys. That's Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, P1 and P2 for X30 Senior. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. So there you hear for the aftermath from the top 2 as we get set to chat with a couple more. Harley Keeble, what a good run there to salvage what he could at the end of the day today. And the Sodi kart driver is going to come away with double third-place finishes. He's standing by with Emery.
Yeah, Harley Keeble, I'm sure you would have looked for a little bit more coming into the day, but still rebounding from a difficult run through the pre-final at first to end up on the podium, third place. Just walk me through your final and how you're able to find good pace.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone at Sodi USA, PK Sports. They put on a great go-kart and the engine was good. The race, every time I get behind someone, they just decide to defend. So at this point, I don't know what to do. I was really fast in the beginning. We missed a little bit at the end, but I think that's because I had so much marbles on my tyre and everything like that. It just couldn't quite keep up the pace to Joe and Ryan. But I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, and taking a look at tomorrow, I mean, obviously, you have the pace. Maybe you would have liked to have been raced a little bit differently, but as you head forward towards tomorrow, what sort of things have you learned from today that you're going to apply to tomorrow?
Well, first of all, I need to sort the qualifying bit out, get a draft, and that's it really. I mean, the pre-final we was fast, the final we was fast. We just need to sort the qualifying out so we can start in the front and stay in the front.
All right, well, Harley Keeble there, good run. He ends up on the podium in third, just not quite how he would have wanted, but still a solid effort from the PK Sports Sodi kart driver. Back to you.
Thank you, Emery, here as we go back into the booth for you guys. Lots to unpack from that one. Obviously, Turney in good spirits, but for Ryan Norberg and Harley Keeble, this one's still just a frustrating one to swallow for different reasons.
Yeah, different reasons, exactly that. Obviously, Ryan Norberg trying to see if he can't match Turney in terms of tire management. That's been a key, I think, throughout the season, especially this racetrack here as well. Keeble had some up and downs, right? That's, I think, a lot different storyline for Harley. He just needs to settle in, get a good qualifying run, and then maybe stay more out of trouble throughout the race and not find himself in the middle of some of these scraps.
For sure. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just getting through that start. You can qualify good. I mean, a lot of guys, it's like if we qualify good, we're going to be out of the mess. But if there's anything we learned from today, qualifying good does not take you away scot-free. But on lighter spirits, again, a good drive from Oliver Hodgson. Got to give a huge shout-out to the J3 competition comp car driver for that impressive drive from the back of the grid.
I just want them to grab the GoPro video and get it up on YouTube because I want to see that drive from 31st all the way up into 6th. And again, right on the back of Mateus Morgado coming across the line. So it was almost a top 5 finish.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. And as stacked to that field as it is. We've got a lot more to take away from everything here today, but we also come back tomorrow to do it all over again. Round 3 wrapped up. Podiums here for those trackside, and round number 4 kicks off right again tomorrow morning. So don't go anywhere when you get back into your seats tomorrow because it's a full day of racing. Clear the schedule. We've got action coming your way from Utah Motorsports Campus. For those here at the Superkarts USA and Utah Motorsports Campus staffs, for Rob Howden, eKarting News, and for myself, Xander Clements, and everyone at Kart Chaser, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.